On the Blue Route descent which followed past the wine estates at Constantia, Glamini was swallowed up by the fast-moving Peloton. Dave? Did you speak to someone? No, you've got to get up onto the the level above the parking garage. Let me do it on this thing.
mic camera.
Yes, it's that time of year again. Well, it's not quite that time of year because it's a slightly different year. In fact, it's a very different year. Welcome to the 43rd edition of the Cape Town Cycle Tour presented by Pick n Pay. And here in beautiful Cape Town, riders preparing for this iconic event, the ride around the Cape Peninsula. The Cape Town Cycle Tour is back in a year that has seen some incredible scenes around the world, and thankfully we've got the Cape Town Cycle Tour happening. And thankfully I've got a man who's ridden it 12 times sitting alongside of me. Sipho Mono, welcome Sipho.
Hey, Gerald, how are you, man?
Fantastic. It's I know it's a difficult time for you because you would normally be out there riding and preparing to ride.
I've got what they call the FOMO.
Yes, I bet you have. And he's a busy man normally on race day because he rides and then gets to the finish line to help commentate at the finish line, bring the riders in. Today, he's going to be alongside us, bringing us his insight into what is an incredible day. Some 18,000 riders are going to be taking part in this year's Cape Town Cycle Tour under, of course, COVID regulations, because that is very much how this event is happening. Now, this is already action from out on the course. And, well, one of the benefits of starting at this time of year, we've got nice early light so we can see the riders. And this is our women's batch starting in Fishhook. 78 Ks, of course. It was 4 years ago that we started having the shorter route. And it is a wonderful opportunity for the women to take on the challenge of the Cape Town Cycle Tour over a slightly shorter route, albeit, but the racing has been very, very impressive over the years. Emma Pallant sitting second wheel there, a triathlete who's been in magical form this year, has won all over the world. She's won 3 half Ironman, so a real threat there. We'll keep an eye on that race all the way through, of course, but this is our elite men's batch. Over 240 athletes starting here.
And just to talk about it as well, I mean, it's been over 18 months since we had our last Cape Town Cycle Tour. And just to talking about it as well, I think it's October has become the month of March. You know,
absolutely, yeah. Normally, of course, in March, most of you will know that because it's so much part of our sporting landscape is the Cape Town Cycle Tour, but obviously postponed this year. And as Sipho said, 18 months and not much racing for any of these riders.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last event that they probably did was probably the SA Champs,
yes,
you know, out in Swellendam in March, and that's when we really started opening and then started closing again. But here they are now, everybody looking forward to actually ride the event again. Open roads in Cape Town, I mean, the most scenic route and the world's biggest time cycling event.
Absolutely, and they're already racing the women. As we said, the men are heading off in about 10 minutes' time from outside the castle here in Cape Town. But this is the scene round False Bay, starting in Fishhook, and already a cracking pace speed set by the women. And Kimberly Lecourt is back. The defending champion is not here, Cherise Willate, but Kimberly Lecourt from a couple of years ago is here. The South African champion, Hayley Preen, is in this field as well. So Candice Lill has been in brilliant form. The time trial champion of South Africa has a fine year on the mountain bike this year. As I said, Emma Pallant. So the women's race is very different to the men's in as such as that there are not too many teams in the women's setup. The men obviously made up a lot of, there are a lot of the regular pro teams and semi-pro teams who will be combining and working out their strategies.
Just talking about the women's category, you know, they're all individual, so it gives a lot of potential, or rather chance, for ladies like Candice Lill to actually be out there and make a name for themselves. Obviously, in terms of mountain bike, she already makes a name for herself.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of opportunity for those riders who don't normally feature on the road to come through and produce something extraordinary here. And I'm sure we're going to be seeing that as the riders sign in at the start. The start procedure is very different to previous years. None of the mass starts, the huge hype that goes with it. It's a much more low-key affair with transitions and riders rolling off the start line throughout the day. Emma Pallant on the front here, former middle distance athlete turned triathlete of the highest order from Surrey in England, and she has won races all over the world this year in the half Ironman category, arguably the most informed Ironman women athlete at the moment in the world, and she'll be a serious threat in this race, the 78k women's race. They really do have a beautiful morning, and we haven't talked about that, but conditions, I mean, we're positioned some way from where the riders are, but there, if we look around at the trees, there is not a breath of wind here. It's absolutely perfect.
Perfect racing conditions. And I mean, I think last year's time in terms of the women's category was about 2 hours, 7 minutes. I think they'll probably better that this year because the conditions are just super perfect.
Absolutely top class conditions. That men's record of 2:27 over the full distance of 109, 110 Ks could be under threat as well today. We'll wait and see. But perfect morning in that early dawn light around False Bay as this women's group heads out onto the roads and already chatting up ahead there, deciding on a strategy. Perhaps some alliances being formed before the race to see who can work for whom in the race. As I said, Kimberly Lecourt from Galileo Infinity is heading into her first Cape Epic later on in the week, so she's going to be very careful how she goes about this. That's big goal for a lot of these riders will be taking part in that. But this is the goal today, the Cape Town Cycle Tour presented by Pick n Pay. And there is our image of the elite men. They are starting in a solid batch, but after them, they'll be rolling off the start line. attention.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about the ladies category, I think Hayley Preen does look good. I mean,
Yeah.
she's been on form. So hopefully she can actually pull it off this year and take the win. And I mean, I think talking about the men's category, I mean, there's a plethora of talent in there. And I mean, we will probably see it. And I think the best move normally that happens is Abseko-Bosi. Once that break is gone, then it's difficult to get it back.
Yeah, Chapman's and Seikobosi, the key moments in this race. And of course, if it comes down to a bunch sprint, there are a whole lot of cards to be played by various riders. But I mean, if you just look through the field, Travis Barrett is here. It's a man who's won it before, of course, last year. Nick Lamini, riding solo. Nick, what a fascinating story. I mean, the man rode his first Tour de France this year. He was at the Olympic Games, played a wonderful role in the breakaway at the Olympic Games. So Nick's riding on his own. Has he been able to get a few allies to help him out here? Because he's up against some big teams. Shisa Fuels have got a lot of riders supporting Travis Barrett. Enzo there with Clint Hendricks and Nolan Hoffman cars to play. Teg Pro Cycling are there. Alpha Bodyworks are there. Mad Max. And here's Nick on his own.
Yeah,
In a race that he would dearly love to win.
You probably would, because I think what happened is because it's the end of the season now for him, so he would like to end it off here in Cape Town, his place of birth.
It absolutely. This is his hometown race, and he's determined, I'm sure, to put on a show here to try and pull it off. What a glorious sight is the Western Cape here over the harbour of Cape Town and out into the Boerland and the mountains, creating the razor on the horizon as the riders await about 6 minutes from the start of this race. Shisa Fuels in the black, red and white with the defending champion Travis Barrett, Travis Stedman, Alex Worsdale, JP Lloyd, Ryan Terry and the very experienced Dylan Girdleston in the lineup. Expect him to be doing a lot of work for them. Clint Hendricks and Nolan Hoffman have 4 wins between them. 5 of the last 6 winners of this race are here. Sam Gaze is the one exception. He was the mountain biker who won it in 2019 and hasn't, obviously is not here, but otherwise it's Travis Barrett, Clint Hendricks and Nolan Hoffman, the riders who won it. So plenty of experience there.
Just talking about Gaze as well, I mean, the mountain biker coming into the road cycling event. You've got the likes now of Alan Hatley as well here. And I think Christoph Salza is also here, you know, trying to mix it up and see what they can do.
And traditionally, in as much as we're talking about the last 10 or 12 years when mountain bikers have really come to the fore, we've often seen the mountain bikers, even across teams and sponsors, create a little bit of an alliance to put one over the roadies. So I don't know what Christoph Salza's plans are. I know he is riding the Cape Epic later on in the week, not heavily competitive, but Alan Hatley certainly is. And Alan Hatley is in very good form. He won a mountain bike marathon race in the Boerland yesterday in the Bannock Valley and showed some very good form over a very tough course. So he could be there. If his legs are still strong after yesterday, he'll be a threat. But again, he'll need some help or at least hope that things fall apart for the sprinters teams going over the big climbs.
Exactly. I think he will need some alliance because the turning point will probably be Chapman's Peak and obviously Sacred Coast. I think that's where they'll turn on the gas on those 2 climbs.
Team Mad Max, a local Cape Town team, have got a very packed team there. Jaco Fente is their senior man there, a man who's ridden all of the Grand Tours. South African champion, of course, so he's now turned to the mountain bike, but very much a key rider for them. Alpha Bodyworks have HB Creer and Sean Nick Bester in their lineup. Brandon Christians is also in their setup. Well, here we go, the women, and that's Paris Edwards on the front. They're very experienced, former triathlete as well, and she could be, a rider who continues to perform at an experienced age. She's a very, very strong athlete, enjoying the scenes as they roll through Simonstown.
Simonstown, I was about to say that, going through Simonstown, I mean, you can see that they've just maintained a tempo pace now. Obviously going to be going through towards Smithswinkel as well, and that's when they start probably turning on the gas.
The first sort of moves, they just seem to be rolling through there. No one really just doing anything too excessive, no attacks, just rolling it, getting the legs warmed and loosened, so prepared for any attacks. But keeping an eye out there, just looking around to make sure no one is going to do anything too early. That's, as I said, Paris Edwards on the front there, keeping a very steady tempo and a watchful eye on any moves that might appear behind her. What a scene from the Cape Town Castle history and the Grand Parade. What memories that holds for South Africa. And the Cape Town station, and the riders will start the new start point. So 2 minutes away. They're all looking very relaxed, but you can bet those heart rates are pumping. And once that tape comes down, then they'll be racing.
I mean, just talking about that as well, Gerald, when those guys go up that little, I'll call it a false flat at Hospital Bend,
Yes.
you will see that with probably some of the guys that are not as fit, they will probably still get dropped at that point. You know, I mean, racing with the elite happens from the gun. You know, there's no time to actually sussing themselves out. They just go out, and then obviously the cream of the crop then remains to go towards the finish.
Yeah, the chaff gets thrown out very quickly on that early climb. If you are a little bit out of condition, you'll be or a little bit slow off the mark and slow to get racing. Here we go. The tape comes away, and they will roll away with our start man just getting out the way as they head off on the 2021 Cape Town Cycle Tour. The 43rd edition of the race is underway in the men's elite. The women are already on the road, and Shisa Fuels, as defending champion, teams are already on the front, looking to make things pretty hard. Travis Stedman, their second wheel. On a truly glorious day here in the Western Cape, the peninsula looking in beautiful, beautiful condition, and the sun just starting to illuminate the Table Mountain cableway station as the riders roll off.
I mean, if you saw yesterday, it was all inclement weather with the rain and everything. But if you see, I think it was preparing for today. Such beautiful weather.
Absolutely perfect. And so the groups will roll up, smaller groups, the intention all under the guidance of Cycling South Africa's COVID protocol, as handed down by government. So every measure has been taken to ensure that this race, pre and post and during, although there's not much you can do during the race, complies with those COVID regulations. Mr. Raymond Ackerman, wonderful sight. The men are neutral at the moment as they're rolling along.
I think Pick and Pay as well have been supporters of the Cape Town Cycle Tour since 1991. 30 years?
Absolutely amazing, and they're still here. It's wonderful. So the elite men rolling away neutral at the moment, but the batches will be rolling away from the start line. They're the elite men. Cool the engines for the time being.
Very eager to go as well.
Absolutely. Primed and ready to go. Keeping an eye on the car and the race commissaire, so that when that flag drops and they get the signal to race, very, very gentle. So, and I'm sure we'll see those. It is a slightly smaller elite batch than we've seen, obviously, over the last few years with a smaller field. Smaller, they're saying 18,000 riders.
Yes.
That is, by no sense a small field anyway, but by Cape Town Cycle Tour standards, it's a fairly small field, for sure. Just getting up the saddle, keeping the legs rolling. As they prepare to race, this iconic lap around the Cape Peninsula with key moments. Perhaps Smitswinkel's a bit early, depending on what happens with the wind. The southeasters up on the backside after Smitswinkel, that can push them along, and then they'll roll through to the key areas of Chapman's Peak, Mini Chapman's, and then Chappies itself, and then Hout Bay and Seikaborsi. Commissaire asking the cars and the motorbikes to roll up ahead because they want to get out the way as well. Beautiful sight of the Cape Town Cycle Tour. It's so long since we've had mass events. It's just wonderful to see it. And here they go. The flag drops, and immediately they're underway with Lion's Head basking in the sunshine as Cape Town basks in the sunshine of the Cape Town Cycle Tour. The racing is underway. Sunrise over the Western Cape. What a sight is that? Brings a smile to your face.
So beautiful, eh? So beautiful.
It is wonderful.
When you've got the tag team as well, also in the front, trying to see what they can do. I'm just trying to make sure that, I mean, the team of Louis Visser, Tristan Cuthbert as well, and Flavio Venslu, they're all there. But I think as well, if you could see, I think that is probably David Marais for Enza. David Marais, obviously, during this year in the Africa Track Champs, you know, having taken first in 2 categories. So he's really looking good. I think it will be the best person if Nolan and Clint do make it through the climbs. He'll be the best person to actually lead them out towards the finish.
The Enza team is a very handy-looking team with recently crowned Omnium champion Josh van Wyk in there. David Marais went to the Olympics and competed in the Omnium as well. Stephen Van Heerden, very, very strong rider, the under 20, the elite rider, and already the pace cracking on the front from the TEG team. Alpha Bodyworks will be a factor here. The Cape Town based team really want to produce something here. Over the years they've been very competitive. Eric Cross on the front for the TEG Pro Cycling team, and Stephen Van Heerden for Enza in the blue. You'll get familiarize yourselves with these riders. Neil Rousseau from Alpha Bodyworks in red, and charging up ahead. We'll get a few who will want to go and do something a little unusual up front. Brandon Downs, a former 947 Cycle Tour winner, of course. And that's David Marais on his wheel.
Right behind him.
So right up front, we have a rider who's decided to go out and put his nose in the wind. And that's Matthew de Vroet. Done his little bit. And these are the tandems now. Going to head off the racing tandems in 3 minutes' time. So back with our elite women's field. And
I mean, it's such a beautiful day. Hey?
Absolutely spectacular day for these riders. This could be Leonie Verster in the wintergreen kit for, in fact, I think she might be riding her very first Cape Town Cycle Tour. Isn't that the wonderful thing about an event that's been around 43 years, and the excitement of riders coming into it for the first time, and experiencing the joy and the privilege of enjoying the roads on their own. Absolutely spectacular. Here, small field of elite or the racing tandems head off. And we go back to our elite women.
And I mean, just talking about privilege as well, you mentioned that just the event on its own, I mean, it's one of the, it's in terms of, it's historic on its own, and the riders always want to participate at the Cape Town Cycle Tour presented by Pick and Pay.
Absolutely. It's one of those events that you do not want to miss. Alwyn Steenkamp Jr. has gone away for TEG Pro Cycling. Interesting little move for TEG, who have Louis Visser, Tristan Cuthbert, Flavio Venchlau, Eric Cross, Alwyn Steenkamp Jr. is on the road there, and Brandon Downs, who's proved himself capable of winning these mass and big events. The other big event, of course, the Rye Joburg 947. So he's won that a couple of years ago. But this is Alwyn Steenkamp Jr. using Hospital Hill to put in a bit of an attack here.
I think he's probably looking for alliance as well, just to make sure somebody maybe bridges towards
Come across him,
and then they can just go at it and form a gap.
Yeah, he's having a look over his shoulder as he crests the hill and will roll down this very fast Hospital Bend. So there's a split screen, wonderful. We can see our women's race on the left-hand side as they power out towards
So that Miller's Point?
Miller's Point, Spitzwinkel eventually, but yep. And the men into the sun at high speed down this very, very fast section of the course. Arguably one of the fastest. And we've seen some nasty crashes here, it must be said, over the years. Now here's a counter out on the women's side and attack. So this is the first little move from the women's race. Really working hard. And not a bad area with a little climb to come. See if she can put a bit of distance in as Alwyn Steenkamp Jr. past those stone pines that are so iconic on the slopes of Lion's Head. Devil's Peak, beg your pardon. Lion's Head's way behind them. And he's put in a nice attack here. He's put some distance between him and the pack. You can see just coming around the bend there. UCT will be looming on his right-hand side. So is he going to get some support from behind?
I mean, he should. He won't be able to make it on his own. So the reason why he keeps on looking back.
He says, where are they?
Yeah, looking for alliance, and it's not coming yet. But I see that he's actually formed a bit of a gap, probably about 10 to 15 seconds. So if he could get somebody to actually bridge towards him, they could go up all these climbs and probably ride even in Musenberg as a duo, or 3 other guys if they do come through.
Yeah, they're not in sight yet as he goes past UCT. Yeah, so their teams will be a key here. Shisa Fuels, Enza, Teg Pro Cycling, Alpha Bodyworks, Mad Max, ASP, Kinetic, the youngsters. But again, we've talked about the Lone Rangers, the mountain bikers, as we again look at the split screen of the women's race.
Just trying to see who it is in the women's race.
Pick up who that is, who's got away there. But she's not getting. That's a tough area to attack and try and get away.
I think they're bringing her back slowly.
Yeah. Just starts to flatten out a little bit here, but the group are catching. But look at those flags, absolutely dead still.
Dead still. See one of the water points, the Coca-Cola Powerade water point. One of those partners, I think it's Dan Davis' team. Big thanks to their team for actually making sure that they support the Cape Town Cycle Tour presented by Pick and Pay. Trying to see the number. I think it's number
I think this is Kerry Jonker, who has been to
357.
the last 2 World Championships for South Africa. Cape Townian, but has spent a lot of her time in Australia. And I think that is Kerry. She's a very strong time trialist, so she knows how to ride out on her own. But I think this is...
357. if I'm
Yeah,
not
I think this
mistaken.
is Kerry. 337. And now look here, the counter.
Yes. So I think is it... Oh, they haven't joined, so they are chasing the Alvin, actually. No, they're with him. They actually have caught up with Alvin, so it's now a team of 3 in the breakaway.
I'm not sure. I think Alvan is up the road still. But there are riders now
Yeah, he
looking to
is,
bridge
yeah.
across. It looked like Eric Koss,
Eric Koss,
one of
yeah.
Alvan Steenkamp's Tech Pro Cycling teammates, was there with them. They've gone through Weinberg. Beg your pardon, they haven't yet.
Yeah, just going down now towards
Newlands.
Newlands.
Yes, that's right. So there's aggression now. There's the race has ignited in the men's race, and look at it stringing out. This is under 23, Eric Koss on the front. And looking at the damage, and it's now all seemingly eased off again. And they'll regroup and strategize once again.
Obviously starting each other out, and I think what will happen now is as they hit,
Here's Enza.
there we go, and that is David Marais going on an attack.
And this is a dangerous man, and everyone very well aware of the danger of putting this man out the front there. He's a very, very strong man, and this is the sort of thing he does do.
He's sort of mastered it, actually.
Yeah, it's his skill. Now he's gonna try and soften up the group and thin it out as much as possible. David Maria, they're looking to position Clint Hendricks. Could it be that Nolan Hoffman could come back again and win this once more? We'll wait and see. Daniel Matthews there, and on his wheel is Travis Stedman for Shisa Fuels. Would it be that they're trying to set Travis Barrett up again to defend the title he won a year ago? More than a year ago, 18 months
Yeah, 18
ago.
months ago.
The 2020 winner.
Mad Max team, I
Mad
think
Max
this
on the
is
front, yeah.
Shamikh Sali, if I'm not mistaken, local Cape Townian boy as well.
They've got a formidable lineup, Mad Max, with Jaco Venter, Matthew Kayser, Alex Hayward, experienced riders there, Jarrett West, Etnod Loeb, Shamikh Sali, Francois Hofmeyer, and Alexander Mayer. So a really, really strong team. They've got plenty of firepower and riders to burn. Look at that beautiful sight. Table Mountain in sunshine as they fly down through Newlands.
I mean, I'm just trying to think of them, of the team as well, because they've been doing great in the local Cape Town
Yes.
scene, you know.
And
So
riders, they would have been held in a transition and then released slowly but surely in a sort of rolling start, which is what you're seeing now. And so they roll away. Looks like one of the Racing Vets groups.
Looks like the 1B group, if I'm not mistaken.
It's a big, big group, this. And they're underway. One or two mountain bikers in that group there, we see. Meanwhile, that's again Eric Koss for Tech Pro Cycling, doing a lot of work for them. What we don't know, but I think it may well have happened, is that Alvin Steenkamp Jr. may have been absorbed back, because we're staying with this group, so I'm assuming that this is the lead of the race. So Another little pitch to get them working again. Tell us what your thoughts are going up here.
Ah, man, this actually gets the heart rate pumping at about 95%, you know.
Yeah.
But just for about 2 minutes, if you can actually hang on to it.
Yeah.
But I think what will happen definitely, and it's inevitable, that some of the riders, Rico riders that is, will actually drop off by a percentage. And you can see third wheel, that's Nicholas Clemini there.
Yeah, first look at Nick Lamini, a man who's looking to put this in his pocket. How he'd love to win this. But the riders will be very, very well aware of the dangers he poses, even though he's riding on his own here. So let's have a look at the route of the Cape Town Cycle Tour, which over the years has changed every now and again, but pretty much this is the traditional route, is it not? University of Cape Town and out through the Blue Route, now hitting the coastline of the False Bay Coast, Muizenberg, that spectacular, iconic route. And then through Simonstown, all the way out towards Cape Point, through the Nature Reserve, and then back over to the Atlantic side, to Misty Cliffs. Spectacular scenes there, but this is when the legs start to suffer, because Chapman's Peak looms. It'll take some prisoners. Then after cruising through the vibe of Hout Bay, it's Seikabossi, and back on the Atlantic seaboard through Clifton, London, Clifton and Sea Point to the finish at the Greenpoint Stadium. 109 kilometers, 2,200 meters of climbing and 13 aid stations along the way. Those peaks towards the end there, they will be key.
Yeah, those will definitely bite at the end. I mean, just looking at that route as well, that's every cyclist's dream, you know.
Absolutely. So they're starting to sort themselves out here. There's a bit of an injection of pace. It's starting to thin out here for the elite men.
It's number 134. I think that is Tlumelo Ngobongwana from the Velokai FXTM team.
Also in here is Alexander Mayer there riding for the Mad Max team. Yeah, you don't want to be left behind here. And Dylan Girdleston just making sure he bridges across, closes the gap. Yeah, you don't want to leave any gaps at this stage of the race. It'll disappear up the road very quickly.
Definitely. I mean, once you get to Ladies Mile, if you're not going down with the bunch, I mean, the gap will just gradually grow, and it'll be impossible to catch up to the group.
Well, it is just spectacular. Donovan Lecoq rolls through there. This is a day so many of these athletes have been looking forward to, hoping that it will happen, and it is happening now. What a pleasure for not just these elites, but of course the cycling fraternity to have the Cape Town Cycle Tour presented by Pick n Pay back on the calendar after 18 very, very difficult months for the whole world. And this is a salve, no doubt, for those who have missed out. Alan Gordon there in the luminous yellow on the right-hand side for Insect Science, a mountain biker from Machubiskloof. He's quite prominent in the 2020 race at the business end for a long while. Back with the women's race, and Emma Pallant, as she was and is every time she takes part in this race, she's an animator. And she's trying to get something going. Charity Edwards is there, and I think Kerry Yonker has been reabsorbed into this group.
Looks like they've already gone over Smithswinkle.
They have. Now, again, the men's race, just that is Alvin Steenkamp Jr. there, I think. And this is Keenan Root. And
Davi Marais at the front.
Marais is there for Enza. Yeah, this is Alvin Steenkamp third wheel there for Teg. So what we've seen is Teg being very animated early on, and Enza responding. Not much from Alpha Body Works yet. Mad Max a little bit. And Shisa feels occasionally as we back with the women. And again, Emma Pallant just looking over her shoulder. Now she's just rolling along. Won the Alcatraz half Ironman recently. And,
Going on
amongst many this year.
Going on Scarborough now, and I think they'll obviously take the left towards Mystic Cliffs.
But again, if conditions look very, very favourable for record times and or fast times anyway, personal bests if you like, always difficult to compare over years because of conditions and slight changes to the route, but this is going to be a fast race, you feel. Up in the blue route, this is the men's race. Roads cleared. What a delight for cyclists to enjoy the pleasure of riding on traffic-free roads.
I mean, the only time they get to ride this route, specifically Blue Route, is only at the Cape Town Cycle Tour.
You can ride it. You can ride most of the rest of the route safely enough, but this is something that you don't want to take on too. So there's David Marie and that familiar bobbing style of his. Put up a brave fight against some of the very best athletes in the world at the Olympic Games in Tokyo in the Omnium. Brutal Omnium. This is the chase group.
Number 175, I think, coming to the front as well is a rider by the name of Tando Zote, riding for the Cycling Friends.
There it's all split up. Look at these. The groups really starting to splinter at the sharp end of the men's race. And they know that this could be a really dangerous little move up front. So
I think the Team Enza is quite also smart by putting somebody up at the front. And as you see now, Nick Dlamini just stretching the group out as well, solo.
So Alva and Steenkamp, they're looking across now. They've been joined by a couple of Alpha Bodyworks riders. Now, he seems to have eased off a little.
I think right at the front is No Rousseau.
This is a dangerous looking group there also in there. There's Neil Rousseau as we fly over this spectacular route. Devil's Peak on the right, looking out towards False Bay, Hung Clip way in the distance, and Cape Point on the right of your screen there. Truly beautiful sights wherever you are all over the world. This is Cape Town and the Western Cape at its very best.
I think we couldn't have asked for any perfect weather. I mean, this is just gorgeous, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah, the regular dates for the Cape Town Cycle to early March is towards the end of summer, so often very, very hot. Well, this is Raymond Ackerman.
I completely agree. It's been a really tough year and a half. You've had to negotiate through business things. They've had to negotiate through, trying to get an event going. Just a shout out, something special you'd like to say to the riders now that they're heading out around our beautiful peninsula.
I just want to wish the riders well. It looks like a beautiful day. It may be windy on the ride, but I don't think it's going to be anything but a lovely day and a calm Western Cape day. So I think we're all set for a great day, because a few years ago we had to cancel because of the wind, you remember? And I know I'm getting old, and so I lost my earpieces with the wind on that day. But I think it's a good day for Cape Town, and by the way, this is the only race of its kind in the world.
Absolutely. Timed race. They're heading off 100+ kilometers around the peninsula. And just finally, 30 years. Are we going to see you back for 31?
I'd love to be back for 31. My wife has other ideas. She was a bit cross about me getting up at the crack of dawn. But I've been here for 30 years, and the race actually has been running for 43 years. But we've been involved as a company. This is exactly our 30th year.
Well, it's been lovely having you down here. So great to see you up bright and early at 5 o'clock in the morning down here. And hopefully we can persuade Wendy to get up with you next year as well.
Yeah, and if she won't let me come here, maybe she'll let me ride. I'll have to work with her.
We'd love to see you back on a bike. Thank you so much. Founder of Pick and Pay, Mr. Raymond Ackerman.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Godfather of the tour in many ways.
It really is a philanthropist. I mean, a great businessman as well. And hopefully, Wendy, his wife, can actually allow him to come back next year.
It's wonderful to see him here. It's Harvey Steenkamp Jr., he was the lone attacker early on, looking for some help, and he's finally got a little assistance up front here, and he's putting in some hard yards to try and make it count. With him is David Maria, and 174 is Keenan Ruet. So those three trying to open a gap on the chasing peloton as they share the workload, and that's a good sign.
I mean, Keenan is pushing his weight over there with regards to riding with elites as a junior.
Now this is the peloton behind. That doesn't look like too much urgency. They're rolling along the Blue Route on the way out eventually to join the False Bay coastline. So there's an idea. You can just see the car up ahead of the first car after the peloton. That's where the leaders are.
The gap, I'll give or take, what, 20 seconds?
Yeah, 20 to 25 seconds, we reckon. And they seemingly content to let it go for now, this group.
I mean, with the Cape Town Cycle Tour, it almost always comes together before Chappies.
Yep.
You know, so I think these guys are just going out there on the road, are just preparing for their teammates to take over from them.
Steenkamp drops off, and Ruet goes through, and David Maria on his wheel, rolling through crystal clear morning in Cape Town. As I said, we had some early rain and mist and cloud yesterday. That cleared up through the afternoon and laid the table for this very, very special day on the South African sporting calendar. And it is an iconic event that is once again taking its place in the annual sporting festival that is South Africa in summer.
Rider number 231, that's Vuyo Mavuya, and behind him is Thando Zote. So I think they've all... Okay, Thando Zote was in that breakaway. He's now come back into the group, so it's these three guys now.
Maria, he finished second in the South African Omnium Championships at Hector Norris Park shortly after getting back from Tokyo. Josh van Wyk won that, his teammate. But they really are putting in a big effort here as they've turned off the highway and now head down to that right-hander. Maria really working hard. And it's Steenkamp
pushing as hard as they can, so just to make sure that they give themselves a break, or breather rather, between them and the peloton. and then they can start cruising along with a good tempo pace.
Well, it's incumbent inviting. No, they're going to go right now. So that's wasn't an invitation; it was an indication. Take the right hand up.
Now going towards Musenberg.
Yep, Musenberg and this whole flat section through the along the coastline, and well, there's the gap.
The gap is
it's becoming fairly significant.
That's more than 30 seconds.
Yeah. Look around. Who's doing what? Mad Max have got a riders starting to mass on the front here. And Enza there as well. But they won't be too worried. They've got David Murray up the road. But Mad Max are a team perhaps who are starting to think this could be a move they want to join.
Shamir, obviously the sprinter for the team, just pulling through, making sure that they don't let the group go or gain significant gap.
Well, the history, 43-year history of this event, very, very seldom has it been a rider who's escaped and ridden away from everyone else. The spectacular sprint finishes are what this event is well renowned for. Conversation between these riders. Ruud on the front, Maria in the blue for Team Enza, and Alvin Zinkamp Jr. for Teg Pro Cycling. An artist would love that shot, the beautiful long shadows cast by the rising sun here in the Western Cape. And they're stringing it out, are Mad Max on the front here, Team Mad Max, Cape Town based team with some very, very talented riders indeed. With mainly experienced riders in their lineup. Young Francois Hofmeyer is the junior in this Mad Max squad. Alpha Bodyworks bring a rider up. Enza marking things there. They've got David Marie up the road. Shisa Fuels of defending champion Travis Barrett. They're not too worried seemingly. They've got a rider further back down the list.
Thando Zote has been very active in the front, just trying to see if he can actually bridge that gap, riding for the Friends team, Cycling Club.
So it looks like Sally, and then Nick Glamini.
Eric Kroos as well.
Yeah. Nicholas Glamini. Well, it's wonderful to have a World Tour rider here with us who cherishes this event. It is his home event. It's one of those things, I'm sure, that albeit that he races all over the world, and he raced in Brittany not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, that he puts this one in the calendar very early on and says, we're in normally March, but he's made space for it now at the end of the a year that sadly might see Africa's team, well, they're struggling to find sponsors for next year and the money to continue next year. Let's hope that Douglas Ryder and his setup do get it all together.
Hoping for the best indeed. As you saw there, you had the team car, which means the gap is over 30 seconds because they would not be allowed to be next to the riders if they were less than that. So the gap has gradually grown.
Just stringing it out a little on the front of this chase group.
I mean, the Cape Town Cycle Tour presented by Pick and Pay is almost like now in October has become the curtain raiser for March in a way, because you've got your Epic next week, and just talking about the city as well. I mean, the amount of revenue it brings these type of events bring to the city of Cape Town, as partners of the event.
Absolutely, and of course, as a major fundraiser, the Pedal Power Association and the Claremont Rotary Organisation, they dispense the funds to programs around the country. So they're into Musenberg, and this is David Maria with Alwyn Steenkamper Jr. on his wheel, and the route behind him. Well, we hopefully be able to get hold of Michael Finch out there. Michael, are you with us? Mike Finch is our man on the race. He's on the bikes following these riders, and perhaps he can give us an indication as to the gap between this trio of riders and the chase group behind. Mike Finch, are you there? Yeah, I think we'll see if we can reconnect with him at a later stage. But
Mike, sorry, we've tried to...
That is Musenberg, and these are the riders. Railway line on their left, that spectacular beach on the coastline, well, stretching out all the way across False Bay. And this gap's starting to open up here. Difficult, we're going to be guessing, of course, because we can't tell, but the manner in which they're riding suggests that they are putting in a big enough effort to open a gap that is going to be perhaps a minute and a half. We're not entirely... Mike Finch, are you there with us?
Yes, Todd, yeah, we're just about to getting close to Musenberg at the moment, and we have a break of 3 riders, along with a young Alwyn Steenkamper, who was one of the first early breakaway riders, and there's the group up to Wynberg Hill. Big bunch is behind, just about a minute behind, and what I can tell you is that the conditions are pretty good out here at the moment. There's a bit of a headwind as they head down towards Point and Spitzbunker, which of course will be the first real test of the climb for most of the riders out there today, but absolutely fantastic conditions out here today. It's warm, it's clear, and for most of the riders, the southeaster and the strong winds that usually are a feature of the Cape Town cycles are not a feature today very much. We might change as we get down towards Cape Point. It might be a little more windy. That's what we've heard, that there are some slightly more gusty winds down in the Cape Point area, but at the moment the race starts to go on the blue routes. It's just over 55 k's an hour at one stage. So it's going to be a pretty fast pace, and at the moment the time is going to be quick.
Yeah, it does look like it's going to be a fast time. Mike, the gap you suggest is around about a minute between that leading trio and the bunch?
Yes, about a minute between those 3 riders that have led down through the blue routes, and they're working well together, those first 3 riders, and really sharing the pace on the front and making sure that they get the maximum speed of the bunch. And there's no real team taking charge at the moment. They're just holding their gap at the minute. And as we know, there are some big heavy hitters in that bunch, including our own mountain biking champion Alan Heatherley and Nicola Meany in there as well. So we should see them catch the guys to the Smithsburg. But at the moment, those first 2 guys working really, really well together.
The defending champions team, Travis Barrett's team, Shisa Fuels, they're on the front of the chase group now. They're showing some concern. They want to close that gap down?
Yes, obviously there's been some talk about how Travis is feeling today. He's a little bit of sickness over the last couple of weeks, and has said on his Instagram feed that he wasn't feeling particularly good going into the event. But he's a very good racer, and if you win the race like he did last year, and he has got a strong team, the Shisa Fuels team are really strong, and then there's a good chance they will try and control the pace. So there are many sprinters in there as well, but Travis Barrett certainly an unknown quantity today, but we know he can prove and capable of winning.
Mike, we are fortunate enough to be seeing images of the coastline from the air there. It really does one very special day for this Cape Town Cycle Tour, doesn't it? This October date, is so far suiting the Cape Town Cycle Tour very nicely.
Oh, no, I mean, this is one of those days in Cape Town, which there's probably about 20 days in Cape Town a year, which are absolutely perfect. And this is one of them. It's getting warmer as the sun starts to come up, and obviously the temperatures will rise throughout the day. But as I said earlier, there's not too much of a wind, a bit of a headwind for the riders at the moment. It was windy early this morning, but the wind has died. And hopefully for all of those riders that are starting a bit later, we'll have a very smooth, fun ride today, which is good news for the back markers.
All right, Mike, thanks very much. Keep an eye on that lead group and the gap there. And we'll be chatting to Mike again through the race as things start to unfold. Thanks, Mike. Michael Finch, who's on the motorbike up front there, and Pedri Kraus, we saw there putting in an effort on the front there. And this is the chase group. There's a little bit of urgency about it as we head back to the women's race. And this is a smaller group. I reckon we've thinned this group out down. And the major contenders are very much in this group. Emma Pallant still very much to the fore there.
I think they're going towards that's the false flag towards Ocean View. I think they'll turn right in the next kilometer or so towards Ocean View.
See Yolandi Swanepoel in there, former roadie on the in Europe over the years ago, now very much a top mountain biker. Also Candice Lill I saw earlier on the front of the group. And right, we are going to see if we can get hold of our man on the route there, Seamus Allardyce. Seamus, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Gerald.
Very good. How are things going out there with the women's group there? This looks like the decisive group in the women's race.
Yeah, Gerald, I think it's been one of those races where the really struggled to go away, and riders have gone out the back of the group rather than off the front. There's been lots of attempts, especially here we go, Emma Pallant going again. Just get ahead of her so we don't give her a lead out on the motorbike. Hayley Preen's also been very active, and Candice Lill as well. But I think we can't see, or what the pictures have to beautiful day it's been. Not a breath of wind, which is very rare for the Cape Town Cycle Tour.
We've seen as Pallant has been very, very active on the front there. I would suggest that she would like to get away there and try and take this race by the scruff of the neck, maybe with one or two others. But I don't know that she would want to get involved in a sprint finish. So that seems to be her tactic.
We might have lost that.
Seamus out on the women's race as we focus on the men going through Fishhook. Boy, they're going at a cracking pace. This is going to be a fast race for sure. That is for sure.
We have rider number 186 and Jean-Pierre. JP Lloyd. I think the Shesha team has now been sheshing in a way,
yes.
Making sure that they close the gap to those three breakaway riders.
Luke Roberts in there as well through the quiet streets of Fishhook, and that's one thing we won't see at this year's tour, the number of people along the roadside, as JP Lloyd doing the work here for Shesha. And he's got Pedri Kraus with him, a youngster doing the work for Shesha Fuels. And back with the women, and it's again all back together. Looks like Courtney Webb on the front there alongside Emma Pallant, back from her experience at the World Championships. What an experience that must have been in Flanders a couple of weeks ago. That's Courtney on the left-hand side. Wonderful.
Had a chat with her last week about the experience. I mean, she thoroughly enjoyed it, and it was a life-changing moment as well for her. So it pretty much, I mean, I can imagine as we go back to the elites, David Murray still at the front, the workhorse for the Team Enza.
Absolutely. And he thrives in these sort of situations, and he's doing a wonderful job for Team Enza. Arvin Steenkamp Jr. for Teg Pro Cycling as well, going through very, very well. And this group going roundabout, as we heard from Mike Finch, so a minute there and thereabouts, fluctuating thereabouts on the flats through the False Bay coastline. And there is the bunch with a degree of urgency, as you see the sharp end now. It's being driven by Shisha Fuels. Team Mad Max in the mix as well. Shamik Saleh, who's will be involved at the sprint.
Should be. I mean, that's his forte. So I think he's going to be expend himself for maybe one of those riders. I'm thinking, I mean, Jaco Venter is renowned. His palmares just speaks for itself. He's a great rider. So probably when they go towards Sacred Bossi and Chappies and the exact order, he will probably just put on the gauntlet.
No, a bit of movement at the front of the women's race, but it's not going to come too much, as it's all going to be shut down once again. No one able to really escape this very strong bunch. There's just Nick Dlamini there, also a very familiar style, head up, very still. That was a hallmark of Nick. And all these World Tour riders, the absolute complete stillness about the body and the head. It comes of thousands and thousands of hours and kilometers. That's a pretty special sight, isn't it?
I mean, I'm trying to think now in terms of what the conversation is with regards to the teams that are in the bunch, when they're prepared to actually go and bring back that breakaway. But as you can see, though, Shesha has been putting in a lot of work.
Yeah.
Shesha Fuels has been putting a lot of work because they don't have anybody in that breakaway, three-man breakaway.
Could be Jaco van Dijk third behind Shamik Saleh there.
Wow, check out that beautiful helicopter shot.
Stunning. Beautiful scenes of the Cape Town Cycle Tour charging around the Cape Peninsula on a breathtaking morning. Breathless as well, not a gust of wind. It's truly, well, Mike Finch suggested there's perhaps a hint of a headwind, but I don't think it's much that make a massive difference to the race. Arvin Steenkamp Jr., David Maria, and behind them Keenan Root doing all the work on the front, these three sharing it pretty much equitably. But trying to make this gap grow. Simonstown in the distance looms as Shesha Fuels start to put a bit of pressure on the front of the chase bunch to bring the gap down. It's a JP Lloyd who knows a thing or two about working hard on the front of this race before. We've seen him do that a number of times. Back of the right-hand side is the women's race.
Looks like now they're going towards Chapman's Peak.
Which is where we may see some real action unfold in the women's race.
Yeah, having just turned right, going towards Masiphumelele, then they'll take that left towards Chappies.
Just slightly increasing the pace, you can sense there. So Ryan is just managing to stay on here. So let's now go to the start, and Dion Bing is our man at the start line.
Yeah, down here with Nadeem in the start chute, and I'm looking around, I'm seeing bananas, I'm seeing all bananas in pajamas, all kinds of things. The fierce is back, eh?
It is indeed, it's such a wonderful day. We have perfect weather. We can't wait to start after such a long and hard time through COVID period. It's good to start today.
Yeah, I've been checking you, taking a couple of selfies. Excited to be here again. Eh? Are you sending any pictures around to your friends?
Yes, I am. Taking pictures for my club, sending pictures to my wife and kids. Just want to keep the memories for this special day, awesome day.
Amazing, amazing day. And how's the training been going? I mean, there have been various challenges in getting your training done, including health, you know. So how's your training been going?
It's been going good, you know. You have to adapt, you know, indoor training, you know, whenever you could get on the road, you know, running, cycling, but, you know, it's been awesome trying to adapt and motivating yourself, and that's the main point.
Exactly, self-motivation, super difficult over this time when a lot of the time we've been locked down. You've done the route before?
I've done the route before. This is going to be my 7th tour. So I'm looking to improve just to see what the training was like. Okay, so you're also going for a time. It's not just to, you know, check out the dassies. No relaxing. I'm riding with friends and they're going to push me. They're going to push you. And you train together? Yes, always. You can't be alone at the road, so always safety first. Lovely. Have a safe ride with your friends and we'll see you at the finish. Thank you very much. Awesome. Awesome stuff. We're going to move on down. Let's take a little walk down. Let's take a walk down. Sorry, what's your name? Right, we stopped in on Ron. He didn't realize he was going to be live, going global around the world. Ron, you've done this tour before?
Yeah, 17 times.
17 times. And we weren't sure if it was going to happen this year. How do you feel about it going ahead again this year?
Awesome, as long as it's great weather.
Yeah. And look at this weather. I mean, I'm sure in your 18 years, 17 years, you've had some difficult starts, eh?
We have, yeah. Cape of Storms. Cape of Storms,
but it's a perfect day. What is the best part of the route for you going around the peninsula? And I know there are many beautiful places.
Yeah, there are. There's some awesome places around the point. The Misty Cliffs, Smithswinkel, as much as it's a hard climb, it's memorable. And yeah, just it's such a heritage tour, you know, it's something to be special, appreciated, and I'll do it again and again.
Oh, lovely to have you, Ron. Yeah. Thanks so much for joining us today and have a safe ride.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. We're going to hang on over. Looking around.
Mr. Dion Bing at the start, a little vibe going on at the start. It is a different start, of course, because it's not the huge hoopla that used to go on at the start as our lead trio continue to try and open the gap. A little bit of a look around there to look for a little more work from Malvern Steenkamp Jr. as the bunch go through historic Simonstown, the naval headquarters of South Africa. And it is truly spectacular. JP Lloyd on the front here for the Shesa Fuels team, the team of race defending champion Travis Barrett, and there's some urgency now. Shamik Sali there for Mad Max, HB Kriya and his Alpha Bodyworks team doing some work here. Sean Nick Bester also in that team to see if they can pull it off. Brandon Christians and they might look to at the finish if it comes down to a sprint. So let's pop back to the women's race, and there's been a bit of movement on the front here, and that looks like Ricky Lee Brookstone Yes, it is. Ricky Lee Brookston has put in a bit of an attack here. Well, we not seen anyone put any significant time into this reduced group. And guess who's chasing her down? Emma Pallant. She's been the most animated rider in this field. And Emma Pallant, the super triathlete from the United Kingdom, is starting to close down Ricky Lee Brookstone. Hazel McGill is the rider on Emma Pallant's wheel there. And Paris Edwards just behind her. But it's all going to be, Ricky Lee Brookstone is going to be brought back. There's the South African champion, Hayley Preen, in the white top there. Pallant has done so much work on the front. That's Emma Pallant. She's won half Ironman events in Boulder and in Alcatraz. So she's been very, very successful this year. There's Ricky Lee Brookston.
I mean, just talking about Emma Pallant, I mean, I know how cool the sport of cycling is. You would think and you would want her to win. I mean, she's put in so much work at the front. She's just been animating the front, you know, making sure that she is. So you would want her to move, but as you can see on the left screen, the group has actually dwindled down a little bit, you know, from when we started.
Yeah, the pace, I think there's subtle increase in the pace has started to thin the group out a bit.
As they take that left turn, going towards Chapman's Peak now, this is where the moves are going to happen. Beautiful scenery, but tough on the legs.
Absolutely. Ricky Lee Brookston's been brought back, the Johannesburg rider. So they're heading towards the first really significant, is Nicola Walker on the frontier of the women's race, the significant challenge of Little Chappies coming up.
Yes.
And that's going to be perhaps again where we might see things separated out again.
Something that's a little familiar with all these top contenders is that we have not seen the likes of Candice at the front, the likes of Hayley Preen at the front, but I think you'll probably start seeing them now coming up, Chappies and Sekerbosi.
Yeah, keeping their powder dry. There is Hayley Preen in the South African champions jersey, also back from an experience of a lifetime at the World Championships. And a top quality multi-sport athlete as well, of course, a former exterior champion of South Africa, so she knows a thing or two about, there's Kimberly Lecourt, who knows a thing or two about winning this event. She just caught a glimpse of the Mauritian rider for Galileo Risk Infinity. It's Cape Town's Nicola Walker putting in an effort on the front of this group and doing the work. Ricky Lee Brookston from Johannesburg behind her. Then it's Emma Pallant from the United Kingdom. We head back to the chase group in the men's race. And the gap, we're guessing at the gap of around about a minute, being held at a minute, but the work is being done at the front here by Chesa Fuels to try and bring back that breakaway of 3 riders. Very special morning for all these riders. Remember, we're watching the elite race now, but we'll be with you for a few hours still to bring you the heart and soul of the Cape Town Cycle Tour presented by Pick and Pay, which is those riders heading off all the way through the morning. Not quite as late as in previous years because there are not quite as many bunches. The last of the batches leaves at 6 minutes past 9. Yeah, there's some aggression being injected into this chase now, you feel.
Riders now probably making their way towards Smithsfinkel, 2 through 3Ks to go to Smithsfinkel.
Looks like Neil Rousseau from Alpha Bodyworks doing some work on the front here. Yes, indeed. Alpha Bodyworks, HB career, a man who has good experience on the road, but is also a very fine mountain biker. Sean Nick Bester likewise. And Daniel Matthews, Brandon Christians. And they are now no longer in the front. There's red and black kit, but Shisa Fuels bringing some riders to the front now to help JP Lloyd. 1:15, we're told, the gap to the leading trio. I think that the second rider there is Jacob van Dijk.
I mean, 1:15 gap is quite significant in terms of these guys, but I think what will probably happen is it'll start dwindling down as they go towards Chapman's Peak, and they'll probably be swallowed out at Sekerbosi. That's my probably prediction.
Okay, back with the women's race now. And Kelsey van Schoor on the back there, real talent. And Emma Pallant
look
on the
at
front
that,
again. Well, it's two triathletes, a former age group world champion behind her in Paris Edwards, and Emma Pallant. Well, there's an opportunity approaching as they are closing in on Chapman's Peak to again initiate a bit of an attack. We'll wait and see if she intends to do that.
About to hit the foot of little chappies as well.
We're on the furthest part of the course almost. A look over her shoulder from Emma Pallant to see who's staying with her. Well, pretty much everyone for the time being. As we head back to the chase group of the men's race. A little bit of an arrowhead about the front of that as they head out towards Smithswinkel. First real test now.
Real test, and that's where you'll probably see some of the moves actually making. I'm thinking 60% of the group will probably get away from that, depending on how strong the other riders are, obviously.
So these back with the women. It's Nara Grovier in the back there. Pallant, such a smooth, efficient cycling, riding style. Very, very still and steady.
I mean, just talking as well about those individual riders in the ladies category. I'm starting to think, is she probably riding for somebody? Has she made in cahoots
an
with
alliance?
someone?
You wonder with the well, there's we get a look at Ashley van der Walt at the back there, but we haven't seen, as you mentioned earlier, the likes of Candice Lill. Hayley Preen's been very quiet as well. So yeah, you never quite know what those alliances, what happened over a breakfast coffee during the week as to what about it working together. You just get a sense that there's a bit of work. There's Candice Lill in the colours of faces just on the right hand side there. Out the saddle now, bit of an effort as they head into Little Chappies.
Just about go through the gate as they do.
And now we're going to see as we flick back to the most beautiful sight.
Man.
And Emma Pallant keeps that steady tempo that has been the hallmark of her race throughout. We've seen her do this in this position, in this part of the race before. Paris Edwards behind her. Very strong rider. And these are riders who are going to have to work just to stay with the group here. They don't want to get dropped, so they're all fighting for position. Some will be rolling backwards. I see Yolandi Swanepoel there, just struggling to keep the wheel there. She pulls it back now.
Yolandi riding for Garmin, one of the partners of the Cape Town Cycle Tour, presented by Pick and Pay.
Absolutely. Yeah, Emma is starting to, you can just see the effort going in now.
Rocking the shoulders.
Yep. Noorhoek Beach to the left, the little village of Noorhoek they passed through. Yeah, just a little rock and roll tells you that she's putting in some big power through those pedals. As Edwards and Preen is now there with her. So Hayley Preen's recognized this could be a moment. You don't want to be too far back in the group.
We should be able to see Candice Thill also shortly, just probably in the top 10. Just making sure that they neutralize, or if anything gets to go, they are part of that.
Preen, of course, the South African champion in Swellendam. It seems like years ago, but March this year.
Yeah. It's crazy how time flies, eh?
Yeah, one or two. You can just catch a glimpse of riders dropping off. There's Candice Lill on the left-hand side, just behind Hayley Preen. You can expect that Kim LaCourte might well be in this as well. The little roll down. They may well think, those who've done this for the first time, that doing this first time, oh, this is it. No, it's not. There's more to come.
There's more to come. It was just a precursor to the deadly one.
That was just the welcoming committee at the foot of Chapman's Peak. You catch a glimpse of what looks to be an ocean of glass today.
And I think, as you can see as well, the group has actually dwindled down a bit from when they started little chatties.
Just that little climb, has thinned it out. Maybe a little bit of an opportunity for those riders to get back on this descent, but then they'll have to work again on the full climb of Chapman's Peak as Emma Pallant drives it hard. Now, on the front of the race, Vuyo Mavuya has gone away of the chasing peloton. Unfortunately, not able to stay with the men's race, but just a little update on that. The group, there are 3 riders ahead there, and they have about a minute and 15-second lead over the chasing group.
Now comes the action of the ladies, going up the main chappies now.
And immediately going to the front, looks like Paris Edwards has gone to drive it on the front here to see if she can thin the group out. Looks over the shoulder. Damage done? Not quite yet, although there are riders scrambling behind there trying to stay with it. At the back here, Caitlin Thompson. And there's another look at the counter-attack out of the group.
Yes. Vuyo Mavuya, local lad out of Khayelitsha.
He's seeing if he can bridge across. It'll be a supreme effort if he can. But bold and brave. Well, you cannot fault a rider for trying his luck on the Cape Town Cycle Tour. It's the biggest stage for South African riders, and trying to put himself in the frame here under those famous, the overhang on Chapman's Peak. Back with the women.
As you can see now, some of the ladies losing the wheels as they go up. It gets a little bit intense as they take those switchbacks up to the top of Chapman's Peak.
Emma Pallant out the saddle there. Hayley Preen matching her. This is going to be significant. Here goes Hayley Preen now. This is a little attack towards the top of Chapman's Peak. She's gone hard and early here, has Hayley Preen, the South African champion. Look at the gap on Emma Pallant. Well, this is the first significant move we've really seen from one of the favourites in the race, in the women's race. It's Hayley Preen of the South African champions colours, who's put in the effort here.
Obviously in great form, so we want to see if there will be a response. She's probably sussing out her competitors as well, but it's a great move just to see who's able to respond, and maybe she can also then counter-attack as well when they bridge up to her.
Perhaps put enough effort in here to thin the group out and then head up Seikabosi with a really reduced group. Well, the truly spectacular sights, Noordhoek Beach down below into Hout Bay as the riders climb one of the world's most iconic roads, Chapman's Peak. And this group has been significantly thinned out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think, in that group. You can see riders making an effort to rejoin it, but Hayley Preen has been brought back by the group. So a little tester from the South African champion to say, if you're going to want to win this race, you're going to have to contend with me. Kimberly Lecourt's in this group as well as Emma Pallant. Paris Edwards is still there.
I think Candice Lill is here at the front.
Yes. So the time trial and the road race champions of South Africa both in position. Some riders making their way back to the lead group as they get towards the summit, and there's a clever little false summit here on Chapman's Peak, isn't there?
It is indeed. I think they probably have about a kilometer now to go to the top as she goes on another attack. I mean, relentless attack here from Hayley Preen, but she's being followed now by Candice. She's also responding.
And Kimberly Lecourt behind her. Kelsey van Schoor's in this group as well. So a little look over her shoulder from Hayley Preen to see what damage has been done. Again, the group is still as it was when she launched that attack. And they'll come round into the sunshine with Hout Bay down on the left-hand side.
Let's see how far they are from the summit. Well, probably 400 meters.
Yeah. Now Candice Lill on the front of this group. Kimberly Lecourt behind her. And Hayley Preen, there we go, image of the group 2, 4, 6, 8. I think Zilda Brits might be in there as well, I'm not sure. Back to the men's race. This is just a quick glance back to see how they're going, and to guess who David Maria, the effort he's been putting in here, going past the entrance to the Cape Point Nature Reserve, and still in that breakaway. Keenan Roots putting in a magnificent effort, as well as Arvind Senkamp Jr. So they're still up ahead, but you sense from David Maria's effort there that they're starting to be to close in on them, the chase pack.
As the lady have just gone over towards the top, going downhill now towards Hout Bay.
Kimberly Lecourt just glancing across at the bay there, appreciating perhaps the beauty of this route. It's difficult not to, even when you are racing. So Kimberly Lecourt on the front of this group. And of course she won this in 2018. And it's Candice Lill, mountain biker, at the time trial champion of South Africa for this year as well.
These are the splits now in the men's race. I see they've just gone as well over Smithswinkel towards Scarborough.
It looks as though that group might have thinned out as well. That men's races. Two different images of the women. Now we go back to the men in the split. And it looks like one of the guys might be from Alpha Bodyworks on the front of that chase group, looking to put in a counter-attack.
Looks like Albert Krier.
Meanwhile, the women descending at breakneck speed down the Hout Bay side of Chapman's Peak. A group of 8 riders on the front here. That split from the enlarged lead group initiated by an attack by Hayley Preen halfway up Chapman's Peak that sorted out a few of the riders a little further back. That is the lead group on the right-hand side of the men's race. David Maria on the front there, Keenan Rutt and Alban Steenkamp Jr. from Teg Pro Cycling.
I mean, you still see the Cheshire guys out in front. Trying to bridge, make sure that they limit their losses. Because the next obstacle now will obviously be Chapman's Peak for them.
It looks like the Cheshire guy might have gone off the front of this group, the chase group. Whoopsie. Maybe Njoka van Dijk who lost a pedal there. Maybe they've got these riders in their sights now. But, they're not holding back though. Alban Steenkamp Jr. here, gloveless and looking very relaxed. David Maria, that, as we've said earlier, familiar style of his, very low over the bars is David. Such a track cycling position, although he's obviously a very handy rider on the road as well. Keenan Rutt emptying his tank to stay with it. Shisha Teg Pro as well at the sharp end here.
And if you see the guys from Teg and the Wahoo just disrupting the peloton, making sure they don't close that gap, because they've got guys at the front.
Ladies, I think.
Going to the ladies as they've just gone past that boom gate.
Yep.
Going down towards Hout Bay, then they'll take a left. Going past Endulwini.
Barrett Edwards on the front here. Haley Preen. Emma Pallant for the first time almost since we've seen the women's race. Now perhaps content with the group that they've got there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 riders now. And riding there down to Hout Bay.
Two more ladies having bridged towards them as they eased off the pressure.
So just a little ceasefire for the time being in the women's race. They know what's coming. Seikaborsi looms ahead after Hout Bay. And allowing a few more riders to come back into that group as well as we head back to the men's elite race. Still a big bunch in this chase group.
I mean, not a lot of coordination from them to try and catch the trio that's been up the road for the past 30 minutes or so.
Alban Steenkamp Jr. of Teg Pro Cycling, Keenan Rutt and David Maria, the three riders up ahead. Been there since the blue route, the turn off from the blue route. They put in the real acceleration that saw that gap grow from around 20 seconds to just over a minute. So that lead group of women, they've been swollen to a dozen riders now. Fast sweeping roads down into Hout Bay.
I think I just saw Caitlin Thompson just wiggling her legs a bit.
Yeah. Well, so little racing this year. All the traditional events that should have taken place, would be taking place, have not happened. So this is such a significant event for all these riders. as professionals and semi-professionals to try and pull something out of what has been a really tough 18 months.
I mean, a lot of them have been yearning for events, and what a great way to start it off, or rather end it off the year, rather, with the Cape Town Cycle Tour. As they're just about to approach that traffic circle and take that left turn.
Yeah, the calendar, that's, I think this is all the Brits on the front. 20-year-old who's been racing in Europe over the last couple of months for the Live Cycling team. Great opportunity, not many get that opportunity to go and race in Europe, and it's the differential really with looking at South African cyclists across all disciplines, the ability to get overseas and test yourself against
amongst
the best in the toughest events and the toughest conditions. And only the strong survive, as we've observed over many years. And it does put into perspective how incredibly strong, and not only physically but mentally strong riders like Nicholas Dlamini, like Jaco Venter, who spent many years racing over there, Reinhard Janssen van Rensburg, going back to the Pathfinder in many ways, Robbie Hunter.
I think as well, if you get to make it in the European scene, I mean, the odds of you getting a team are very high.
Yeah.
You know, if you make it in the European scene.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's all the Brits who's just rolling here on the left-hand side with the white with the green cross on her jersey. And it's all gone peaceful now in the women's race. You take a time out, so to speak. As they
It's
pass
the calm before the storm.
Yes, exactly. They pass that 10th. It is the 10th of 13 aid stations along the way. Kelsey van Schoor here back right. She'll fancy her chances. She's been in this position as well in the lead group, going to the finish in the Cape Town Cycle Tour the last time around. Hayley Preen is there as well, Edwards. And Emma Pallant, Zilda Brits rode in the Tour of Ardèche 7-day stage race, her last event in Europe, towards the end of last month. The famous roundabout circle at the base of the Chapman's. At least Hout Bay, beg your pardon.
Yeah. Now they're going to start eyeing at each other. And this is where the breakaway or the move needs to happen.
Yeah, this is going to be a key moment here, you feel, in the women's race. Hayley Preen takes a drink from her bottle. Alongside her, Zilda Brits. Paris Edwards lurking on the left-hand side there, takes a drink as well. Emma Pallant is there and thereabouts. In fact, where she's been pretty much throughout the race, in the front of proceedings.
So some of the riders as well emptying their bottles, you know, for weight as they go up Sekerbosi. And if you see the group as well, they were about 8 when they were going up at the top when Hayley Preen attacked. But now there's 13, so 5 more riders have actually joined.
Yeah, they've that pace there now. Preen gets out the saddle and says, well, I'm going to have a little look at this. It's definitely not a full-out attack just yet. Candice Lill just bridges across. Kimberly Lecourt, Emma Pallant. And look at the gap behind them. Kelsey van Schoor's made this group as well. And now Candice Lill. She knows this hill very, very well.
This is going to be interesting. I mean, Hayley Preen just started at the bottom, making sure that she goes out early, just to see who's going to respond. And I mean, Sekerbosi will actually, as they say, Sekerbosi Veljoe.
Yeah.
Let's see who it'll have.
Who's it going to take?
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's not the steepest climb in the world, but coming when it does in the race.
Exactly.
Yep. And it's one of those that does play a decisive role in the outcome of these races. As Emma Pallant just looks over her shoulder. They're passing through. They haven't yet reached the base of the traffic lights at the bottom there. The moment is. So there they are. Pallant, Lacourt, Lil, and Preen.
I feel like we're about to see some fireworks here. Up Sekerbossi.
Colours of the former Mauritian champion on her, the bands on her sleeve for Kimberly Lacourt. Been doing a lot more mountain biking, and she joined the mountain biking team this year. Okay, more riders coming back to join this group. 14 now, I think, the number in that women's group. And just you feel a tension starting to build ahead of the base of the climb. Lacourt and Pallant. Mauritius and England on the front of that group there. Courtney Webb, and there's so Kerry Yonkers in that group as well. So this race building up nicely, and Seamus Allardyce has got the best seat in the house, except he's not on a bicycle, he's on a motorbike. Seamus, what's it looking like out there? This is a key moment, you feel?
I think so, Gerald. I think we're going to hit course on Sacred Water starts to get a little deeper. There's been sort of a couple of almost exploratory attacks by Hayley Preen, and she goes again. There goes Hayley. Do you want to take it away, Gerald?
There we're just seeing Hayley Preen go now and put in an attack. Paris Edwards is the one who's trying to, but look at Hayley Preen, an injection of pace, an attack up the climb, up Sekerbossi for the South African champion, and this could be decisive. She's really looking strong. She put in, as Seamus had suggested, just through Hart Bay there, just test it, just to open the tempo a little bit, but now out of the saddle, Hayley Preen. It's not a full-out attack, but it's enough to say, listen, you're going to have to contend with me and maybe shed a few riders out of that group once those who've just rejoined.
Want to see what damage she's done, as we see Candice Lill as well with Emma. Want to see what the gap is.
So yeah, the little injection of pace there from Hayley Preen up early slopes of parts of they're back again of Sekerbossi. Emma Pallant in there.
And she's taken out half the group. I mean, there's just about 6 riders now left.
Well, Emma Pallant has done so much work in this race. How much has she got left when it really counts now as we head down to the business end of the women's race in the Cape Town Cycle Tour? Wow. Hart Bay and Sekerbossi, the vein running up in between the mountains here and over to Llandudno and the Atlantic seaboard as the women's Cape Town Cycle Tour race presented by Pick and Pay builds to a crescendo on this climb. Riders again scrambling to try and make their way back into this group of 6 at the moment on the front. Yeah, Hayley Preen having it looked as though she had a smile on her face there, looking across at Emma Pallant as back with the men's race. Darwin Rear looks over his shoulder. That suggests that they may be coming a bit of a heat from behind in the main group. Alwyn Steenkamp Jr. on the front. And Keenan Root has done so well here to be in amongst these two, Misty Cliffs and the like now.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're reason why he is looking behind is probably the gap is significantly reduced.
Yep.
So they are hot on their heels. So they're obviously trying to make sure again that they do put a bit of pressure, that they maintain that gap that they had. I think at the last time it was sitting at 1 minute 15 seconds.
Yeah, the last clear one we heard, around about 1 minute and 15. And look at Keenan Root, you just get a feeling he's starting to take a bit of strain now out of the saddle to regain contact with the back wheel of Steenkamp. But the machine, the diesel engine that is David Maria, has been supreme here for Team Enza. And just a reminder, Team Enza do have Clint Hendricks, who, of course, is a winner of this race in 2016, and Nolan Hoffman, who is a winner 2018, 15, and 14. So they've got some firepower. If those riders can get over the climbs and survive, they will be significant when it comes to the finish.
I mean, it'll probably be theirs to lose, if I can put it that way.
Absolutely. Well, man doing a lot of the work on the front here, Jean-Pierre Lloyd for Chesa Fuels has been putting in many turns on the front to try and manage that gap. They're doing a sound job at that for sure. But this is the lead group. Again, route to the front here. And, well, David Maria wants to push it on. And David Maria is saying, you're going to have to go a bit harder than that, guy, because we are going to go. We are going to go from here. Look at the different styles and the cadence of David Maria and particularly Alwyn Steenkamp Jr. David bobbing around, working every sinew in his body, is focused on getting the best and the most out of his bike, as Steenkamp just out the saddle there to change the position and change gear and stay with him. Candice Lill on the front, Emma Pallant, Kimberly LeCourt, Kelsey van Schoor. That's the quartet at the front of this group at the moment.
I wonder where Hayley Preen is. Is she at the back, or did she pull another attack again?
Now out of the bunch, and this is Dirkie-Nel, the Cycle Power team. So they are looking now to counter. In the shadow of the mountains on the Misty Cliff side in Scarborough, it is Dirkie-Nel, and now Chesa Fuels pushing hard for them is Alex Worsdale. He does this so well. Nel.
Alex Worsdale, a great rider. I think he came top 10 in the SA Champs back in March in Swellendam. And here we have Shamik Sali as well, local boy here.
And de Klerk Jacobs, always we have an under 23 who's deciding to take his chances. Wow, spectacular sight of Cape Town, and particularly out there, Hout Bay on the far reaches. They're back with the women's group, switching around the bales, splitting it, so 3 and 3.
Well, our winner of the 43rd edition of the Cape Town Cycle Tour, presented by Pick n Pay, will come out of this group.
Yep, that you feel is correct, Sipho. This is now the decisive group in the women's race. As they come down out of Llandudno, fast descent. Yeah, there are no more climbs to be dealt with now. So Kelsey van Schoor there on the front. They will have to work together for a while here just to make sure that they don't get any more to rejoin them.
All downhill now towards the finish line. as we move back to the men's category.
Harry Crouch. So Cycle Power putting some effort in here with Chester Fuels. Let's see if they can bring it back. Rosedale
about to take that ride towards Ocean View, and then Massey, and then straight into Chapman's Peak, where I reckon some of the mountain bike riders are going to go to the front, the likes of Alan Hatley.
Dylan Geary there on the right-hand side, together with Alex Worsdale and Barry Crouch. So it's all starting to take a different look here. Eric Cross as well for TEG Pro Cycling. As we head back to the women's race. Preen, the Kimberly Lacourt there, closest to camera here. At the back is Emma Pallant and the pink and the light blue. Van Schoor is there. And it might be Sonara Kruvier there, 312, Van Schoor's teammate. Just ahead of Candice Lill. I think it is. Yes. So they have two customized cycling. Sonara Kruvier and Kelsey Van Schoor. Emma Pallant leading it down there, and Hayley Preen on the back here has been an animator over the back end of this race.
Yeah. I think Hayley now sees that this is the select group that's going to make it to the finish. They'll ride together, and then every woman for themselves at the finish line.
Absolutely. Customized have two riders here. So if there are any opportunities, these two, Kelsey's bearing herself on the front here for Sonara Kruvier, who might well be the go-to rider at the sprint finish.
As they go past 12 Apostles, obviously one of the partners of the Cape Town Cycle Tour presented by Pick n Pay is Tsogosan, hosting some of our riders and our crew.
So they're taking turns. They're Preen, last year's or this year's South African champion, 2018 winner of the cycle tour. Kimberly Lacourt is there as well. Of course, last year's winner Cherise Willate is not here. And there's the chase group. We understand about a minute to the leaders, still around a minute.
It hasn't come down that much.
No.
I mean, they were at 1:15 at one point.
So is this in the lead group? Oh, it's in the chase group. That's Dylan Geary. The women's race is heading down to its conclusion at a breakneck speed on the Atlantic seaboard. The men have still some work to do, and particularly the looming challenge of Chapman's Peak, which is where this race will take on, I would suggest, a very different complexion as the climbers start to try and put the pressure on the sprinters there. Great conditions for flying and great conditions for riding today at the Cape Town Cycle Tour. Beautiful day. Cape Town putting on an absolute show today. Beautiful conditions. Mad Max going to the front there. There's third wheel there, Jaco Venter. You can see big imposing figure of Jaco. This is Etnard Low on the front. And he hands over to Jared West. So Mad Max starting to come to the fore here. They've got a significantly big team here. Venter, Matthew Kaiser could be a factor for them. We haven't seen him at the front at all. So these are two of their young riders doing the work on the front. Jared West on the front, number 54. Yet not low, just behind him. Matthew Kaiser, Alex Hayward, Jaco Venter, and Shamik Sali we've seen quite prominent early on in the race.
He's been very active at the front, so I think he's getting some firepower from his teammates to make sure that they bring back the bunch, as Alex as well also goes to the front. You can see Jaco Venter is just sitting at the back as the last man standing for the team.
Well, it's starting to build up quite nicely.
So they're going towards, they'll go past Masi Pumelele. And there goes Alex going towards the front, chopping and changing as the team Etnat Low right behind him. Etnat also a seasoned mountain biker, switching into road.
This is a big effort from Mad Max now, bringing all their men to the front here. Look at this. This is a significant moment, you feel. Michael Finch is out there on the road of this men's race. Michael, Mad Max putting in the effort to try and close that gap and bring their men into the picture here. Michael Finch, are you with us, Mike? Not able to connect with Mike Finch out on the motorbike at the sharp end of that men's race. This is our leading trio, and still David Maria, Alwyn Steenkamp Jr. and Keenan Root, the three men who took the race on the flat roads coming out of Wynberg and out onto the Blue Route. They attacked out of the big bunch there and hooked a left off the highway and haven't been seen since. Well, a minute, but they've kept that gap at around a minute and 15, maybe 20 seconds at most, for almost the entire time since. There is the chase group. Maybe they're just holding them there.
Holding them there just to make sure as they hit that the bottom of Chapman's Peak, then they're able to bridge towards them. Because if you can see that as our spectators, or rather viewers, those guys have been putting out 110% out on the front since they left Blue Route.
Mad Max of the team we last saw on the front of this chase group putting in the hard yards to try and pull it back. And they'd brought the whole armada to the front. As we flick back to the women's race, and now we're getting serious through Camps Bay.
Less than 10 kilometers to go to Chapman's Peak, to the finish line, going through Chapman's Peak. Fireworks now are going to go off.
Yeah, the men have got a way to go to Chapman's Peak, but the women have got very little space to go to the end of their race as they go through Camps Bay now. And there's Kim Lecourt, so Sonara Revere on the front there. There it goes. 301 is Hayley Preen, who's got the power to get away from this group in a sprint. Kimberly Lecourt as well. And Emma Pallant. Well, it might be a challenge for Emma to win this at a sprint. We may see her try and go a little early.
A little early, she'll probably have to do that. But I mean, Hayley is looking super strong. So it will be between Hayley and Candice if I put my money on it.
There is Candice Lill, fresh off a race win yesterday on the mountain bike, a very tough race in the Boerlander in the Bannock Valley. She won that very impressively, a 70-kilometer marathon race in some pretty tricky conditions. So she's in really, really good shape. And Hayley Preen, every time it gets a little bit of a pitch, she goes to the front to say, "Listen, I'm up for this." And doesn't put in a monster attack, just ups the tempo. So it's building up beautifully, this, and Preen now rolls aside, maybe waiting for Candice Lill to come through, which she does eventually, but somewhat reluctantly, you feel. Candice, of course, an Olympian, and Sinara Crovia there.
Some discussions there.
Yeah, words being exchanged. No one really prepared to work here, you feel. Emma Pallant now, she moves to the front. Kelsey van Screw will stay with her. You sense Emma Pallant is looking for half an opportunity here to catch maybe Hayley Preen and Candice Lill at the back of the group and go. But Preen won't be caught sleeping. She's not the South African champion for nothing. And Candice Lill and Hayley Preen are keeping a watchful eye on one
another. As they go past Fourth Beach now. I mean, now their focus is just on the finish line now.
Finish is all that counts for Candice. Of course, her best result was at the World Championships this year. She was 11th in the short track cross country. And her best result in the full cross country at the World Cups was 30th. Finished 24th at the Olympic Games. As we go back to the men's race on the right-hand side, in fact, on both of these images, Alvin Steenkamp Jr., Keenan Root, and the busy David Maria behind there, trying to tuck in and get as much assistance from the rider in front of him as possible.
In the little town of Noordhoek.
Well, they've done very well indeed to make this stick for as long as it has. As Mad Max continue to bring it on, Cycle Power to the right-hand side in the blue. Chisa Fuels have got 1 or 2 riders, 3 riders up there as well. But Mad Max are a big team, a lot of riders. And Cycle Power bring another rider to the front.
As you see on the right-hand screen, one of the Mad Max riders also going towards the front.
Well, if we were to work out the percentages of who's done the most work on the front here, you would feel, we haven't seen them all the time, that David Maria probably holds the lion's share of that. He is supremely strong and has had a busy year of our athletes had to work so hard to get to the Olympic Games, and admitted himself that he was he was a little bit out of his depth there in terms of the quality of the riders at the Olympic Games, but it was a massive experience for him and inspired him, I think, to push on and continue on with this great sport of cycling and try and achieve more. And he's certainly doing so here at the Cycle Tour, doing a great job on the front of this group. Now we'll get a little look to see what that gap is.
Still looks significant.
Yep. There's Noordhoek, the flatter sections of Noordhoek, and then it'll start going that incline into Baby Chappies, and so it'll start.
I think they've hit that false flat now before Chappies. And this is probably where that gap will start significantly dropping.
Yeah.
Start dropping.
Well, I don't want to lose anyone from this group, these 3 riders. Right-hand side, women heading now towards the finish. Very, very close. Hayley Preen on the front here. They look like they're soft pedaling a little bit at for the moment.
Is about to make.
Yeah, just looking over his shoulder, waiting for a move. Kelsey van Schoor, Kim Lecourt. Snara Crouvier, there's Candice Lill in the right colours of faces as they hook the left down towards the seafront at Sea Point. How is this going to unfold? Emma Pallant, second from back here, has done so much work throughout this race.
This is the lot, what, 3 kilometers to the finish?
Yeah, this is it. It's going to be flat out from here. It's Hayley Preen on the front, the South African champion. Backs off. Kelsey van Schoor. And now Candice Lill puts in an effort. The mountain biker going long. Candice Lill for faces. Can she make this count? She's got Sonara Crouvier on her wheel for customized cycling. But look over her shoulders, and it's not split much now. Hayley Preen, the South African road race champion, takes over. Past the Sea Point swimming pool. They're not going to lose anyone here that easy.
Just shows to tell you that Candice is wanting to see if she can actually make a gap, because I don't think she's confident in terms of out sprinting the likes of Hayley Preen.
Well, Kim Lecourt is the only one who's won this event before in this group in a bunch sprint. She has that experience. It was a bigger bunch though, and no, they're all keeping an eye out of the saddle on who's going to make the significant and telling move at the right time and the right moment. Hayley Preen has a drink of a bottle. They are going to bring it to the line and a sprint. When's that sprint going to kick off? Emma Pallant has brought herself up to a second wheel now. Sonara Crouvier alongside Pallant. Kim Lecourt alongside Candice Lill, having a chat, those two. David Maria continues to work in the men's race, but it's all about the women for now as they roll in towards the finish. Emma Pallant, will she lure them away, or at least use this opportunity to have a go? She knows she probably hasn't got the firepower to hold off likes of Hayley Preen and perhaps Crouvier to get away for the win in the sprint at least. I mean, breathless it is on the beachfront there. Absolutely perfect conditions.
Crazy how they've just almost completely gone
rolled to a standstill. Yeah.
You know,
who's going to make a move here? The Sunday morning roll through Sea Point. Someone has to make a move here. The tension is building. Who's it going to be, and when is it going to be? Emma Pallant winding it up on the inside there. Candice Lill sees it going. Hayley Preen stays on Emma Pallant's wheel. The triathlete Emma Pallant. Hayley has a multi-sport background as well. Emma Pallant now winds it up. She's going to try and go long and hold off the marauders from behind, the sprinters. Or is she going to lead out for Candice Lill? Who knows? But I fancy she wants the win here as Hayley Preen sits on her wheel.
As you can also see, there are about 2 riders that are trying to bridge because of what the lull that they did.
They've allowed riders to come and rejoin them. Perhaps they will. There they come. Yeah, Emma Pallant looking over their shoulder. That will complicate matters if you bring another 2 in here who suddenly didn't have a chance and now fancy their chances of winning.
I mean, the riding experience of Kim to actually be in the right position right behind Haley. Says a lot about it, and let's see what it'll actually bring out.
The finish is just around the corner. Once they go through the last set of 2 sets of traffic lights, there are 2 riders coming back now.
Two riders have just joined with probably less than a kilometer to go.
337, which is Kerry Jonker. And they are now over those mats and now closing in on the finish. Just trying to pick up who that other rider is. 343, Sonica Klopper. The Kerry Jonker, Sonica Klopper, and Emma Pallant still driving it on the front here, but it's a sort of slow motion lead out, if you like. Now Jonker at the back here, Pallant and Haley Preen, Kimberly LaCourte, Candice Lills in there, Sonara Kruvier, and now they're going to open up. Here we go. Kim LaCourte on the right, Haley Preen opens it up, Candice Lill, Kim LaCourte holds at the moment. Preen, has she got it to stay with the wheel? She's just trying to hold on to it. Here goes Haley Preen, trying to get over the top. There's a fall. Emma Pallant goes down, and it looks like Kimberly LaCourte has taken the win, but Emma Pallant has had a terrible fall in the last couple of meters of the race. But I think Kimberly LaCourte took that on the finish line. Was it Kimberly LaCourte? It was so close. I was looking back at Emma Pallant, who's unfortunately lying in a heap there very sadly as Paris Edwards rolls across the line.
I think Kimberly took it.
Yep.
But let's see. I mean, it must be just a thread of the wheel.
Yeah, there's high fives from Kimberly LaCourte. I think she's taken the win, and but not mad celebrations, because there's a very, very unfortunate side of Emma Pallant, who did so much work. And there were Candice and Haley. Congratulations all round there. Well, it was the most unusual finish to the race.
And as we see, I don't know if the cameras are on. Haley probably looks like.
Well, this is Sonara
she might have, but I think.
And Kelsey Vascua there as the men. We'll go back to that, but we feel that Kimberly LaCourte has taken the win for Galileo Risk Infinity, but we'll wait for confirmation of that ahead of Haley Preen. Meanwhile, Mad Max are doing the work on the front here for the in the men's race on Chapman's Peak. Where is that breakaway? Is it? No, they've caught the breakaway by all accounts. So it seems this is the well, it's a big bunch, isn't it? And is there going to be a significant move here?
As you see the Shesha Fields team going towards the front, and you start seeing the likes of Nicholas Clamini as well coming through. So it is all Gruppo Compacto, all together as they go up Chapman's Peak.
Yeah, so all the hard work. So they're making their way up Chapman's Peak. We've had a dramatic end to the women's race here at the Cape Town Cycle Tour. And drama, unfortunately, that's Emma Pallant on the left-hand side. She seemed to be out in the clear here as Kimberly LaCourte was holding on for the win. And Emma Pallant just got nudged, I don't think intentionally, and I think Kim LaCourte took the win. She heard the crash behind her, but very, very unfortunate for Emma Pallant. Just seemed to drift a little bit to the left and touch the rider on her left-hand side. Yeah. And down she went. Over Chapman's Peak, our lead group, which has thinned out to a degree, but not significantly, and we often see riders coming back to join this the lead bunch on the descent.
As they all now look back at the damage that they've done, Last chance now will be Sekerposi. See if they can actually shed more riders.
Tech Pro Cycling, Cheshire Fuels as well there. Alpha Bodyworks in the mix. Now Enza, the team that we're going to be looking for in terms of the two men that they're looking at, Clint Hendricks and Nolan Hoffman. But I don't see their blue kit anywhere there at the business end of this group.
Wonder if they were able to make that transition.
Having had David Marie on the front doing so much work for them. Into the tuck, the legal tuck. High speed descent of Chapman's Peak. Well, these riders going around the peninsula at 40 to 45 k's an hour. Remember that thousands more will be rolling around the peninsula at a more leisurely pace, enjoying what will be a truly spectacular day. You want to, it's the sort of day where you don't mind not doing your personal best if you're out there for the fun of it, because it is just truly beautiful to absorb everything this beautiful part of the world has to offer.
Very much so, and I mean to take advantage of those 13 water points as
Sure,
well.
it'll be lovely
Stuff at all of them.
But when you get a racer on your bike, there's only one thing you want to do, because to answer the question on the Monday morning, so what was your time?
Yes, exactly.
And it would be rather nice to say a PB.
A PB, yes. Perfect weather conditions as well for that.
Yep. Jaco Venter sitting fourth wheel there. Nicholas Dlamini is in the mix there. What a wonderful story that would be if Nick was able to pull this off after his
having ridden the Tour de France this
Tour
year.
de France this year, Olympic Games this year, and really would be a feather in his cap and a capping off of a significant year in his professional career. So Cheshire Fuels doing a lot of the work as they go through the gantry at the toll gate. Teg Pro Cycling, Rebecca Assos in there as well. Alpha Bodyworks. And then you'll get plenty of Lone Raiders trying to mix things up and make things difficult for the teams. Get in between the riders and splinter them up.
They've just gone past Tinswalo. We will definitely see the select group that will be at the crest of Sekerposi as Nicholas Dlamini goes at the front. Tech Pro right behind him. Sheshapos, I'm not seeing the likes of Nolan Hoffman or Clint Hendricks.
This is Hathley, Alan Hathley in the
Alan
green.
Hathley is at the front, yes. Alan Hathley is at the front. Just having a little chat with Nick. Leisurely Sunday ride.
Well, there's an alliance for you.
Yes.
There's an alliance for you.
That should be actually a great alliance between those two guys.
I wonder.
Very strong. I mean, Alan obviously fine-tuning for next weekend's 8-day event.
And two riders who've been, plying their trade internationally for the last few years. Not part of the domestic racing scene. Alan did win the National Cross Country Championships a couple of weeks ago at Cascades in Pietermaritzburg, but it would be, interesting that perhaps these two may be working together.
That'll really be interesting. And if they were to do anything, they would probably have to do it here at Sekerposi.
Yep. Well, like Candice Lill, Alan Hatherley won the men's race at the endurance, the Trail Seeker event in Bannock Valley yesterday from Plaisir Wine Estate, and he did so very impressively, beating an informed Matt Beers, his big friend, into second place. So he's in very good shape, that's for sure. Had a disappointing end to his cross-country season in snowshoe in the United States, but he was a regular top tenor and a best result of 4th at Lenzerheide in the World Cup, Alan Hatherley. So he's very much in the elite echelon of cross-country races on the World Cup circuit. Not a regular road racer, so this will be exciting for him. Through the relatively quiet streets of downtown Hout Bay. Across the timing mat there to make sure they've all finished the entire course.
I feel as if the group is still about to dwindle from as they go over Sekelbosi. I mean,
she's the Shields again on the front. Worsdale doing so much work. Yeah, they put a man on the front there to see if they can thin this group out a little bit more early on, perhaps on that first little pitch through the business centre of Hout Bay, which will come very shortly around that roundabout. Now turn right. There we go.
There they go.
Two riders on the front for Shisa Fuels.
Just to warm those legs up.
Dylan Girdleston, you wouldn't want a more experienced rider. He is so strong, so experienced. He knows exactly how to set this up. Yeah, question marks remain over Travis Barrett's condition. Hasn't been that well. And this will test him for sure.
I mean, if he would be able, is that, I think I see David Maria.
David Maria says, I haven't had enough on the front for 60 kilometers. Can I have some more, please? And off he goes. Nick Lamini. This is where he likes it.
A puncher, so he likes the nice, short, steep climbs.
Tour of Britain, of course, this year, his most recent event was the Tour of Britannia in Brittany, and Alpha Bodyworks putting a man on his wheel straight away. So just to confirm the women's result, we can tell you that Kim Lecourt held off Hayley Preen in the sprint, with Candice Lill taking third place. But at Kelsey van Schoor, Sonara Kruvier, Kerry Jonker and Sonika Klopper. And we'll bring you news as soon as we can of the condition of Emma Pallant, and very, very unfortunate crash on the finish line for the British triathlete. It's, I hope she's all right. So, Nick Lamini, and he's got Sean Nick Bester on his wheel. Sean Nick's got some experience at racing in Europe. He raced for a Portuguese team up till about 5 years ago. So he knows what it's about on the road. He's very much more a mountain biker nowadays. So they heading to that key moment when they start the climb. A little bit of a break up front now. Whilst we watch this, we're just going to catch up with Seamus Allardyce, who was on the motorbike watching the women's elite race. Seamus, dramatic finish there. I think first off, any news on Emma Pallant?
Yeah, that was a very dramatic finish, Gerald. No news yet on Emma Pallant, I'm afraid. But I think the focus on the positives, the amazing sprint between Haylene and Kim LaCourte, and Kim just sneaking at this bike throw. It was pretty incredible.
It was the oldest sort of finish because they rolled through very, very gently through Sea Point, and we were anticipating someone like Emma Pallant to have a go earlier, but it was a very slow burning sprint finish, if you like.
Yeah, I think the conditions today really made it very difficult for somebody like Emma Pallant or Candice Lill to get away from the strong sprinters or the fast finishers. With it being so wind still, it really was very hard. If you were in the wheels, it was easy and was difficult to make any sort of solo break. And we saw that the whole race. The no break ever got away in the women's race.
Yeah, we've just watched, as you were talking, the finish there.
Kim LaCourte to the bike beating Hayley Preen. Thanks, Seamus, for bringing us up to date on the women's race. Doing a great job. Thanks, Seamus Allardyce.
Now back to the men's. As Nicholas put on the gauntlet, it is all fireworks now. Nick Bester right behind him. There's Jaco Venter as well. And we also have the likes of Alan Hatley just sitting there. I think this is going to be the select group that's going to make it to the finish line.
In a skin suit, Nick.
Yeah, it is.
Meaning business.
So yeah, he means business, wants to win. He did say it Friday that he would like to win. So let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Javier Crea as well.
Yep. These are the heavy hitters are making their way to the front of this group. No question about it. Josh van Wyk is just behind Javier Crea there. And already you can see riders rolling off the back of this group, and the climb is only really getting underway now.
That looks like Javier.
Yeah, it does.
Going solo.
He's strong, this man.
Strong.
He is strong, Javier Crea. Half a look over his shoulder now, a full look to see what impact he has made. And what he's done is to draw out one more rider with him, but look at the long line behind him. That's an indication of the pressure these guys are under now, as Travis Steadman is the man who's joined Javier Crea.
Travis Steadman having come top 10 in the SA Champs back in Swellendam in March. Got about not a significant gap. I think these guys will be able to bridge towards them as they hit the crest of the Suikerbos climb.
But the intention is to try and thin this out, isn't it? To just reduce the numbers in this group. Nice and smooth. Big effort here from Travis Steadman. Ryan Terry, Dylan Girdleston. I haven't seen Ryan Terry, and perhaps he's their second go-to man in the absence of Travis Barrett. Not that he's absent, but that he might not be able to finish it off at the finish, as Javier Crea goes to the front now.
As then I both hit the top of Suikerbos.
The Stravacom held by Matt Beers now. in a very calculated and determined effort to take it. I think from Darren Lill, I think might have held it from Darren Lill,
And it was sitting for some years, by the way.
Yes, yes. Well, Darren He's a young man still, but he's been out of professional cycling for a little while, guiding and efficiently keeping his wife Candice at the sharp end very, very well on the mountain bike, as we see them reaching up to the summit and then dropping over, and now down through Llandudno on the left-hand side, or Llandudno, as they would say in Wales. And it does look picturesque, absolutely idyllic. A beach day, but on this particular day for Cape Town, it's a bike day. Absolutely superb, winding their way down the road past Llandudno. So TEG have got plenty of riders still in this group here in the white jerseys. As we said, Enza, Cycle Power have got a couple of riders there.
Don't think I saw the likes of Clint or Nolan in that
No,
group.
I think not. I think they may have fallen foul of Chapman's Peak.
Yes.
Which a number of these teams' intentions to try and get rid of at least a couple of the threats, the sprinting threats.
Which then opens it up, I think, for the Shesha Fuels team.
Yeah.
And the likes of TEG and, you know, all those other teams. So it's...
Yeah. For TEG, Brandon Downs, perhaps as Shesha on the front here. Nick Domini, Alan Hatherley, just rolling, freewheeling down behind the pace being set by Shisha Fuels. And it is a significant pace. So no more climbing, it's down to tactics and teamwork and individual boldness, brilliance, and courage.
I mean, I still see that the Mad Max team is still represented. I'm not quite sure how many riders, but I did see Jaco Venter and one more.
Of course, the South African road race champion in 2016, Jaco Venter, and one of the very few South Africans who's ridden all 3 Grand Tours. So a man with significant palmares. Here he is, 4th wheel at the moment, behind Alan Hatherley and Nick Lamini. He's a big man, Jaco Venter.
Quite tall as well.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of team representation, I'm just seeing the team of Alpha Bodyworks over there. Shesha Fuels also well represented. I think there's a couple of TEG pro cycling riders.
The Cape-based teams, Alpha Bodyworks, Mad Max, they really like to pull this through. It's
it would be nice for it to actually stay in Cape Town.
Yeah. But they've got to deal with the upcountry raiders of the likes of Shesha Fuels and TEG Pro Cycling. Look at the bunch coming behind there.
That's a big bunch coming up.
It is. And if there's motivation behind them, this bunch are just rolling a little bit here. Could be caught. Now, Alan Hatherley. He's one of those, they'd have no idea what he's up to, I fancy. And,
I mean, I'm quite surprised by that bunch. I mean, they probably not more than 15 seconds away from this main bunch as they go past 12 Apostles.
Yeah, the car is still in there in the gap there, but if that bunch starts closing in, we'll see that car move aside. And are we seeing it right now? A move to the front, indeed.
Yeah, and that will create that risk of the big bunch sprint.
So they all notice the car going to the front, and that'll be the sign that the bunch is going to come back to join this group. Alan Hatherley, South Africa's preeminent mountain biker is on the front. Now let's pop back to the finish of the Cape Town Cycle Tour and go and hear from the women's race winner.
Okay, that's right. So you must have sort of known that I've got a very good chance in this match. At the moment?
Pretty surreal, to be honest. I did come in with no expectations. I got the green light from my sponsors only on Monday because I'm prepping for Epic, so we were a bit nervous to get into a crash or whatever today. So yeah, pretty happy. I knew I had a chance to get a good result, and I'm really happy I could pull it off for my team and my support team, which is my fiance, my parents, and yeah, my friends. So it's pretty chuffed.
You're in a 6-woman breakaway and you looked very strong the whole way through. Surely with your sprinting background you must have felt very confident coming into this finish line.
Yes, the race was good. The pace was high. It wasn't as hard as the previous years, but I felt confident in the climbs and I felt like I was in the right space. My legs were good. I was feeling great, and I thought I would just try and save myself a bit for the sprint, as I'm not very confident in my sprint, as I've been doing a lot of mountain biking this year, so I kind of lost that kick. But yeah, I'm glad I managed to pull it off, and yeah, can't believe it. I'm really happy. Yeah.
And tell me, conditions around the Cape, you've ridden this race quite a few times, the best ever today?
Yes, I would probably say so. We started when it was daylight, so that was the start, because previous years it was dark. So we started in the dark for the first 15-20 minutes. So it was beautiful. The wind was not hard. Everything was perfect for an awesome day out.
Well, congratulations, Kim, and your sponsors, Gallo Risk, are going to be Infinity. You're going to be extremely happy.
I'm very pleased. I mean, like I said, I wasn't supposed to race it, so when my sponsor phoned me on Monday and told me go for it, gave me the green light, I was super excited, and I'm super happy I could put it off for them. So yeah.
Well, I'm happy for you. I'm sure the other girls are unhappy that you did.
They've been dreaming for a big road race win, and I promised them I would give it to them. So I'm glad.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you
Go
so
and
much.
enjoy the day.
Thank you.
Gallo Risk Infinity's Kimberly Lecourt, who joined the team this year, predominantly focused on mountain biking, as she said, but has pulled off the biggest win of the year for the teams, so they'll be very chuffed indeed. It's, well ridden by Kimberly Lecourt. Second time, 2018 was her last win here at the Cape Town Cycle Tour. So this bunch is still away from that lead group. Cycle by 3 riders up there. This is Alan Hathley in the Luma Green, if you like, of Cannondale Factory Racing, his team that he rides for on the Mountain Bike World Cup circuit. And he does not have a single team mate in this race, but he's making it hard on the front because he is a racer.
Let's see what happens with him. I mean, Kimberly, mountain bike rider now, and maybe Alan will also win it. The road is being taken over by mountain bikers.
Absolutely. Sam Gaze broke that the mold 2 years ago by winning as an out-and-out mountain bike, albeit that he's now riding a lot on the road with the same team as Mathieu van der Poel, Apperson Phoenix, but he's very much, his origins and roots are deep in mountain biking. Camps Bay approaches as the riders go through what would normally be a fairly buzzing, lots of spectators, but not during the COVID pandemic, and the lockdown level 1 regulations still precluding large crowds from gathering. And 2 riders have gone away up the road here now. What's the reaction from the bunch? Well, one has decided to go and join them.
Not quite sure if that chasing bunch have actually made that transition or they haven't.
I don't. Yeah, it looks. I can't work out whether that bunch is significantly bigger. That Nick Glamini has maybe got across now. Can't see. Is that
different? Yeah.
Through Camps Bay,
past the police station.
No, I think it's still the same bunch. No.
Should be.
I think it's...
Yes, it's bigger.
It's said integrated, yeah. So Cycle Power have a man on the front here. Along the beach of Camps Bay. Beautiful sight as the men's peloton thunders towards the finish of the Cape Town Cycle Tour in 2021, the 43rd edition of this iconic event, and it could not have been a better morning thus far for these riders to enjoy the Cape at its very best. Now, a little attack here from Shisa Fuels goes to the front, where again it kicks up a little bit, not by much, but just to try and thin this group down. Hatherley, you can see scrambling at the back there to try and stay with this group.
Looks like Travis Steadman that is actually making that move.
Indeed. And has he created a bit of a split? And Dlamini is still there very much. But it's thinned it, it's strung it out for sure. But the road will flatten out shortly, and you feel those riders will get back up with them.
And Nick goes for an attack.
Nick Dlamini is going to have a little dart off the front here. And he will draw out some riders. They're not going to let the lone World Tour rider have a go and without being marked fairly heavily as Enza mark him. I think it could be Stephen van Heerden for Enza there, still in that group. And we did catch a glimpse of David Maria earlier after he'd been caught. Don't know if he's still in that group though. Well,
I mean, the group has significantly grown, so I don't know if maybe the likes of Nolan would be here.
Yeah, Nolan Hoffman, Clint Hendricks, who appeared to be dropped on the Chapman's Peak climb, are not there. This is Hatherley, then on the left, Dlamini, then it's Jaco Fento. The cream rising to the top here for sure. It has thinned it out, that little attack by Travis Steadman has certainly thinned it out. Another little attack here off the front, around the side. Some going and some staying in pursuit of that. So the group behind are quite happy to let this rider go. A dangerous thing. That's a dangerous move. We've seen that change. We've seen it come off anyway for lone raiders who take an ambitious attack late in a race, and suddenly they find themselves as the winners because the group behind don't work together and look at each other. But I don't think that's going to happen here. Now, is it Tig or... Yeah, Tig are doing the chasing.
This looks like a rider from Delphono, if I'm not mistaken. Dylan Geary.
We saw him earlier.
Yeah.
No. He was in the little counter-attack a little earlier through Scarborough. But you feel that there's enough firepower in this bunch behind to pull him back, and then the battle for the win could well be through. The Sunday morning joggers around the Atlantic seaboard, heading towards Sea Point. Shisha Fields at the front of that chase group. He's going to come to that left-hander fairly shortly, and then it'll take them down to the beachfront at Sea Point.
Not giving him a chance at all, just making sure that it's all neutralized.
Yeah, hang out there. There's the left-hander. And very shortly, as they will swing right here, right onto the beachfront, they'll all be together. What a sight as the lead group turns right and heads onto the beachfront at Sea Point. The culmination of the elite men's race here at the 43rd Cape Town Cycle Tour, presented by Pick and Pay. Land art on the beach. Alpha Body Works, look as though they brought a ride to the front there. Alan Hatherley is sitting very well in the green. Oh man, there's an attack on the front, on the left-hand side here, sneaking up and going hard. Is that a Mad Max rider? Could it be Jaco Venter deciding that, you know what, I've got the strength, I've got the experience, I've got the power, I'm going to have a go. Long range attack past the swimming pool in Sea Point. Very bold and brave to go this early.
I mean, he knows that he doesn't have a chance in the sprinting.
No.
So he might as well take it now, catch them whilst they're sleeping.
Well, we're going to see how that unfolds, because he's way ahead of these chaps at the back end. Hatherley has now closed down, and that looks like it could be Stephen van Heerden that for Enza, and Alan Hatherley and Jaco Venter. What about this for the turn-up? Alan Hatherley winning the Cape Town Cycle Tour. That would be something. But there are plenty who are going to have a say in this for sure.
But they're bringing it all together now. I think I see one of the Enza riders, but I can't quite make sure who it is.
What a day to be in the air.
Paragliders.
Yep. Well, see, old Winchester is, it's still one bunch. Alan Gordon there, and the another mountain bike on the left-hand side of the neon yellow for Insect Science. I think it's Van Heerden or Josh van Wyk. I'll confirm that, but Hatherley. Venter, here comes Alpha Body Works in the mix as well. Shisha Fuels trying to bring up their man, Travis Barrett.
He's been hiding all day, Travis, but he's made it here, so I mean, he probably does have a chance. He also has the firepower, lead-out man, Travis Stedman as well.
Enza appeared, they might have one more rider in that group.
500 meters to go to the finish line.
So we're coming around this final bend, put through the traffic lights, and it'll be a mass sprint for the finish of the Cape Town Cycle Tour. And all these riders believe they've got a chance here, and why not? Because it could be any one of them to pull it off. As the attack off the front goes, Mad Max bringing it forward. Here's Hatherley, nearly gets knocked. He's going very, very strong indeed. A late attack on the front. Hatherley's going to hold on, and it is not going to be him.
It looks like Nolan at the back. I think Nolan is in this group.
Is this... well, we won't be able to tell you from there, but...
looks like Nolan
Hoffman. Can you believe it? Has he done it again? They left it open for him, and he's taken it. Nolan Hoffman, once again, wins the Cape Town Cycle Tour in spectacular fashion with a sprint that, well, he was so well hidden, and he must have rejoined in that last bit through the Atlantic seaboard, and he's pulled it off. Here we go. We'll see it from head on, making his way through there. He saw the opportunity, and he's taken the win, Nolan Hoffman.
Made it look so easy.
Well, he did, didn't he? Well, Nolan Hoffman makes it yet another fourth Cape Town Cycle Tour victory. Well, 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 what a job. What a ride for Nolan Hoffman. And that's Christoph Sauser, who's been working for him. Well, well done. Can you believe it? He's had very little racing to do, and he's saying thanks to Christoph Sauser, who's a rider they would have loaned to help them out today, and here he is taking the victory.
I mean, I think obviously by stroke of luck with him, when the guys just eased off the gas coming towards that, that's when they made that bridge.
Yeah.
And that was it.
And he won it fairly comfortably in the end.
Fairly comfortably.
Cannot believe it. Well ridden by Nolan Hoffman. He did survive Chapman's Peak, and Seikobosi just got back to rejoin the group, and has capped it off with a superb sprint victory. Nolan Hoffman, the winner of the Cape Town Cycle Tour. The last time he won was 2018. Prior to that, 2015, 2014, and now 2021. Well,
he'll become the legend of the Cape Town Cycle Tour.
Absolutely, and in a year like this where there's been so little racing, there's very little form to go on. Riders quietly do their training, and you don't really know how far they are in terms of their preparations. Well, he's done an incredible job. So Nolan Hoffman takes the men's Cape Town Cycle Tour. Kimberly LeCourt takes the women's title, and a win for Enza. And all the post-mortems will now continue. Travis Barrett there, not able to defend his title. He was in the mix. Alan Hatherley was in the mix, but he just ran out of legs when it really counted. And here we go. It is the other end. It's only about 10 minutes before the final group leaves the start in Cape Town. And these are the riders who are going to take significantly longer than those elite riders here, but they're going to have a fantastic day to enjoy the ride around Cape Town. So let's go down to the finish, and we can hear from Candice Lill.
Candice Lill, the SA mountain biking champion, third in the Cape August Cycle Tour. Your first podium. Was it incredible to come across the line?
Yes, it was. I've done this race like 2-3 times, and I've always come fifth. So it's really cool to get a podium spot. I learned a bit about road racing in the last few years. So yeah, I played it nicely today, I think.
A six-lady breakaway today, and you are doing a lot of animation out there. How confident were you coming into the finish line?
Coming into the finish line, I knew I kind of just had to sit on Kim LeCourt's and Hayley Preen's wheel, and that my chance of going past him was not that good. But I managed to, still hold on to third, let them sprint ahead of me.
Were you surprised that you, with such a small breakaway and such great conditions around the peninsula, did you expect more girls to be with you?
No, to be honest, I knew it was going to be 6 to 8 people that make it over Seikobosi. It's always really hard over Seikobosi in the women's race. But the tricky thing is always staying away to the line without others catching us. So I think we did a good job at that today. Maybe 1 or 2 caught. But yeah, it's always better to come with a smaller bunch to the line.
And what is it like riding around this peninsula on such a perfect day when you're used to riding on the dirt, wet weather, the epic ahead of you? It must be actually really nice and relaxing for you.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday I did the King Price Trail Seeker out in Bunhook, and it was so muddy and awful, you couldn't see a thing. And then to have a day like this today, it's really awesome. I really enjoy being on my bike, especially on days like this.
Well, thank you. You brought a lot of glory for the mountain biking fraternity. Well done today on your third place.
Thank you so much.
A great ride from Candice Lill. As she mentioned yesterday, it was all muddy and dirt, and today clear blue skies. Having come up with the third position, so a great ride for her. Also preparing for the Cape Epic. That's the event that will be starting next week Sunday. As we see some of our riders who've just started, we've got a couple of groups to start, and the last group will be right at 9:06 a.m. coming from different walks of life. About 18,000 riders having started this year's Cape Town Cycle Tour presented by Pick and Pay. As you can see, the guys going up Hospital Bend. Easy does it, as we call them, the weekend warriors. Smiles all around, happy to be outside and riding their bikes, of course. What a great day it is indeed. I mean, events like the Cape Town Cycle Tour, as we check this gentleman, just getting a tan. Wonder how his legs will be after 109 kilometers. So the Cape Town Cycle Tour is one of the prestigious events that actually bring a lot of revenue into the Western Cape economy. So lots of people from different walks of life, and our team actually caught up with Victor Matfield earlier. Let's see what Victor Matfield, one of the rugby legends of the Springboks, has to say.
Yeah, I think it's my fourth one that I'm here. Although I only rode in two, I think. The one, the wind got hold of us and we were halfway at the start and we had to turn around. Yeah, it's just a fantastic tour. I think it's the prettiest, the nicest cycle race in South Africa. I mean, the scenery is just unbelievable. And it's so nice. I mean, we've been through 2 crazy years with COVID, and just to get together here and have everyone excited. Yesterday on the plane, you can hear everyone talking about Smitswinkel and how they're going to do chappies, and it's just unbelievable, the buzz around this Cape Town cycle tour. We're a few guys from the Velo group in Pretoria, the Bianchi boys. We're here with our wives as well, so a few of them do have e-bikes though, so a few of us that's on the normal bikes will probably have to ride very hard, especially at the end when we get to the hills. But yeah, group of friends with our wives just going to enjoy it. I don't think we're going to go for a fast time. We just really want to enjoy it and just enjoy the day. It's going to be such a buzz for everyone being here, being together, having a lot of people together. We might want to stop in Houtbaai for a beer before we finish the race. So hopefully we'll see a few people there in the bars, have a quick beer and then finish it off. I love the finish. I mean, when you go through Camps Bay, Clifton, it's just beautiful. Then all the hard riding is done. It's almost downhill. So getting there, but I mean, from the start, you start off going around, everything is so pretty. So yeah, I think we're going to enjoy it. Is the route behind me? No, it's not here. But chappies, yeah, that's the hard one. We have to get over that one. But yeah, once you're done there through Houtbaai, and then things gets easier. I think we just enjoy the challenge. We enjoy the adrenaline as well. So to get out here to stay fit, I enjoy cycling quite a bit. I mean, it's almost like golf, but you get fit as well. You're out there with your mates, having a dice, going at each other. There's always a race. Even if you take it easy tomorrow, somewhere there will be a race. So yeah, it's always good for the adrenaline. Ollie Leroux, John Smith, I think I'll take them. I think they can even get on a tandem and I'll still beat them.
So thank you very much to Matt. He probably will be happy as well that the Springboks have reclaimed the #1 position. We've got Paul Velstar at the finish line with Haley Preen, the South African road champion who came second. Let's see what he has to say with regards to how she performed today.
Haley Preen, the SA road riding champion, second today in the Cape Town Cycle Tour. A tremendous ride, but maybe a bit of disappointment?
I'm happy. It's one up from last year and still on the podium. It's always been a dream to be on the podium, and last year that came true. But yeah, very, very happy to come second today.
You were by far the most animated in the group. Every time it went uphill, you were actually forcing the pace, breaking away and looking for partners to go. Were you a bit frustrated that nobody jumped with you?
I suppose so. The first half of the race was quite easy, and I was trying to make the second half as difficult as we could. Never quite worked out, but yeah, we were a smaller group from the top of Sekeborsi, so.
I know that you were looking at the group around you. Did you realize that Kim might be the person to watch in the sprint?
100%. I knew she's a top sprinter, so she was in the final sprint, and then she came past, and I just tried to hang her wheel and then try to come past, but not quite enough for the top step of the podium.
And you're a Cape Town girl from Hart Bay. The conditions today around the peninsula must have been outstanding.
It was amazing. We woke up this morning, it was quite windy, but yeah, it was still for the whole race. Yeah, perfect conditions for the race today.
And your new team out there, Compex, very happy to have a good crowd of ladies around you.
Yes, so part of Team Reach for Rainbows, and just would like to say thank you to my sponsors and my team, also Hazel and Nicola and my team today. It was a good day out.
Well, I think the Cape's very proud of you. Well done on your great second place today.
Thank you very much.
Second place. I mean, one up. She's still on the podium, so a great ride from her. And as Paul Velstar was talking about the conditions today, still though, as we have our last group starting in the next minute at 9:06, great conditions as they go up what's UCT.
Yeah, look at it. Absolutely perfect for these riders as they head out on their journey around the Cape Peninsula on a truly sparkling day.
Sparkling characters as well.
They are out for a good long day of riding around the Cape Town Cycle Tour. No rush at all, just for many an annual pilgrimage. For those a little higher up in the start batches, something that's just part of their cycling year, that they will do many events. A lot of these riders might only do this event.
5 kilometers down, only 103 to go. That's motivation.
That's can be cruel. But 103 beautiful kilometers to go all the way around. And it really is just incredible how clear it is today. Beautiful conditions. Lots of mountain bikes in this probably fourth last batch, as our camera makes its way through these riders. Not quite as we've said, not quite as thick. These bunches aren't quite as busy as we've seen in the past, and that's all due to the event being smaller in terms of numbers as a result of the COVID pandemic. But the fact that that is happening at all is testament to the hard work, the compromises, and the coordination that has been put in by Cape Town Cycle Tour Trust and everyone involved in putting this all together to make it happen under some very, very difficult circumstances. The normal influx of international riders is pretty much shut down as a result of the difficulties in travel. So yes, there are a few, but very, very much very fewer than previous years. So it does create a slightly different environment, different vibe here at the Cape Town Cycle Tour. Yeah, normally thousands thronging around the finish line, and Not this year.
I mean, just mentioning that, how they've actually been able to pull this event together with all the protocols that you have to go through.
So this is the finish line with thousands. We've seen a couple of hundred come across the line, the fastest of them, but thousands more will be making their way across this line in the many hours to come here in Cape Town. So it is the Cape Town Cycle Tour presented by Pick n Pay, the 43rd edition of this event. Begin their journey. Those have finished are the fastest of them all, and none today were faster than our men's winner, Nolan Hoffman, who's down at the finish line.
Okay. Nolan Hoffman, the boy from Paul, your 4th victory. What an amazing ride today.
Wow. Yeah, you know, there's one, I think this is probably the one that I wanted the most. You know, it's been a really, really difficult time for everybody. I mean, we're battling this pandemic still, and I mean, I quite personally, I've lost a lot of people, and this time around is just, you know, getting out there and just showing good health and wanting it to honor those people that I've lost, and for the sponsors, you know, supporting us through this difficult time, and I mean also with the Cycle Tour Trust for presenting it this year. It just shows that we as a nation, that we are fighting and we want to get through this, and to be winning the biggest stage of the calendar, you know, this is a cherry on the cake for me, and yeah, it's incredible, you know. I rode with such determination and just really happy that my stars aligned today.
Just take us through the race. I know the danger point always for you is Seikoborsi, that steep little last section. You managed to hang in there, just dropped off the back, but a brilliant comeback as you came down into Camps Bay.
Definitely, like you say, I mean, the drama always, it starts on chappies already, and this year round, I mean, I managed to climb very, very well. I mean, I was never on chappies. I knew, I mean, the legs was not bad, because we were literally like 5 seconds off, and we got on the downhill, we got back onto the group, and you know, for me, it saves the legs just so much more if you can ride in the group. And the top of Seikoborsi is really, that's the finish for me, because I know if I come over there, I've got a really good chance. And the group that I was in was only about 5 seconds off, and everybody was so determined to get back. And also again, the guys closed the gap to the front guys so quickly, and as soon as we got on, I knew, I mean, it was my chance. And today again, I was probably one of the fastest guys that survived the hill, so it just gives you that little bit more confidence that your sprint is better than the rest. But there was a lot of strong guys. I mean, as you can see, I was going to follow Yaku, and Yaku started the sprint quite from far, but I knew you have to commit in this finish, because it's so hard, and the finish line just comes so quick. I've done it so many times, and you know, I didn't think, as soon as Yaku went, I tried to get close to him as possible, and as he came to about 200 meters, I said, I can't wait, you know, because the guys come off the wheel so quickly, and as soon as I got onto his wheel, I just put my head down and went. And you know, if you don't feel the rush coming from behind, it just gives you that extra bit of motivation to push all the way to the line. And yeah, I'm just happy that I could take the win convincingly, you know, because you have to make sure it's the biggest stage of the calendar, you know, and just so happy, you know. It's this one I'm gonna enjoy.
Well, Nolan, we're very happy for you. You've written your name into the history books now. 4 wins. Congratulations on a tremendous ride.
No, thank you. I mean, I'm at that tender age, so I have to take each one that comes and really go for it, you know. So, like I said before, I've got good health and I can still do what I love, and just thankful.
Well done. Well done from all of us.
Thank you. Sure.
7 years after his first win, Nolan Hoffman, at the age of 36, has taken his 4th win on the Cape Town Cycle Tour in spectacular fashion. As we said there, Super, he got back after just being distanced, not really dropped on the climbs, and found his way back as another of the bunches races across the age groups finishing here. Very competitive, and the culmination of plenty of hard work. Perhaps these are still some of the elites there. But finishing off the Cape Town Cycle Tour for 2021. Some felt this might never happen, but as you've heard, it's part of the landscape of South African sport, and is very difficult to remove.
And just as he spoke, you heard how emotional it was for him and what it meant to him, you know. I think the COVID pandemic has done a lot in terms of affecting people, you know, and now it's almost like he's a renewed person in a way, you know.
So let's now go back down to the finish line in Paul Valstar.
Christian Janssen van Rensburg, 2nd behind the Prince of Paarl. I mean, what a great ride by you today.
Yes, I must say, first and foremost, I must give all the glory to God, and I'm just really privileged to be out here and cycling in the beautiful Cape Town, beautiful weather, fantastic day out there. I must say, I thought that it's going to be a bunch sprint, and I'm not a sprinter, so I don't know what happened in the end, but I was here, so just had a great position in the sprint, and they took it out long. And yeah, I think that suited me more than an outright sprint. So yeah, I'm just very grateful to be able to be here. So it's fantastic.
Christian, just take us through that decisive break when about 25, 30 of you got away. Did you start feeling a bit confident then, or were you still thinking a lot of work to be done?
Yeah, I think I always knew they were going to make it hard on the climbs, and I hoped that they would make it hard, because yeah, I'm definitely more of a climber than a sprinter, so I actually hoped for a smaller group and a smaller break to get away. But yeah, I think the conditions out there today is so good that I think the bunch actually just grew as we got closer to the end. So the guys caught up. I knew there was still a lot of work to be done, and yeah, like I say, I was just in the right position at the right time, and at the end it played out perfectly.
Were you surprised? You managed to drop Nolan going up Soka-Bossi, but I don't know how he clawed his way back, but he did. Were you surprised when you suddenly saw him right in the front coming up the finish line straight?
Well, no, not at all. I think today's conditions suited the bigger bunches at the back to actually close the gaps. So I wasn't surprised that they actually got back. But I must say I was definitely surprised when I got over the line in the end to see I'm just behind him. So that is definitely where I was surprised. But yeah, well done to Nolan. He's also well deserved of his victory, and it's just crazy to be sharing the podium with him. And of course my team as well, team Realty Dynamics, and Craig that ended third as well, also on the podium next to me. It's so fantastic to be on the podium with my teammate.
Well, Christian, congratulations, and you proved to the world you are a sprinter now. Well done.
Yeah, so hopefully nobody saw that, so then I can still fly under the radar at the next races. I'm not a sprinter. Scratch that out.
Well done. Go and enjoy your Sunday. You deserve it.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Christian Janssen van Rensburg, not a sprinter, finishing second behind the preeminent sprinter in the Cape Town Cycle Tour history in Nolan Hoffman, but he's a South African champion in the sub-vets and of course the time trial and road race, and he in fact was hit by a car earlier this year just before the South African Championship, so great to see him back racing hard and having a say in the finish here by getting up to take second place in the Cape Town Cycle Tour for Real Dynamics. So well done them, and well done to Christian Janssen van Rensburg.
Very animated and also very surprised to have come second.
Absolutely.
Oh.
So he will be a marked man when it comes down to a bunch sprint and a finish. They'll watch out for him because he could well be bringing that form as another bunch rolls across the finish line. So Paul Valstar is a busy man down at the finish line. Craig Boys, who's often been an animator in these races, is down with him.
Great boys, the young man from Stellenbosch, probably the amateur on the podium today. A huge surprise, your finish line sprint.
Yes, yeah, I'm a bit lost for words, and yeah, I didn't expect this at all. You know, like coming into the finish with if you want to say, a bunch of pros and people that can sprint is quite nerve-wracking, and you know, especially on Chapman's Peak that I was dropped, and I was dropped on Seikabossi too, along with Nolan, and you know, it took us a good 5 or 10 minutes to get back before Camps Bay, and yeah, I'm speechless. I can't believe it happened. Like I'm really happy. I know it's just third, but it's quite cool. Like I'm so really happy about it. Yeah.
How did you feel throughout the race? Because you're normally a breakaway king, then to get dropped when you're normally climbing with the best, and then still make your way back through the whole bunch and come third. A bit of a surprise as a sprint for you?
Yes, yeah. Look, I enjoy going in the break because I feel like I can control the tempo, you know, and it's the accelerations that I struggle with a little bit. And yeah, when I got back, I was like, okay, well, at least I'm here, you know. And yeah, when we came into the line and there was a gap, you know, it's all about, you know, manning up a little bit and you know, take the gap that's there, you know. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If it does, it pays off. Yeah.
You've ridden this race since you're a small boy. You've done literally hundreds of them. The conditions today must have been probably one of the best that you've ever ridden in.
Yes, look, the conditions were, but you can't ask for better. The weather was nice, it was warm this morning. Yeah, you know, there's no wind to speak of out there, and yeah, I think everyone, if you want a good time this year, it's the year to do it, you know, for sure.
And your team, Reality Dynamics, 2 men on the podium. I think they're very happy sponsors at this stage.
Yeah, I would hope that we've made them proud, and yeah, I don't think that they've expected it either. You know, it wasn't the plan to come here. There was just 2 of us, and I told Christian, just ride your own race, you know, and we'll look after each other when we can. And you know, Christian's a brilliant climber, and he can TT really well. And I think he may be more surprised finishing second than I am finishing third. But yeah, we're really happy, and it's cool for us.
Well, you are on the podium. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone at the Cape Argus. Yeah, we'll be back.
Cape Argus, Cape Town Cycle Tour.
Not bad. Yeah, it is, and it was not even the plan to put it mildly. So I mean, a great ride from them, and boys obviously coming also from the mountain biking scene, because I saw him, he was at an event about a month ago out in Stellenbosch. So a great ride from him.
Yeah, he's and we've seen him in the past in this race be a driver. He used to ride for the Specialized team as well, and very much a breakaway or getting in the group in the break and doing a lot of work there. But here he is on the sprint as some of the tandems roll across, some delighted riders there, and
some of the offshoots of the riders who started with the elite with some vets. I see Ulubabalo from Masiphumelele from the Songezo Academy.
Yeah, Songezo doing some great work and bringing some young riders into the sport.
Definitely doing great work out in Masi.
Songezo Jim, one of our pioneers of riding in Europe. Rode the Vuelta, I think, was his first Grand Tour.
Yeah, Vuelta and Giro d'Italia.
Giro, yeah. Dion Bing knows the Western Cape very, very well, perhaps better than any, but he's pretty good at telling us what the swell's like out there. How swell is it out there, Dion? Hello.
An amazing trip so far. We've started obviously off in Cape Town, looked across Muizenberg where it's 1 to 2 foot. Not many surfers in the water because they can't get to the beach. They're pretty much on their bikes now. And we're coming through Cork Bay. It is still hot. There isn't a breath of wind. And I thought, let's check out the support down here. We're outside Lekker. I mean, can you believe we're at Lekker here? And I'm sitting at a coffee table with Kevin. Kevin, how's it been going and what time did you set up?
We were set up here just before 6 and just The locals are down here. The cyclists came through here just before 7 o'clock, and great to see the Peloton. It was really fantastic day. The weather couldn't have been better. The locals are amazing here. You can see the guys having breakfast out on the pavements. The music is pumping. The guys are cheering. No, we're having a fantastic time here. So it's good just for the business to be up and running. Yeah.
And how does it feel now? Do you think we've turned a corner with this whole lockdown COVID now that we're seeing a proper event coming through town?
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see the events coming back onto the road, and people just moving into the areas again. So and the community is starting to get out and about, and so it's great to see the cyclists coming through here, and hopefully we see a lot more and not go back into lockdown.
I think that's
Nobody wants that.
Nobody wants to go back. Man, it's been a suckle for like a year and a half, but the sun is shining, the umbrellas are out, the fresh fruit juices are coming outside, the coffee's being poured, and you're back, Brew. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. I'm going to actually move down the table. Sorry, what's your name?
Ellen. L.
Al, you can call me Al. So I'm sitting here with Al. Were you here for breakfast or just for supporting?
All of the above. I'm a local, so this is really cool.
Yeah.
So we went for a swim, came back, had breakfast.
Tell us a little bit about the area here, because I swam down at Dalebrook and that sort of thing. It's very popular, hey?
It's a little too popular, so we have to go earlier and earlier to sort of beat the crowds. People sort of arrive and, sort of challenge each other, take selfies, because it didn't happen unless there's a selfie. And then they get out and scream within 12 seconds, and we just swim up and down.
Just tell me the water temperature today, what's it like?
At the moment about 15. Okay,
so it's chilled down a bit, eh?
Yeah, no, in winter, midwinter was about 12, and now it's creeping up nicely.
And how stoked are you to see cyclists coming through again, hey? I mean, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's the super spreader event of the year.
No, I don't think it is. I think they've stuck to the protocols. They wore their masks up there. And, we've been checking the various people getting fitter and fitter now. And I think fitness is a good part of your immunity, eh?
Absolutely. That's why we swim every day. I'm convinced that it is the cure for many ailments.
Yeah. Well, you're looking strong and healthy and 22.
I look 22. That's because I shaved my beard off. That's why I look 22. But it's just a fantastic place to live.
No. Cork Bay, absolutely. And you often find with the southeaster blowing down in Muizenberg, you come down here, it's protected, you surf off there, you go for some fish and chips around the back there. What a place to be. Thanks so much for chatting to us, eh? Cool, man. We're going to move on down here. You don't mind if I pull up a chair? we are checking. Come around. So a little vodka and orange to start.
Just to liven up the day.
Are you folk also Cork Bay locals?
No, we're not. We're actually from Paul.
Okay.
Yeah, come for the weekend, and so we decided to have a breakfast and watch the guys.
Nice little staycation. Are you enjoying your staycation?
We do. It's a nice place to come to.
But the weird thing is, I love going out to Paarl as well. It's also a fantastic place to stay, eh?
My daughter said yesterday, why would we live in Paarl if we can live here? And then he said, but you remember, these guys go to Paarl for the wine. We come here for the rustigheid, for this beach.
No, absolutely. I think you're getting the best of both worlds. You've got the winelands, you've got all the wonderful food over there in Paarl, and the hikes and the mountain bikes and quad bikes and that. And then you come this side to be by the ocean. You're going to grab some fish and chips a bit later.
We've had fish and chips yesterday, but we might as well go today again. You can't have too much fish and chips.
No, absolutely. Fresh fish coming in off the boats right away. Right, we're going to wrap up. I'm going to jump on the bike and we're going to head on off to Simonstown. Let's go check in on Simonstown a bit later. Cheers, guys.
Dion Bing making friends around the Cape Peninsula, chatting to non-riders. There were some riders standing there, but I don't think that they were part of the event. They were doing their breakfast coffee ride and watching these riders make their way around. I think this is Edinburgh Drive, these riders early on in the ride for them.
Yeah, definitely not some of the riders, as you see some of the walkers up Wynberg Hill. But it leaves true testament to the fact that as I was driving yesterday, I saw some riders who you could see that they've probably taken their bikes out yesterday. After a year in the garage, they gathered some dust. So this event, everybody always wants to enter it. And it doesn't matter, though, whether they've trained or not. Their actual training or tapering even starts on the actual day of the event.
Absolutely. When will you warm up? Up Hospital Hill and Edinburgh Drive?
Yeah.
And that's fine, because it's all about experiencing the day, the journey around the peninsula. For a lot of people, it is about time. But I can tell you what, for this bunch we're watching here, look at those sit-up and begs. Brilliant. It's about just having a lovely day out, about doing some exercise, the community spirit, and rejuvenating in the face of some pretty torrid times that we've been living through of late. So it really does engender a spirit of rejuvenation. And yes, it's not going to be totally normal, but it is getting close to what we've experienced in the past. And watching these riders makes you feel that, yes, we can get back there. So the other end, the sharp end, this is bunches of riders crossing the line to complete, stopping the computer most importantly, so they can prove their time. Well, not that they won't be able to find the results online, of course, through the Cape Town Cycle Tour's various portals, and checking out what their finishing time was. But now the bunch is coming in waves across the finish line as the trophies and champagne, those beautiful Carroll Boys trophies, medals and champagne awaits the podium finishes in both the men's and women's Cape Town Cycle Tour. And the women's cycle tour, it was Kimberly Lecourt who added a second title to win in 2018, and the mercurial, the brilliant Nolan Hoffman making it 4 wins since 2014. In the sublime sprint finish that he snuck into the lead group, going through, they were coming down off Llandudno and into the group. The group sort of wasn't going at full pelt, and there was motivation in that second group. We saw them closing in. He managed to close in, and lo and behold, he took the win. And Craig Boys, who finished third, was also in that same group as Nolan Hoffman, also benefited from rejoining the group. And in between them, Christian Jans van Rensburg finishing second in a somewhat unusual podium. We saw Christoph Sauser doing a lot of work in the leading Nolan Hoffman out into the sprint for the finish. He's been a regular at this cycle tour for many years, the Swiss mountain bike legend, and he was back again to make a mark on this year's event by playing a role in Nolan Hoffman's victory.
I mean, I think obviously for Christoph Sauser, it's not a big event for him. It's not his focus. It's just a way of tapering down for the epic. So he's just happy to help and make sure that he's incident-free. As we see some of our partners, one of the riders or winners will get those garments, one of the sponsors as well, and some nice bubbly from Klein Constantia. And I mean, you also look at the camaraderie, and I was just looking at the riders here being pushed by people that they don't even know. You know, there's the camaraderie in there.
No, it's wonderful. That's what it's about, the camaraderie, the vibe. Not necessarily the vibe around the event, although there's still plenty, as we've seen. There's exactly what we were talking about, Sipo was talking about now. Little assistance going up the hill. Let's go back to Dion on the road around the Cape Peninsula.
Looks like we're good in like 10 seconds. Man, you know, you come all this way around the peninsula. We only like, what about an hour's drive on a bicycle in Cork Bay? It is just breathless. If you look behind, you can see the boats out there, and that's where you can come down and get your fresh fish for a braai. Just head on down into Cork Bay Harbour. Up in the mountains, you can take hikes there. They've got the beautiful Cork Bay Caves. You start off your morning at sunrise down at Dalebrook or at the Brass Bell tidal pool, and that's also something to do. You know, you can just like take a walk along the catwalk from Muizenberg down to Cork Bay, jump in the tidal pools. St. James you got there as well with the beautiful beach boxes, the bathing boxes down there, colourful as well. You can stop for a coffee, you can stop for a cocktail depending on the time of day. And you know, the cycle tour, the Cape Town cycle tour, is taking you through the best of what Cape Town has to offer. So even if you're not part of today's tour, make a plan to come on down to town. We've met people from around the world today that have come on down to Cape Town for the tour. Come on down on your bicycle, whether it's this next weekend or sometime in the holiday season, and check out exactly what Cape Town has to offer, especially down here in Cork Bay.
Thanks, Dion. Yeah, he's seeing all the beautiful parts of the Western Cape, and you can too, wherever you might be, because this is a truly beautiful part of the world, and it is in many ways a jewel in the crown down in the Western Cape, and particularly on a sparkling day like this, it really is special, and perhaps no better ways to experience the Western Cape than on a bike, or off a bike, sadly. Was that rider just pushing the bike? Looked like a mechanical problem of sorts, but getting around the peninsula on two wheels is a very, very special experience. And you can see the tree on the left-hand side there, frozen solid, but it was angled according to the prevailing wind, the southeaster, but not moving at all because there is no wind. And if you can recall, many of you may have watched this with us before, that the podiums and the advertising hoardings have been blown around and blown down, but certainly not this year. It is wind still, which is the way we like it, actually. Although the wind and the weather and the likes just adds to what the Cape is all about. It's a dynamic place where you learn to. If you don't like riding in wind, well, then you'll never ride in the Western Cape.
And also just talking about the dynamics of how cycling has kind of shifted and very inclusive in terms of the demographics, you know, where there's a lot of clubs now from the townships that are coming up, you know, the likes of Vukani out in Joburg and Abafazi and all those other different modes of teams that do come up and actually start riding, you know, so it's more open. And there are more people now that are actually riding the event.
Yeah, it is. It's a special place. So as we're watching the riders roll across the finish line, delight for some. Most of them, I reckon, a lot of PBs today. A lot of PBs. So, Sarah Grovier is going to go into third place, riding for customized cycling. Kelsey van Schoor. In fact, I think that's fifth and fourth.
Yes, it is.
And then third place, Candice. There we go. Candice Lill in third place. Well, she just couldn't finish it off on the sprint because Hayley Preen and Kim Lecourt were fighting that out up front. And Hayley Preen, the South African champion, finishing in second place. But it's been a great year for Hayley Preen, going to the World Championships in Belgium. Well, Candice, of course, went to the Mountain Bike World Championships and the Olympic Games. And our winner of the Cape Town Cycle Tour, Kimberly Lecourt, who will come up and collect her bouquet. And there's the bouquet, and a very, very happy recipient for the second time of the gold medal as the overall winner of the Women's Cape Town Cycle Tour. And a beautiful Carol Boys trophy. Peter Boom from Pick and Pay, the CEO, is handing the trophy over. And it is Kimberly Lecourt who will raise the trophy as the champion of the Cape Town Cycle Tour for 2021. A fitting podium with the South African champion there, South Africa's preeminent mountain biker as well. And 2 young riders from a very strong young team. Customized Cycling doing a great job as we flick back to the riders coming across the line. Don't stop on the finish line. There might be riders behind you. Nope. He ducks off.
Ducks off.
Before crossing the line.
That's a beautiful trophy, by the way.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Stunning.
Beautiful. So our women's podium done. Of course, there are all the age groups and different categories that will be revealed. And trophies handed over to them as they collect more prizes. Klein Constantia Bubbly, Garmin product. And now's the time to get out the towel wherever you are.
Yeah, get out the way.
Because it's about to shower. It's about the only rain we're going to get today. It's a bubbly rain. Kimberly Lecourt has done this before. She shows Candice
how it's done.
How it's done. Stana Creves says, I want to have a drink before we spray it all over the place.
Okay, Candice just taking a little bit of time. Let's see what happens.
There we go. The bubbly sprays around Cape Town as our podium finishers celebrate a wonderful day on the Cape Town Cycle Tour. And why not have a sip? Well, our final rider out on the road, Iki. Going up Hospital Hill, I think. Well, he looks very, very well equipped to complete this ride. There's no question about that. And he'll have conditions in his favor and plenty of support out there as well. From the Netherlands. One of their commuter bikes. And she's going to finish this ride, I'm sure, in grand style.
Iki should be done in a jiffy. I mean,
he looks very confident, no problem at all there.
Focused. Hospital Bend. Another 106 kilometers to go.
And that is how you get under the skin of a cameraman. Champagne shower for our top women at the Cape Town Cycle Tour. And you'll be able to relax just a little bit now as he gets over the top of the climb, under the bridges, and then he can roll down.
Should be able to catch some of the riders as he goes down from his group that he started in.
Yep.
As we have more and more of them finishing. It's amazing how as we were speaking before the podium, things have changed in terms of people from different walks of life and demographics able to actually participate in the sport of cycling, whereas back in the days, obviously, it wasn't as accessible as it is now. And there's more and more clubs that are actually forming around townships and all the likes, you know, and academies as well. So it actually brings that camaraderie, and where the guys now create a certain culture of cycling. Doesn't matter where you're from, but you know that, you know, when cyclists meet up with each other, they, you know, they speak the same language.
Yeah, accessibility is becoming more and more accessible, and the opportunity to ride as groups and training and create that community around biking and cycling, and then motivate each other by coming to do events like this. This gentleman is totally focused on passing all these riders. Well, certainly whilst the camera's on him.
Yeah, from Portugal.
Yeah, here we go, riders finishing strongly. Not far from the magnificent Cape Town Stadium here on Sea Point, and everyone's a winner.
Everyone's a winner, and a lot of them actually achieving their personal bests. So most of them are really happy to have crossed that finish.
Oh, beautiful thing. A family day out on the tandem. Absolute privilege and a pleasure to be able to do an event like this with a family member, be it your father, your mother, your son, your daughter. It's a very special thing. Enjoying the downhill. The tandems do fly down the downhills. Well, let's now go to Dion Bing out on the route, and he's caught up with one of the Rotary marshals.
You know, celebrating cycling, we are celebrating winners and people that are like getting up on the podium. But behind the scenes, a lot has to happen to make sure it's a safe race. And marshals are a massive part on making this event so successful. I'm here with Richard from Rotary. Tell us a little bit about how your day has gone and what you are doing down here in Cork Bay today.
Thank you. Today, like all cycle tours for the last 10 years and for the last 5 years as I've been organising the marshals, we have 40 marshals from Blouberg Rotary marshalling the area from St James Station down to Clovelly. We're part of 122 marshals from Lakeside down to Glencairn. I'm pleased to say that today has been very safe, beautiful weather, lots of enthusiastic people, which is exactly what we want to see, because we're here to make sure that the race is safe for both spectators and participants, and we do our bit with the gears and the atmosphere, and it's a good day out for both the spectators, the cyclists, and most of all us Rotarians helping along the way.
Super happy to have you down here, Richard, with all your support crew, and well done to everybody that's part of this, and thank you so much for supporting the event.
Thank you very much indeed.
Cheers.
Bye.
So we come to the men's podium of the Cape Town Cycle Tour, the 43rd edition in 2021, and the bouquets being handed out, and champagne awaits these riders. A great day. I mean, Teg were integral in driving the pace early on. Mad Max came to the fore later on the race, and then the surprise package of Realty Dynamics, perhaps no more surprised with their riders. Susan Ackerman-Berman handing out the bouquets. That's Craig Boyes from Realty Dynamics. He finished third, and having done a lot of work for his team, and Christian Jans van Rensburg, as he said, he's a climber, although he looks a bit like an all-rounder to me. He's got the build of an all-rounder, which he showed today because he was in the mix for the sprint. And albeit that Nolan Hoffman won the sprint fairly comfortably, it wasn't by that far. Considering that Christian Jans van Rensburg, a South African champion in his age group on the road, and applause for a four-time winner, 2014, 2015, and his last victory was 2018. Now 2021, the winner of the Cape Town Cycle Tour for 2021. From Paarl, Team Enza's Nolan Hoffman will get up on the top step of the podium once again. Phenomenal recovery to get back in the group and then finish it off.
Yeah. A great ride from Nolan indeed, and trophy also being presented by Suzanne Ackerman-Berman.
And there is that beautiful trophy, the Carroll Boys Trophy, for the 4th time in the hands of this man, Nolan Hoffman.
Now comes the part of the bubbly.
Yep, things could get a bit sticky now. I think, Audrey just saying, don't open it just yet. We need to get a photograph of you with those bottles and the Garmin products you've received. Nolan has a little gander to see what he's got there. He's very happy with that.
Nolan is, you can see Nolan is very happy about these Garmin.
I'll tell you what, Christian Janssen for Innsbruck is for a non-sprinter is extremely chuffed to be here in second place, yeah. Now the race to get the cork out.
You can see the naturals. Yaku knows what he's doing.
Yaku knows what to do, yeah. He's seen this before, done it many times himself. So has Nolan, mind you.
Yeah.
Great spray of champagne around the podium. The champagne shower for those riders, the bubbly flows, and these riders heading towards Muizenberg.
Probably have another 90 kilometers to go or so. I mean, we have international viewers as well, Gerald.
Yeah, of course.
We got the likes of, see some guys on social media, the likes of Paul K and Dane, DJ Dane, who normally are with us. But they're actually out now in Mallorca watching us as we bring them the Cape Town Cycle Tour live around the world.
Yeah, I reckon they're looking on and thinking, New York is nice, but boy, doesn't this look beautiful.
Yeah.
It really does. Guys, this is the place to be today, that's for sure. And everyone bringing the vibe and having an absolute blast on the Cape Town Cycle Tour in 2021. Little groups forming. Some will come along with their group and try and start and finish together, helping every single rider get across the finish line. And others will form groups along the road as they get to know riders who have a similar outlook on how to approach this ride.
And what's pretty weird is that when you, in such an event like this, you see somebody for the first time, and so often as it so happened, you then become friends, and you know, you exchange details, you know, Facebook and you know, all those social media apps, and then you start something out there. So I mean, cycling and the sport itself just brings out that camaraderie in people and that humanity, you know, that we call Ubuntu.
Yeah, it's a great level, isn't it? I mean, no one wears any uniform or suits or ties or occupies offices bigger or smaller than others. It's everyone's the same. So it is a wonderful community of like-minded people.
Doesn't matter what type of bike you have, we all suffer the same.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I can tell you that Nolan Hoffman, who won today's men's race, and Kimberly LeCourt, who won the women's race, there'll be a lot more fancier bikes than theirs out on the route today. They'll go a lot slower, but that's exactly what it is. It's a beautiful leveler. As another, look like a family gets across the line. So riders rolling in to finish here. The Cape Town Cycle Tour puts this all together. Let's hear from the Cape Town Cycle Tour's chairman.
Okay, so the Trust has this really great job of being able to look after this iconic event of the Cycle Tour and keep the flow of funds coming through for the good work that is done by the beneficiaries of the tour. And of course, it was a big blow to us in March when we couldn't have our normal cycle tour. And that's why we're really, really happy and excited to be able to do it now. Even though it's a little bit smaller, it's going to keep us going, keep us alive, and it keeps everybody excited and able to enjoy this great event. I really want to pay a tribute to the guys who are taking part. It's not the same cycle tour as it maybe has been in the past. It's more of a fun ride. It's going to be fewer of us, but it really is a cycle tour. It's a 2021 cycle tour. I also want to say a big thank you to all those Rotarians and volunteers out around the route who make it the event that it is. One of the biggest Rotarian supporters of the event, of course, was Paul de Groot, Mr. Hoopler himself. We're really sad to have lost him last year, but we will be remembering him at the start as well. So enjoy the race, enjoy the ride, enjoy the Gies, and welcome back to the cycle tour. And we're looking forward to March as well. Thank you.
Ian Perch, chairman of the Cape Town Cycle Tour Trust, with some encouraging words. And yeah, it's just around the corner. It's a short year, if you like. So you just need to look ahead to March next year for the next Cape Town Cycle Tour.
Pretty weird, yeah, but if you think about it, the Cape Town Cycle Tour is actually the only event last year that actually happened. That was not cancelled.
Yeah,
it just made it by the skin of its teeth.
Yeah, it was the last major event of this type to take place, because a week later the Cape Epic was cancelled just before that started, and so a few days later we were in the first of many lockdowns, and the world became a different place. And this perhaps is evidence that the world is returning, but also becoming a new different place, in a different way, and perhaps it'll make us more cognizant of valuing these opportunities, of appreciating the opportunity to do things like this when it was taken away from us last year. So the sense of recognition of the opportunity to do these events must be emphasized. It is a very, very special, it's a privilege really to be able to do this. So it is a wonderful celebration of active lives and an opportunity to get out and be part of this wonderful community. It is the Cape Town Cycle Tour for 2021, year 43 of this event. The women's winner, Kimberly Lecourt of Mauritius, and the men's winner for the 4th time, Nolan Hoffman, all the way from down the road in Paarl. Years since Pick and Pay have been part of the Cape Town Cycle Tour, and once again very much part of the event. Pick and Pay founder, the wonderful Raymond Ackerman, was at the start line this morning. It's amazing his continued support for this wonderful event.
I mean, the support they also gave out the guys out in Kailicha, the Velokaya guys, been with them for the past 17 years. 17 years of partnership with the Ackerman family, and I mean, as you probably would know, the likes of Nick Dlamini having come from Velokaya, Lutando Kakas, still mentoring some small riders, making sure that they actually go through that form, but obviously making sure education is key. That's what it's all about.
Velokaya, very much part and parcel of the Cape cycling community down here, Sipho. It's growing, is it, the numbers?
Very much so, they're growing. I mean, you've seen now a lot of younger riders actually coming into the fold, and in terms of their competitiveness, also getting a bit younger. And I think obviously they're following the fold of the likes of, you see now the Tour de France winners, they're no longer 29-year-olds. It's your 22-year-olds.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's following that route, changing with the times.
Youngsters coming into the sport. We saw a lot of youngsters here. In fact, a message from the great Malcolm Langer, multiple winner of this event in his time, of course, and his young son Tyler was in that lead group as well. So he's a young man we've got to look out for in the future. Perhaps the second Langer winning the cycle tour in years to come, but a real talent.
Very, very possible. I mean, they did the SA Youth Champs out in Mpumalanga about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Oh. Tandems, veterans, masters and the like rolling across the finish line here. And up the other end of Cape Town, take an opportunity as you roll through Cork Bay to look out at that spectacular view of False Bay on the left-hand side. And to Cape Town again, just amazing. I mean, it is people going about their business, walking and running and just carrying on with their lives. But it does shut down the city for a period that demands a bit of patience and understanding from the residents of Cape Town. And they become obviously very accustomed to it and have accepted it as part of what makes the city great. It's what would Cape Town be without the Cape Town Cycle Tour? Well, it is a very much an integral part of this city. Yep, put a whole suit on. There we go.
It's also pretty amazing how the communities have actually embraced the cycle tour, understanding, that, what, for once a year, our roads will be flocked with cyclists. And they then, instead of just shying away from it, but become part of it as spectators. You have the bands that are playing, you have guys having braais, on the road, and having a joy, and also being the spectators and the supporters of the riders out on the road.
Absolutely. Cork Bay Harbour. The temptation to pull over for a coffee, some fish and chips.
I wouldn't mind some fish and chips.
And I tell you what, there would be some who will along the route.
No,
stranger
definitely.
things happen. Yep, absolutely.
I know a couple of riders who've actually stopped for a couple of drinks or two.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Simonstown's often a regular horn for some of the riders stopping off there. Done, another Cape Town Cycle Tour done, and there we go. That's what it means. And yeah, the multiple finishes. You've done a dozen or so. Those who come back year in and year out, it becomes a part of your life. It's I don't want to say addictive because that alludes to something a little more sinister. It's not at all. It's just something beautiful. It is really until you've taken part and ridden it, you're difficult to comprehend what it means to be able to ride your bike around a big city like this. When the roads are shut down, you're riding with thousands of people in the same sort of environment. It really is a very special occasion. And yes, celebrate these days when the weather is perfect, because it's in the blink of an eye or 6 months, March might bring something very different. And you're riding in a howling southeaster or...
And I mean, I'm thinking from when I started back in probably 98, my first cycle tour, all I wanted to do was do a 4-hour 30. I remember I still finished at Camps Bay back in 1998. And I think obviously as time went, you wanted to obviously set a higher bar, in terms of what time you want to finish your PB. So most of the riders that are here are obviously trying to achieve their PBs, and you will see them obviously fist pumps and all that stuff. It's actually an achievement for them. It's not necessarily about the guys that come first to 10th position.
Well, there's a young lady riding e-bike, and we'll get her around the trails here. What was your fastest time?
My fastest time was 2 hours and 44 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, back in 2006.
So were you not here now, you would be looking to improve on that?
Probably yes, but it would be impossible.
Are those days gone?
Yeah, those days are a bit gone,
Okay.
are long gone.
Yeah, lovely, but it is a wonderful journey. Yep. PB's perhaps set. It depends when you start riding this event. If you start as a young man like Sipho alongside me here, you've set that PB early on, and then it becomes a little bit less attainable as the years go on. Through Fishhook, the cruise through Fishhook, quiet Sunday morning, not so quiet on the Cycle Tour Sunday.
I think also as you grow, as the older you grow and become a sub-veg, all you want to do, it doesn't matter what it is, it must be a sub-3. That's all I've always looked up to. It's like, you know what, if I finish a sub-3, that is a great achievement for me.
How many?
I've done probably 4 of them.
Oh, cool.
Four sub-3s.
Very impressive. Very, very impressive. Well, today is a PB day, you feel? Although for these riders, yes, but further back down the field, you feel there'll be riders who just wallow in the beauty and the joy of being out on a very special day. Yes, these sort of days don't come along that often. Now, yes, Cape Town's got beautiful weather and it does look spectacular in any sort of weather, but these days when there's not a breath of wind, when the temperature's sort of early to mid-20s and it is crystal clear overhead, the sea is like glass. Well, these are glorious, glorious golden days in the Western Cape, and they must be savoured. Right, we've a familiar face and voice on our Cape Town Cycle Tour coverage over the years, more from a position that he is deeply involved in getting this show under the way. David Bellairs is going to be chatting to Andrew Mills.
And very excited this morning to have with us Mr. Andrew Mills, the Marketing Director of Pick n Pay. Andrew, your first time down here at the Cape Town Cycle Tour? No? Yes?
Yes, well, it's the first time for me, but it's definitely not the first time for Pick n Pay. It's 3 decades, 30 years in association. We couldn't have asked for a better event. The weather has been fantastic, and you can just see by the cyclists who've attended, what an incredible event. South Africa has needed this. The city of Cape Town has needed this for a long time. We've gone through a very difficult time as a country. The country's faced a lot, especially with the coronavirus that has been around. But absolutely, a full applause goes to the team of organizers. Fantastic. From that time that gun was shot this morning and the entire pelotons and races left, how fantastic was it to be able to be absolutely smiling back again? And you could see with all of the participants as they crossed the line saying thank you to the sponsors. Such a big event. We last held this 3 weeks before the pandemic gripped us. Now this is the first major event, and it just shows that we're back on the map, and we followed all the COVID-19 protocols, and Pick n Pay is just so proud to be associated now. 30 years of association, and it's onwards and upwards. Congratulations to all of the winners and the participants. In fact, everyone's a winner, and they've been thanking us. They've been thanking the sponsors, and they've been thanking the race organisers to say thank you, we're back. What a statement we've made.
Fantastic, and I think on behalf of all of the cyclists out there, Peter, that are participating today, for the support that Pick n Pay has given this event for the last 30 years, huge kudos, an absolutely unbelievable relationship, and a big thank you to you and the team at Pick n Pay. But one last question before you go. Are we going to see you on a bicycle next year, Peter? Andrew.
Well, that's a charged question. I know that Peter, our CEO, will definitely be on there, and I'll be here to make sure that I'll be putting him on the podium as our winner from a Pick n Pay side of things.
Andrew, fantastic. Thank you so much, and thank you for the support. Cheers.
David Bellairs talking there to the marketing manager of Pick n Pay, Andrew Mills. Wonderful to have them. 30 years. That's an incredible loyalty to a single event over all those years. And clearly it works for them, and it works for the cyclists and the Cape Town Cycle Tour Trust. This is a ground level view of the riders who rolling along very comfortably. few people alongside the road out supporting these riders. It looks like Nuruk here.
Nuruk, I was about to say that.
Yeah.
Just I think he's the CEO.
So riders rolling across the finish line. Way to go for these men and women. They've got to confront Chapman's Peak very shortly. Chapman's Peak well behind this group of riders, finishing all very smoothly.
Just having seen one of the riders, mechanic actually, Manele Fuzani there, just crossing the finish line. As see some of our spectators.
A very interested one, this K9 one. Well behaved, just keep an eye on the riders as they roll towards Chapman's Peak. Another representative from Pick and Pay. They don't come much higher up than this man. Peter Boone is in conversation with Gordon Graham.
So what a privilege it is to be at the finish line of the Cape Town Cycle Tour, what could be described as one of the most unique cycle tours in 43 years of racing, with COVID-19 restrictions, all sorts of hardship that the guys had to do to get here. But we got here and we raced with 18,000 people today. And one of the reasons why we did that is because of partnerships with Pick and Pay that have lasted for 30 years. Joining me, just arrived in the country, Peter Boone from the Netherlands. Welcome firstly to South Africa.
Yeah, thank you, Gordon. Fantastic to be here. Fantastic to be participating in this event. I think it's a great environment. It's fantastic. There's a lot of energy what I see and observe today. So well organized. The cyclists extremely enthusiastic as well. And let's not forget the amount of amazing weather that we have. So yeah, a great event with two great winners, I have to say as well.
Yeah, fantastic champions. 30 years Pick and Pay has partnered with this race. I think it's one of the longest running partnerships as far as sponsorship is concerned in the history of sport in South Africa. And as a newcomer to South Africa and joining Pick and Pay, you must be very proud of that association.
Extremely proud, and I think it goes very much back to what we stand for as Pick and Pay. Doing good is good business, and I think an event like this cycling event is it's still the biggest cycling event in the world. Don't forget that. Now 18,000 people, normally pre-COVID over 35,000 participants.
And just to pull off 18,000 riders during a pandemic, you're from the Netherlands, so you understand the whole world's been affected like this. How much of an achievement is that to get so many people together safely from Pick and Pay side of things?
Yeah, but that is what I said. The way it has been organized, we're still living in an environment which is how do I say that in correct English, affected by the pandemic. Organization, health and safety aspects are in place, good organization, fantastic spirit. And I think for everybody it's a little bit trying to get back to normal, the new normal is what I call it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of one of those things that we needed. We needed a little bit of normal just to remind us that we're going to be okay in the long run. Peter Boone from the CEO of Pick and Pay, thank you so much for joining us.
And thank you as well, and thanks to everybody, all the participants and all the organizers and the volunteers of making this such a successful event. Well done. Congratulations.
30 years on. Well done, Pick and Pay.
Thanks very much to Gordon Graham and Peter Boone from the Netherlands. Thanks very much to Gordon Graham and Peter Boone from the Netherlands, who's now the CEO of Pick and Pay here in South Africa. Oh, nothing like a camera to get you going, eh? Powering along beautifully, nice. Looking very strong.
Gives you that percentage of wattage. You know, when the camera is on you, you know,
yes.
You almost like get that little Vuma.
Yeah.
Going towards Simonstown.
Yep. And flying past riders. There's the ultimate goal for these riders. Get to the finish. finish with a smile. Finish strong. And stop the clock. And there's no post-ride hospitality areas, so it's a very much a different environment. There's usually, over the years, a lot of celebrations and various corporate functions and private and public areas for riders to go and relax and celebrate their achievement. But this year, riders are encouraged to make their way away from the venue. Right, let's go back to Gordon Graham at the finish line.
Legacy brands. Cape Town Cycle Tour is definitely one of those brands. As we said when we chatted to Peter from Pick n Pay earlier, 30 years of partnership between Pick n Pay and Cape Town Cycle Tour. It's just phenomenal. And of course, the man who started it all, Pick n Pay, so many years ago, Ray Ackerman, what a privilege it was to see him this morning. Suzanne, welcome. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having us. And my dad every year, to me it's a miracle. He's in his 90th year. He survived a terrible bout of COVID, as did so many millions of people, thank God. And to have him here and get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, much to my mother's disgust, to get him up at 4 in the morning, he would not miss this for the world.
Well, it was an incredibly beautiful feeling this morning when we heard your father say, I declare the Cape Town Cycle Tour 2021 open. And I think that's what it's all about, given the history between the Cycle Tour and Pick n Pay, and having him there and making that statement. It's a proud day.
It's a very proud day, and particularly with what we as a nation, as humanity, have lost over the last 18 months. And, you know, I just want to salute all our frontline workers who every single day went to work to keep our stores safe and open so that we as society could actually be safe. And to all the healthcare workers out there, and that's why my dad actually got up at 4 in the morning and he said, I want to be there to thank the healthcare workers, the frontline workers, and to thank Cape Town for standing together. And we'll get through this.
We often make the mistake of thinking that frontline workers are healthcare workers only, but people working in the Pick n Pay stores around the country, they've worked through level 5 lockdowns, they've worked through the harshest times to make sure that life goes on for your consumers. You must be so proud of the staff around the country.
Extremely proud, and the way that they've managed to keep themselves and their families safe against such enormous odds. And the stores weren't closed for one single day. And it's been an extraordinary achievement for all of our staff on the front line, and learning sanitizing and keeping the staff safety. And the numbers have been remarkably controlled. And it really is thanks to the customers.
And it's not just a case of keeping the stores open. Pick n Pay has been involved in various actions throughout the pandemic to support people during this tough time.
We started a campaign called Feed the Nation, and we never knew it would gain such incredible momentum. So with all our stakeholders, the suppliers, the customers, the staff, we've managed to feed nearly 40 million people. And we've raised over 130 million rand, and it's thanks to all stakeholders who've been in this together. We never knew this would happen, and it's been a remarkable journey. And thank you to everyone who's participated in Feeding the Nation. And we're continuing to feed the nation.
Well, I tell you what, from South Africa to the Ackerman family, we absolutely love you guys. Thank you for everything you do. Please tell Mom and Dad we love them and have a wonderful day.
Oh, thank you. You get me emotional now. That's why we're here. We love this nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you to Raymond Ackerman, who was there early hours of this morning. He was looking more awake than I was.
Gordon, thanks very much. Yeah, I mean, it is the sort of event that does engender a loyalty, and albeit it's an amazing sense of loyalty that Pick n Pay have shown over the years to stay with the event. On one hand, you also look at it and say, well, wouldn't you? You know, if you had the opportunity, this is a sort of event, and particularly when you look at it like today, well, wouldn't you want to be associated with this?
I mean, it's quite crazy that I've lived that experience with Velokaya and what Suzanne and her team at Pick n Pay have done. I mean, she's actually one of the protagonists of where Velokaya is in terms of the partnership that we've had with them for the past 15 years. So, I mean, with the Feed the Nation program that they did, literally I think with regards to that, we got over 1,000 parcels, food parcels, for kids around the township to be able to make sure that they get something to eat at the end of the day with their parents during lockdown. So it's really, these guys are really doing wonderful work. And I mean, Velokai, in all honesty, would not be around if it were not for Pick n Pay.
Well, it's a rich endorsement, Sipho, for what Pick n Pay have done and what you do in terms of sustaining it and keeping it and driving it all.
I mean, it's all through the support. And I also thank my team that I work with and all our board members, but it's also the support, because without the support of the corporates like Pick n Pay, we would not be where we are.
So, I mean, wonderful to see one of the recumbents going around the route. But I just want to stay with this, the importance of Velokaya, and obviously to the community it brings a sense of a specific cycling community. It brings a healthy pursuit. It brings competitive. And the importance of seeing your riders ride an event like this. How pivotal, how important is it to deliver a winner? Is that, yes, you would like to have a winner here, but is that less of an issue, is more you want to just bring riders and bring people in to give them education, give them an opportunity in life?
So the unfortunate thing about Velokai is that we are known for creating these top-end black cyclists. But our main goal is actually to take kids out of the streets and actually make sure that they're able to finish their education without being involved in all the social ills. So the part, though, of them being able to go beyond the expectations is something that we've somehow honed. But our integral part and the most important one is education. So that's why we make sure that we put them through in terms of the schooling and the learnerships that we do provide at Velokaya, that it just doesn't end at a grade 12. You know, we are able to put them through learnership.
And it doesn't end on the bicycle.
Exactly, exactly. So even if it did, so for example, we have some of our staff members who've gone and become mechanics, some of them who've gone and worked for other teams, you know, and we've got a couple of guys, I think one now who is out in Dubai, he's a mechanic. So it doesn't mean that if you don't make it on the bike, you know, you're not going to be anything. There's so many things that you can do. You can become a team manager, you know. So it's an array of skills that they can actually hone and they can be part of. And it's also the moving beyond cycling that it almost like creates that that foundation for you to be a successful person, you know. So it's a great way to make sure that you start up, because obviously our kids are very much exposed to your social ills, you know, your gangsterism, your crime, you know. So Velokaya then becomes sort of a sanctuary that keeps them in there, and once they're ready to blossom or bloom, we are then able to let them go.
Well, it's amazing. It's a fantastic initiative that is giving people hope and an opportunity, and that can only be applauded. And as you said, Sipho, say the input from people like Pick n Pay is absolutely critical to the success of Velokaya and so many other projects. As Pedal Power Association and Claremont Rotary play a big role in distributing the funds raised from the Cape Town Cycle Tour. Yes, this year won't be quite as big as previous years because there are fewer entries, but they're still sustained and kept going by the contributions made by these riders. So important. Wisps of cloud over Cape Town, but that palm tree dead still, an indication that no better day you would wish to find that this here in Cape Town. Who would not want to be part of this beautiful city on a day like today? Really stunning.
I mean, to actually move the event as well to October is kind of a blessing for today.
I mean, but I mean, it's a you know, it can be a bit of a gap. Well, the weather can be a little bit of a lottery in these parts. As we said yesterday morning, was rainy and cold and overcast. It did clear later in the day, but we've had it where the weeks leading up to the cycle tour have been beautiful, and then it all turns nasty on the day of the race or the day before, and nothing you can do about that. It's all part of living on the coastline.
Yeah. Unpredictability.
Up at Chapman's Peak, these riders go, doing a grand job, and one more they've got to go. And Dion Bing is making his way. He was in Cork Bay the last time. They probably had some fish and chips, then got on his bike and headed out to Simonstown. Dion, who have you got to tell us about, or speak to in Simonstown? Dion Bing.
Simonstown with 70 kilometers still to go. Yeah, a lot of people have got great spirit heading through here, stopping at the water point. It's quite interesting. There are a couple of older pubs around here that we found, and they're stopping at those water points as well. Just putting it out there. But lots of people, good vibe. The sun is still shining. There isn't a breath of wind in Simonstown. And I've stopped with Andrew and Layla. Andrew, you're living in South Africa. But Layla, you from?
I'm from Hungary.
And what's cycling like in Hungary?
There is cycling, I've just never been part of it. So here you go. I just actually fell in love with it in Cape Town, thanks to him. So I'm just so happy to see that it happens again. It's like starting to get back to some normality, so I'm over the moon.
Yeah. And how many have you done, Cape Town cycle tours have you done before?
I've done the first one last year, right before the lockdown.
And how much fun, Andrew, is it to be cycling together?
No, it's a lot of fun. We've had a good laugh all the way around as well. And everyone's got there's just a really good vibe as well. I think everyone's just happy to be outside and back to normal.
No, I think that's what it's feeling like. It's like being back to normal again. It's a strange sense of normality. Obviously, it's like it's less people on the road this time round. But I mean, it feels like the real thing. It's the real thing again, eh?
No, it is. Absolutely. And it's so much fun as well.
I'm just very happy that those who, because we were also in two minds, to do it, not to do it. We haven't really trained, to be honest, but you know what? We did our part being here. Let's just get back to the normal life that it used to be.
No, I'm just agreeing with that, leading by example and just showing it can be done, We're wearing our masks at the right time. I mean, the protocols were there at the start. But how are the legs? I mean, you haven't been cycling for a while.
I can't feel my legs at the moment. I didn't even know I had any. I'm looking at all the guys on e-bikes and I'm thinking, why didn't I do it on an e-bike? But my body is a temple, so I will make it.
I absolutely love it. Well, I'm not going to keep you back. I know you'd love to chat because that gives you more rest on your legs.
And the lift back to Cape Town would be nice as well, thank you.
Jump on the back of the bike with us. But Andrew and Layla, have a wonderful rest of your trip. Only 70 more kilometers to go.
Thank you.
Go enjoy. Cheers. See you later. Cheers. Enjoy. I'm going to head on over to the water point there. The water point there. What's up? John, how you, man? Lekker, man. I'm here with John. Hey? Called me up there. Yeah, I know. We're live on camera here, John. And so you're part of the Rotary, obviously. Yeah? And I mean, this is quite a big water point to keep control of. How things been going down here?
It's going very well. The people seem to be very relaxed this time around. And I think it's a function of people are coming out to celebrate the ending of COVID. And it's become a tour, a really good tour rather than a race. And I think with fewer people on the track, also there's less stress in the big bunches and people having a whale of the time. We've checked with our medical tents and the worst we've had so far is having rubs and cramps. And we're just celebrating that people are behaving themselves and sticking to all the rules and regs and having a whale of a time. And it's fantastic to be out here again, and we can't wait for the next August or the next Cape Town cycle tour, which is in April.
Oh my goodness, exactly. Just a couple of months' time we'll be doing it all over again.
Maybe then we can accommodate a larger number and get back to the normality that this race. This race generates a rand or two out of every entry, which Rotary uses for all our projects within the community. So we celebrate people coming to give their hard-earned rands for us to be able to apply that into the communities to make a difference.
And that's it. I mean, there's been so much stress and strain in the communities that Rotary would service all the time, because everybody's under pressure, and so those who are normally stressed out, all of a sudden it's getting worse for everybody. So it's been really tough all the way around, and to have an event like this generating some income that you can spread out to your project is fantastic.
And kudos to the city. We only got the planning's been going on for the whole year, hoping that the city would and the government would allow a restriction change. And only a week or two ago did we get the go-ahead, which was fabulous. And yeah, look at it, we're celebrating today.
Wonderful, but I mean, it must have been tough for you. You've got the infrastructure in place. You can't turn it around in 2 weeks. You almost had a sort of a plan in place a long time before that, if they gave you the green light.
Absolutely. We've been running this for many years, and we improve it each year, taking into consideration people's opinions and inputs. And we have a blueprint which has become tighter and tighter under COVID. And yeah, we rally around and we change and we get it done.
Got it done fantastically, and you've got the support from your teams around your Rotary. When you say, look, I need somebody to get up at 3, 4 in the morning to head on down to Simonstown, you've got the people to help, eh?
Absolutely, because we know that getting people out onto the road has a multitude of benefits of health, of community, and of getting that rand into the Rotary's coffers to be able to plow back into the community, and that's what gets us up in the morning.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you so much, John, for what you're doing, your team are doing at Rotary, and how you're supporting the communities in the greater Cape Town area.
And yeah, thanks to everybody as well. And it's Rotary's a big community, it's a family, and I'm just one little cog in the wheel. So thanks, Bingo. Nice to see you again.
Awesome to see you again. Go well, eh? We don't know anymore how to play this. Thanks so much, eh? Cheers. Have a good one. I'm going to head on down. I just see people holding jugs of cocktails, water cocktails, and Coca-Cola there. How's it been going? What are you guys doing down here? You're filling up the water bottles?
Yeah, I'm filling up water bottles, giving Coke, community service, helping out as much as you can.
Just tell me a little bit about the people that are coming past. Are they in a good mood, in a bad mood? Are they tired? Are they happy?
Well, most of them are in a good mood, but if they're not, we try and make them have a good mood.
Really appreciate the guys and girls being down here, filling up with Coke and water, getting the water bottles full, and then so they can head them out there again. Sorry, what's your name? Carl. You've got through a whole bottle of water from Cape Town to here. What's it like out on the road?
Fantastic. It's a great day to be out there.
Yeah, great day. Are you looking forward to the next 70 kilometers?
Oh, of course, yes. Only 70? Come on, man.
Don't eat it up, John.
Oh,
enjoy.
Oh, thank you very much.
Just. We got to keep on walking down. Thanks, guys. Thanks for the water and Coke. Have a great ride. Oh, let me get out of your way. Can I chat to you quickly? Sorry, what's your name? Is that an energy bar going down there? Or a little bit of Bolton?
Energy bar.
Do you need the energy? How are you feeling? How's it been going so far?
Better than expected.
Better than expected. Have you been doing some training, or behind the scenes?
Too little.
Okay, so how are you feeling like going forward the next 70 Ks?
A bit worried, but we're going to take it on as it goes.
Are you here on your own? Are you from Cape Town?
Yes, we are from Cape Town. So myself and my brother-in-law are doing it together.
Oh, wonderful. And he's left already. I better get you back in your bike. Cheers. Keep going. Keep going, hey? Take a walk down. I love your shirt, Bruce. No, we've got to chat to a guy with a shirt like that. Sorry, what's your name? Tom. I'm here with Tom, and who's cycling with you?
My son, Jasper.
Tom and Jasper. Jasper, I want to say Jasper's sweating harder than you are. How long have you been cycling for?
25 years.
Oh, like, and how many Cape Town cycle tours you done?
This is my 13th, eh? Unlucky 13, but I'm still here.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
And where did you get that shirt? That is absolutely beautiful, man.
At a surf shop.
And how's...
This is nice. Who's on your shirt? Rick and Morty.
Oh, wow, beautiful, man. Now, and you're a surfer? Who's the surfer? What's it been looking like coming through Muizenberg?
Pretty crappy. Yeah, it's just small and windy.
Yeah, small. But looking forward to Misty Cliffs, it always picks up more swell, eh?
Yeah.
You got a board that side?
No.
We'll see you down here later. Lekker Jasper, lekker Tom, thanks so much, eh? Yeah, look out for them in their multicolored shirts, eh? Right. Sorry, what's your name? Paul. Yes. Paul, I'm Dion. Welcome to Simonstown. How's it been going for you?
Very well, thank you. Very well, thank you.
So you're going to stop for some water? I don't want to keep you too long.
I've already stopped.
Got your water? Okay, off you go. Next 70 Ks. Enjoy it. Enjoy it out there. Just take a look behind you. There is such chaos. Everybody behind the scenes pouring the water, pouring the coke. It's getting them going. Look at them, look at them, look at them. Tell me, sorry, what's your name?
Slindo.
And how's it been going? I mean, you were up super early, hey, with your team here.
Yeah. It's been going great.
Okay, great. You got enough juices for everybody?
Yep.
And the vibe of the people coming past, are they happy to get something to drink?
Yes, indeed they are.
Keep doing what you're doing. We love what you're doing. Thank you so much. Right, sorry, what's your name, bud?
Etienne.
Etienne.
Bunny the Clown.
Do you get a little hot with that? Like,
My name is Pete Pompies.
Pete Pompies. Lovely to have you down here. You've done this before, hey?
I've done it before, and my stupidity is bringing me back again, unfortunately. You know, so what can I do? What can I do?
It's so lucky to have this kind of vibe out on the road and a bike. Have you seen the bike? Tell me about the bike.
This is an old bike that we picked up for free in Caledon.
Yeah?
And it's like an old 65 Molten, and I'm driving it as is. It comes, I've got my tool set here, running repairs as you go along. It's a survival trip.
That is amazing. It takes all types, the clowns and the bikes. They're all down here in Simonstown. Back on the way. Enjoy the rest of the next 70 Ks, man. Awesome. Thanks for stopping by. How wonderful is that? Everybody has just got this energy back. Everybody's got the energy back. It's so wonderful to be out again and just enjoying Cape Town as it should be.
Thanks, Dion. Fantastic vibe down at Simonstown. And what about that for a shot? Isn't that just spectacular? The cliff faces of Chapman's Peak with that beautiful road carved out of the rock, supported by more rock built and set in place, and the ocean stretching out for thousands of kilometers in the distance. You might just see a ship on the horizon as well. Chapman's Peak. For these riders, it means that they're getting down to the business end of the ride. They've got Chapman's Peak to do, roll through Hout Bay, and then Seikabossi to conquer. And then, as you heard Nolan Hoffman say, the race is over for him from there because the climbs are done. And I can tell you that a lot of these riders will have the same feeling as Nolan, because that is the toughest part of the ride. These two climbs, and then, you're pretty much done. The roll down through Llandudno, you want that momentum to carry you through all the way through to Camps Bay, through Clifton, Sea Point, and you'll catch sight of the magnificent Cape Town Stadium in the distance. And there's the finish of the Cape Town Cycle Tour, presented by Pick n Pay, once again, heavily involved at the Cape Town Cycle Tour now for 30 of its 43 years. Beautiful, isn't it? Makes you want to come out and do it. And there's no reason to believe that you can't complete this Cape Town Cycle Tour. You've just seen that gentleman on the folding bike, and the clown, dressed up as a clown. I mean, amazing. And he will finish this and finish well and finish strongly. And like these riders, all finishing with smiles on their faces. Not the mass bunches we've seen in the past, but still a good 18,000 riders taking part in this year's Cape Town Cycle Tour. Another tandem. Family affair. That's one of the great benefits of cycling, is that you can do it as a family.
I mean, I'm just thinking now, if I had my son or daughter, if I wanted to do it, would I want to do it on a tandem or just ride along? Which one would you prefer, Gerald?
Not entirely sure. I'd be very good on a tandem, I must say. But there we go, another one.
Yeah.
You get the idea that that's a family team because of the size differential. But yeah, it could be trickier. I think my sons, any one of them could quite easily pull me around on the tandem. But I'm not entirely sure I'd be comfortable sitting behind them.
I think I'll be okay as well. I'll be happy to push them.
Yeah.
Rather than have them at the back and just actually pulling them. No.
Or let them go. So you're feeling strong, go.
Do your thing.
Do your thing, yeah.
I mean, look how beautiful that postcard picture is.
Absolutely, isn't it? Beautiful, beautiful sight, isn't it? So it is a beautiful journey around Cape Town. Here's a look at how it all unfolded from early this morning. Let's look back at some of the highlights of the 2021 Cape Town Cycle Tour. A powerhouse, Nola Hoffman, winning the men's race here at the Cape Town Cycle Tour. Just opening the throttle and just powering away. Quite a phenomenal sight, isn't it?
Made it look very easy indeed.
Yeah. Well, these riders are making it look pretty easy as well.
Going up, that's Chapman's Peak, yes?
Yeah, heading into Chapman's Peak and doing so very, very comfortably indeed. They might not necessarily agree with that assessment right now, or in about 10 minutes time, but they're making it look fairly comfortable. And you don't have to race this thing flat out all the way around. Just ride it.
And
just
enjoy the scenery, you know.
It is a special place to be. No such thing as a bad bike ride. And there we go, tandem again under the constructed arch, protecting road traffic and riders from potential rock falls. Remember the years when Chapman's Peak was taken out of the cycle tour? You must have done one of those.
Yeah, I did it. I think it went up Gapsavek.
Yeah.
It wasn't very pleasant, I must be honest. Because I remember it also took you back to Hospital Bend.
Yes.
Yeah.
You had to finish going up there. But this is the traditional route that is so beloved of all Cape Townians and gives every rider and gives everyone a full feel of the entire Cape Peninsula and its unique and spectacular beauty.
I think some of the guys I see, this is Thabo
Ndlela. Hi, my roomie from the FNB Change Your Life Tour. Thabo was going well. They're very distinctive polka dot jerseys. Do a great job in funding various projects, including the Martin J. Change a Life Academy in the Valley of 1,000 Hills, and the Marta Change a Life down in Port Alfred, creating opportunities for youngsters both through education and sport.
That's run by Martin Dreyer, isn't it?
Well, Martin Dreyer's Change a Life Academy, and then down in Namato as well as a project down in Port Alfred, not with Martin. And I know Martin Dreyer had some paddlers at the Fish River Canoe Marathon over the weekend. So his project has expanded to include mountain bikers, runners, and paddlers as well, which is a wonderful project. As I said, supported by Change a Life, which is a group of riders like Thabo and Lela there who put money and finance and time and effort into making it all happen, which is wonderful. Well, there's a walker or two.
Yeah.
It's a little early to be walking, I'm afraid. Well, I suggest the lady on the left here is not part of the event.
I think she's riding pushing now, a Brompton bike.
Yes, Brompton folding bike, yeah. Quick glance at the finish straight and back to what that's where these riders are aspiring to. Well, so there is another race going on. You see the riders on the road riding, and then we saw the lady pushing the Brompton.
Yes.
She's leading
the
other guy pushing the Brompton.
There's another guy out there right behind.
Yeah.
A great initiative as well. I just saw one of those jerseys by Pedal Power.
Yes,
1.5 meters, it's actually going good. And you'll see as you go up not Kloof Neck, but Chapman's Peak, there's that signage,
Yep.
Luminous green signage.
Yeah. Well, we making strides. I mean, the origins of the cycle tour were all about cycle safety.
Cycle safety, yes.
And while the ride around the Cape Town cycle tour is as safe as it can get in terms of impacting from traffic, it does not distract, I'm afraid, from the perils of riding on the road in South Africa. And between the last event and this, there are no doubt hundreds who have lost their lives or been badly injured or hurt in accidents with vehicles. And there was a tragedy in Gauteng last week. Saw the loss of life of a very, very formidable cyclist in Alex Otto. And it really did send shockwaves around the cycling community and the South African business community as well, the loss of Alex. And our thoughts are with his family and all those who knew Alex. A very, very tough time indeed. And for all of those who have lost loved ones to the perils of riding a bike around South Africa. Well, we saw this combination a little earlier in the day, and here they are, still going strong. Wonderful, isn't it? The young man on the back pedaling away with his dad up Chapman's Peak on a fairly vintage old
mountain bike
type Peugeot, yeah. The old Peugeot. Wow.
Yeah, that was probably dusted off yesterday.
It is fantastic, isn't it? Cruising past the mountain bikers. Well done. Well done.
That bike will definitely not break.
No. Absolutely not. Well, what an opportunity for the young man to ride the Cape Town cycle tour with his father. I'm assuming as much.
I mean, we always take it for granted, as first timers, doesn't matter how old you are, but the first one is always the most memorable one, You just want to go out there and finish, and then you get those youngsters, a little bit competitive, don't want to stop at the water points, chasing time already. I can confess I was one of those.
You were one of those?
I was one of those.
Were you a young man in your first You would have been a young man.
Yeah,
How
I
old
was
were you?
14. I was 14.
14?
Years old. Yes, 14 years
Good
old.
effort.
Yeah.
Why? How? What got you into it?
Yeah, well, it was my uncle actually who got me into it. I think it was grade 7. So he was like, hey, listen, we're riding bikes, and if you do want to ride, you need to pass your grade 7. I was like, okay, deal, done deal. Passed my grade 7. And there I was, got a bike, and first ride was actually from Langa to Durbanville. Man, it was a mission. I mean, Langa to Durbanville is about 15 Ks, but to me, that was forever.
Yeah.
You know, and then obviously then progressed. He got me a better bike. It was like, okay, next year we're going to do the cycle tour. Formerly used to call it the Argus. And it finished in Camps Bay. And I used to go to Camps Bay High, so told the teachers everything that, hey guys, you know, we're going to be participating. So it was actually, I was very nervous.
And did you ride it with your uncle?
No, I rode it alone. So
Okay.
I rode solo. So yeah, so he left me on my own. And yeah, man, but it was nice. So I'm just feeling a bit nostalgic as how to a 15-year-old now
Yes.
riding would feel if they're doing it for the first time, and even a 30-year-old, for example, would feel as they're
Absolutely.
doing it for the first time. You know.
The excitement is no less regardless of age, because it is a first time, and as you so rightly say, that first time is always going to be the most memorable, because it does create it's a whole new experience, a first time experience. But look at the excitement of these riders. They're pretty chuffed. Stop in their clocks because it's done.
That's Mike Semmer just crossing the finish line there from Avis. Avis obviously a great partner of the Cape Town Cycle Tour. And Velokaya, by the way.
Oh. Chappie's taking a toll, but not for everyone. Look at that. Not for the
Taking
camera.
pics.
This is what it looks like. Show the family.
I'm ahead. I'm winning.
Yeah. Another of our Change Your Life riders riding through there in the polka dot jersey.
I mean, you can see those jerseys from afar.
A
Very
mile
distinct.
away, aren't they? Distinct, yeah. They're lovely. They always have a big contingent riding the cycle tour, quite often in their own group, but not always. People wandering along the Sea Point Promenade, pausing to come and have a look at the spectacle that happens once a year in Cape Town, the Cape Town Cycle Tour, and that spectacle happening this year in October as opposed to March because of the pandemic and the various lockdowns that were imposed, rightfully so, on the country and the world due to the coronavirus pandemic, resulted in the postponement, then the cancellation, now the new date now in October, but only for this year.
Yeah.
And some of these will be using this as starting their training next, first timers, and say, well, I've done it first time, now I can really...
6 months time, actually. There's
6
6
months
months
time,
to go. You know? And I mean, most of those spectators, you know, they are friends, husbands, wives, waiting for their family members to actually come to the finish line. So I think that's probably the best spot to view them.
Absolutely. Magnificent sight, isn't it? Chapman's Peak Drive.
Yeah.
Iconic journey round the Cape Town Peninsula, bridging between Hout Bay and Noordhoek.
I mean, just thinking about it, the Cape Town Cycle Tour has been very lucky, you know, to be one of the only events around the world to have staged a 2020 version and
hasn't missed
now
a year.
missed a year, you know.
In fact, the cancellation in 2017.
Yeah, 2017, yes.
Was due to the most incredible winds.
I mean, that was...
nothing to do with the pandemic.
Yeah.
So not even a pandemic can keep the Cape Town Cycle Tour down, but the vagaries of the Cape, where they can, and has done in the past, but not often. Not quite often in March. You do have to deal with the intense heat.
Probably one of the reasons now we've obviously moved the start to next to Grand Parade.
Yeah.
Also an iconic venue where Utatu Madiba made his first
Yeah,
speech.
absolutely. Those memories are incredible.
You know, like I wouldn't mind being there right now.
Oh.
It looks so beautiful, calm. I mean, sun's out, you know.
I honestly say, looking to the palm tree on the left is the first bit of movement that we've seen from any trees the whole day. It has been that type of day. And that is just a whisper.
Yeah, luckily it's the last 500 meters.
For these, yeah. But absolutely spectacular. Wow.
Look at that.
Cape Town Stadium, Ranger Bay, waterfront to the left. Out to Moody Point Lighthouse. Isn't that just truly spectacular?
World-class city. Eh?
Cape Town at its very, very best today. Absolutely beautiful. Signal Hill in the forefront, Lion's Head, Table Mountain, Devil's Peak. Who would not want to be here? Who would not want to be part of this today? It really is a sumptuous sight.
Wow.
And these riders will catch sight of the finish arch as they come around this little corner. And a sense of achievement, a sense of relief, excitement, and nostalgia. It's all over for another year for some of them. For others, the first timers will be imbibed with the excitement of having completed their first tour and looking forward to their second perhaps in March.
So some of the riders, I think this is in Scarborough. This looks like Scarborough.
And this is a young man going along brilliantly. He's looking very strong. And those signal bikes are really good, strong mountain bike to get him around the course. 12 apostles, my word.
Wow.
It's like receiving postcards from your good friend living down in Cape Town. Well, why not come and visit in March next year and bring your bike along anyway and just come and experience it for real. Live in that postcard. Be part of that.
Yeah.
Clifton Beach. Beaches. All familiar to you, having gone to school at Camps Bay?
School, yes. So it was like your
stomping ground.
You would look, you would daydream in class, looking at the sea whilst the teachers. Hope my former teachers are not listening.
Those fat tires, getting them around the Cape Town cycle tour, bobbing up and down on them. Yep, it's a good day.
Not the easiest way to get through the Cape Town cycle tour, but hey, I was about a little bit of fun.
Isn't it amazing how you have people who are looking to get every bit of advantage in terms of weight off their bike and make it the lightest machine possible? And then you've got people riding 16, 20 kilogram bikes around with so much joy and happiness. That ocean is glass, isn't it?
It's just still.
Dion would have the day off today. He'd be saying, put your surfboards away, don't use them, get on the bike. And that's what these people have done, 18,000 of them. Wonderful.
Wow.
Truly special.
Beautiful shots.
Just let it unfold as the riders roll down from Llandudno down to Camps Bay eventually, then Sea Point on the finish. This is that little roll down, I think, after little chappies. Suddenly this finish is in sight, and the watts go up a little.
Start sprinting.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is a breeze once you've gone over Sekerbosi,
Yeah.
you know, for probably any rider. Because, I mean, if you remember when normal times, and say quote unquote normal,
Yeah.
I mean, when you go down Sekerbosi, there's always that wind where you have to pedal.
Yes.
I mean, it's non-existent
Yeah.
now, you know, so I mean,
Yeah.
it's a breeze straight through to the Greenpoint Stadium or Cape Town Stadium.
Yeah, not a lot of pedaling going on from the top of
Yeah.
Llandudno down to almost 12 Apostles there, really, isn't it? Beautiful, look at
sight.
them. Yeah, just rolling along. Odd little pedal stroke just to keep the momentum going. Oh, I can catch that guy ahead.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
I
Sure.
still have a chance, maybe.
Yeah.
Thumbs up from the cyclist to the
My PB.
helicopter.
The chopper, yeah. What a sight. Special days indeed it is for these wonderful riders. Enjoying their day out, the excitement, the adrenaline. Adrenaline's kicked in there. And the enjoyment of being out on the road. She's certainly loving it.
Going past Oudekraal.
Heading back towards the finish now with our helicopter shot, which is bringing us these spectacular shots. Can't recall us having such beautiful shots of the tour in Cape Town, but then again, it's conditions are ideal for that.
Yeah.
Absolutely spectacular.
Open roads, no traffic whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a rare privilege to enjoy
Yeah.
these roads like this, isn't it?
Very much so.
The advantages of the tandem there. Absolute
And what
power.
you'll see is some of the riders will actually stop at the restaurants and just have something
Yeah,
to eat,
absolutely.
something to drink, you know. It's
Gets
cozy
you round,
there.
yeah. It's one of life's great fascinations about how we each have a different motivation for riding an event like this, be it to go as fast as we
Yes.
can, to get as much enjoyment out of it, to get to see the environment like this. Look at that. I mean, yes, they're not going to see it like this.
Yeah.
Only you, sitting where you are, will get this privilege of seeing how beautiful the Western Cape looks
Wow.
like this. But yeah, I mean, everyone has their own reason and motivation for taking on this challenge. And some have trained themselves to within an inch of Olympic status, and others have not trained at all. They
Yeah.
just pulled the bike off the rack after last time. Oh, it was 18 months ago. And they'll be feeling it now as they come around here.
That's
For
your
sure.
2.5 hour rider and your 6.5
Yeah.
hour rider.
Yeah, yeah. And you haven't been racing at all, and you've just been rolling
Yeah.
along all the way around for 100 kilometers, 7 kilometers, and
yes.
suddenly you
You
get
see
to
the
that traffic
finish.
light, you see the finish, and you see that guy ahead of you who shouldn't be there, and so you start
chase him
chasing.
down.
Oh, they're loving it.
We've
Brilliant.
all done
Well
that.
done. Well done to everyone rolling into the finish here for
Wow.
committing to come and ride the tour for the
Yeah.
Cape Town Cycle Tour in the first place, and then putting it all together. Camps Bay Beach.
mean, these
down-
views, eh?
Oh, doesn't that look spectacular? There's your old school there.
Yeah, almost filled as well.
Yeah. Did you have to ride up to Kloof Neck?
Yeah, quite often actually.
Yes.
So I would ride back. I would ride to school. Probably
where?
From Langa. That's
Ah.
That's exactly 21 kilometers.
Yeah.
I still remember.
Gee, yeah.
But I was actually quicker than my fellow classmates because they would. So I would leave my bag with them, and they would take a bus, and then the bus to town, and then from town they would take a taxi from town to
Wow.
Camps Bay. But I would get to school first and wait for them with my clothes so that I can change.
Wow, super, that's wonderful. Wonderful
So,
story. You'd go this way round?
Yes, no, so I would
Or-
come from the what's this, Klipfontein Road,
Yeah.
past Red Cross, and then meander through Woodstock, Salt
Woodstock,
River,
yeah.
town, and then go over what's this, High Level Road?
Yes.
Yes, and then straight through
Ah.
to Camps Bay.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was always my route.
And was it a race? Was it? Would you like?
Yeah.
Then you might, I wonder if I can get there. But
Yeah, no, it definitely was.
Yeah.
I actually was trying to prove a point.
The bicycle, the power of the bike.
power of
Well
the
done,
bicycle.
Super, setting
No
it.
traffic whatsoever.
Well, that's a pilgrimage for visitors and residents alike to the top of Lion's Head, and there are dozens up there now enjoying the unparalleled beauty of this city from atop one of its iconic mountains.
I mean, Cape Town on its own has a lot to offer. I mean, there's Lion's Head, there's the Cableway over there. I mean, it's just
Around the corner, Kirstenbosch
Yeah.
Gardens, and all the trails you see on the mountain now that are growing for mountain biking as well. The
Crazy.
hiking trails up and down the mountain. It's just very, very special.
Wow.
Very special indeed. Expecting some inclement weather, I'm not sure.
No.
But
I'm thinking the same thing.
not going to get it
You know,
today,
yeah.
that's for sure.
All clear until he crosses that
Yeah.
finish line.
Very smooth, very efficient.
Yeah. No rush. Just making sure that he enjoys his
Yeah.
cycle tour.
It's that little blip on the corner of Table Mountain that you
Yes.
can see from so far out, isn't it? The cable station
Yeah.
at the very top. Wow. And out to Bourne's Cape Point behind.
Wow. Beautiful. Wow.
Yeah, you can approach it, Table Mountain, on foot from various angles. And of course, up if you like on the cableway, walk up and go down on the cableway, the other way around. Keep your eye on the road. We here. Thank you. Get those big wheels rolling down the back end of Chappies.
The other nice thing about the event is that riders from all walks of life, all disciplines can just come and say, I'm a mountain biker, but I want to come and ride the cycle
Absolutely.
tour.
Absolutely, yeah. Robben Island in the not too distant, in the middle of the bay. City centre, the reclaimed land, the foreshore, and of course that bowl that is the Cape Town Stadium. and the whole precinct around which this race will be finishing. But as I said, there's no post-ride hospitality this year. Hopefully that will return, because it is very much part of the event. Getting together with people you've ridden with, or you've met on the ride, and celebrating and having a meal and a drink and just relaxing after the ride.
Talking about your warrior stories,
Yep.
how it was out there, you know. So yeah, looking forward to next year as well. But very privileged to be here, and the riders being able to start and finish the event.
So rolling into the finish line, these riders all happy with what they've achieved, no doubt, because today is one of those personal best days. Heaven forbid you don't ride a personal best today. Then,
you got 6 months to try it again.
Yes. And hope for a day as beautiful as this. Get in through the stadium in Cape Town, looking very, very special. This whole precinct area, very much a hub for outdoors and sports people. It's hosting football matches in the DStv Premiership at the moment, the stadium in Cape Town, but not part of, not the spectators, the Greenpoint track down below here, and the athletic stadium. And that's where the finish line is. Just beyond the tennis courts. Risky.
Look, no hands.
Yeah.
So one of these.
One of our change of life men going across the line. Might have been David Cleesby, I wonder. And more rolling in. Well done all. A fantastic ride. Here we go. I'll take you on a sprint.
That's the sprint you were talking about.
Yep.
Ride 107.5 and then just
So
sprint the last.
yeah, absolutely no racing. I'm not going to race at all. And for the next at least 6
There's
months,
just-
the argument will be, I beat you, didn't I?
Yes, I mean, there's just that instinct about cyclists, to just be competitive, you know.
Paragliders bringing it down after launching on top of Table Mountain.
And some surfers.
And the surfers. Beautifully done. Tandem paraglider. Fantastic. What a way. Bit of a way to see the city, but not quite as good as on a bike, because you get to go around the whole peninsula and you get to feel it all. Final pull for these riders.
Promenade is always I mean, very busy with runners, cyclists, you know.
Dog walkers.
Yes, dog walkers.
All of them, yep. Meanderers.
Yes.
A different perspective of the stadium in Cape Town and across to the foreshore and the harbour. Stop that clock.
The first thing that comes to mind to any rider. Just stop that clock.
Absolutely.
Mind you, Race Tech will give you
Yeah,
that
you'll
time.
you'll get your time, official time, and it will be your official time. No matter what it might say on your
what
clock.
it says, exactly.
Yeah. Sea Point, busy social hub.
Beautiful.
this doesn't inspire you, if you're not a cyclist or if you have been sort of toying with the idea of getting into the sport, then surfing's the way to go. Kneeboarding, brilliant. But yeah, this certainly is an invitation for you to take up this wonderful sport of cycling, to get outdoors, get some, oh, that's beautiful, isn't it, as well?
Oh, man.
And, I mean, that's the true beauty of this event is that it takes you through the heart of the city and the bustling heart of the city, and then you're out in the more remote areas of the peninsula here. Beautiful.
And I think probably about 80% of the ride is ridden along the sea.
Coastline,
coastline, sorry. Coastline.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, some people might take it for granted, but this is probably one of the only events that is so picturesque.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely. There is the other heart of Cape Town, if you like. The city centre, the city bowl. And the only thing that matters for a lot of these riders, the finish arch.
Yeah. It is the most important. And that medal.
Absolutely. And then a scroll through many pages of race text timing system to just check. I did
friends,
beat.
And friends as well, go ahead and check because they can always
Absolutely. Well done, the unicorns.
Triathletes are here. I think Lisa van der Westhuizen is also riding, if I'm not mistaken.
I think she is, yes.
Along with one of our celebrities, Jan Breyer as well.
Yeah.
Might be.
Yeah. Properly strong rider, Jan. Well done, you've won. But yeah, Liesel, I actually rode a little event last week with her in Elgin. And this was on her calendar, so absolutely very strong rider. The full picture.
Wow.
Pretty special.
Wow.
And very, very pretty.
Yo. This is beautiful.
Wow.
And the cameraman on that chopper is just...
Yeah. We all want to be chopper pilots, I think.
If anybody is watching from around the world, if you want to know what the Cape Town Cycle Tour is all about, there's a picture that almost sums it up.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Absolutely.
But it is more than beauty, though. Also about camaraderie, you know, as we had mentioned. You know, getting to meet new people from different backgrounds, you know, and enjoying a world-class city at it.
Oh, there's so many elements there to this great event. It has so much to offer in terms of inspiration, in terms of motivation.
Yeah, excuse me.
Something to prepare for, to focus on, to perhaps inspire people who have had tough times. And my word, there have been a lot of tough times in the last year to test everyone's resolution. And this certainly has been a motivation for many, many of these riders. Focus on the cycle tour and get through it and keep training for it, and things don't seem so bad after all.
Yeah. coming down Chapman's Peak, give or take 17 Ks or so to the finish line.
In the tuck there, you've got to make use of every opportunity.
Taking some time to get some glorious pictures of the view. Wow. Some of our riders in their tutus.
Those who ride in fancy dress, it is extraordinary. Oh, there we go. Business meeting.
Yeah. Took a couple of pictures earlier, so decided to probably send it to his wife and then tell her how far he is.
Yes.
She shouldn't worry.
Are you looking for me? Well, we can see.
Can I give him this?
From Consensual Bishop's Court. His number is 087 7777 777. He's 19 years old, house trained and perfect. Talk about that. Another 21 rider going through there. Look at these three arm in arm as they come through. Yes! Get excited. You deserve it. The ACDC group, and they are pretty generous people on bikes. We might have to play some ACDC later on for them. Once DJ Storm gets off the phone from all the ladies that are calling him now. Yep, arms in the air. Welcome home and well done. Look at that. Just on the bike that he normally goes with to the local grocery store, he's now conquered the cage. Oh, what a charity wagon coming home.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Whoa!
sometimes you enter the Cape Town Cycle Tour and you think, oh, but if the weather's not good, I don't know if I'm not sure. And then yesterday morning it was a bit rainy and people were probably saying, oh, I've come all this way and I don't know if I'm going to take part. And then the weather turns and it turns into this most glorious day for everyone. So a very special day for all these riders. Not sure about that person walking down there, because that's a downhill and there must be a problem with that bike. Hopefully they're able to sort it out and finish the ride. I'm sure they'll find some support at some stage. We were talking earlier about having a goal and a reason to ride this event, and I've been joined by a couple who've just finished the tour, the lap around the peninsula. Eric Oosthuizen is sitting alongside me. Alreen, your wife, is here. Eric, tell us about your journey today. Your today's journey first. We'll get to all the other detail.
Today's journey wasn't hard. No, today's journey wasn't the best trip around the peninsula. I've had a couple of better ones.
Yeah.
We started off okay. As you said, the weather is really good, so really thankful for that. But yeah, the wheels came off as we went up Chappies. We grinded to a bit of a halt there, so I definitely had better days. But it's one of those things, and we had to take a bit of a breather there, and then we carried on. And then it's just a bit of fussbait all the way to the finish. But as you said, good weather, and I think if we had more wind, we would have struggled going home.
Alreen?
Yes, it was a bit of a tough one. We haven't been on the tandem in a long time. And you'll know you sit a little bit more cramped and the dynamics is just different. So it was tough going, but it was the most memorable one, I think, by far. If you look at the results, like Eric said, it's not our best, but it was the most memorable one for us.
Okay, so let's get to that.
Yes.
Why was it so memorable? I'm going to start with you, Alreen.
With me?
Because he's getting a bit emotional here, I think.
Yeah, it is actually Eric's story, but yeah, we Gerald, we've been in the cycling scene many years. Eric being on the eventing side, organizing, etc. We've been riding lots together, used to race tandems a lot. That was our speciality. And yeah, to cut a long story short, about 5 years ago, Eric was in a big accident. And he had about 14 fractures, and eventually, with all the surgery and everything, they had to amputate his leg just to save his life. So life definitely changed a lot for us, but cycling has always been our passion. And yeah, today was our first one back on the tandem. Yeah.
Eric,
no,
did you see this day?
You know what? so one of the first things the day after the operation, when I had to amputate my leg, I told my wife, that's it, we'll never ride again. We'll never ride our bikes again. And it's something my wife actually asked me the other day, did you actually believe that? And I said, yeah, absolutely. It's something that you are so, you're totally overwhelmed with something like that. You know, when you wake up and it's supposed to be 2 feet on underneath the bed linen, and then there's just one bulge. So there's obviously something missing, and it was a big blow. We were quite active, as my wife said. So yeah, it was a big blow, and you honestly don't think that you know, you'll live a functional life. Luckily, my wife is a physiotherapist, and she said to me, "It's not true. You're going to live a very functional life." And it's been a long 5 years, but here we are, living life.
I mean, it's difficult for us to conceptualize what it is that you go through and you've been through to get you to a stage where you were at one stage, we'll never ride our bikes again, to sitting here chatting about riding your first post-op cycle tour. So physically, clearly a major challenge, but I would suggest that probably wasn't the toughest challenge.
You know what, today actually wasn't, so today's challenge was a physical one.
Yeah, yes. But getting to
today, you have to go through quite a few other challenges to actually get to a point where, you know, where you need to decide certain things. And you know, so you go through ebbs and flows. There's better days and there's worse days. But, you know, it gets you to a point where you are today, where you've gone through it. So when you know, things are tough, you know, you kind of fall back to the challenges, and you've dealt with worse stuff, and that makes it okay.
Did you, I mean, when did you decide that you were going to ride this year's?
You know what?
Or did you decide for last year's one?
So we wanted to ride the previous year.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out that way. And it's actually a bit of a fluke that we ended up running on our tandems because we don't have road bikes at the moment. And so I said to her, why not haul out the old tandem? The wheels were broken. We had to find another pair and kind of mix and match and build up new wheels. And so off we went. So we should have trained a little bit more, but we had one decent ride before today on the tandem.
So you trained, So you trained off the tandem, but
so we ride mountain bikes.
Yeah.
Try and ride our mountain bikes. We've got 3 kids, and obviously they're a little bit young. So when we get the chance, then obviously we get onto the bikes. But we haven't been on a tandem that long, so today was a little bit uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, it's amazing to see you to complete the challenge and take your lives forward, I suppose, in terms of you knew you could do it, but it was tough, and you've done it now. And
it's amazing. I mean, we wanted to ride, and I was on a training ride on my single bike many months ago, and we went through Stellenbosch, and a guy by the name of Murray Williams actually rode up to me, and he said to me, what's your name? I'll find out your contact details, and we started chatting. And obviously we're sitting in a kit, space care kit. So it's a rehab group that's obviously dealing with rehab, and what he wanted to kind of achieve is people just talking about challenges and kind of inspire one another, because if we actually talk about it more often, we all kind of find strength in it, and we motivate each other. We all have our own stories. Your sorrow is different to mine, and it's not a comparison. I said to my wife, I don't feel worthy actually sitting here. I looked at a guy with a hand cycle finishing just as we stood there and gulping down our coats when we finished. And I said to him, my wife, that's actually the kind of heroes, they should be. And I find inspiration from him, and I think, that's what, if we talk more about it, then it is what it is.
Well, it is inspiring. That's what it is as well.
It really is a lifestyle. I mean, our next door neighbor wished us luck last night, and I said to her, you know what? We would have been here anyway. That's what we do.
Yeah.
We love riding our bikes. We love doing it together.
Yes.
And we would have been here. We entered regardless. We're going to ride whenever they host the event. When COVID allows. So,
Well,
it's
a privilege.
It is. And you've inspired people just by riding and being here. I mean, this is probably not the right sort of question, but I mean, what for you has been the key to getting your minds around? And I'm talking about both of you, perhaps. Where's the strength come from?
I really think it's a choice. We didn't choose this situation.
Yes.
But you get up every morning having a choice how you're going to tackle the day. And to have a good positive attitude helps. It goes a long way. And we've got kids. You want to be an example to them. You can't go and sit and lie down or anything like that. You want them to look up to us and I don't know. What would you say? What do you think?
I mean,
helped us through a lot.
A lot of people have commented about my positive attitude, and I said to them, and I'm saying it today again. I suppose I don't know if it was a choice. Maybe it was a choice. So when I woke up after the first op, I was on a ventilator because I broke quite a few ribs and I couldn't breathe on my own, and I just wanted this thing out of my throat. I just wanted to breathe on my own, and I think it's from the get-go. You try and get back to the life that you used to live, but you have to decide and you have to appreciate that life's going to be different. But I think once you've faced that and you kind of accept it, I think it makes it better. And I think there's a bit of a denial element that some people struggle with. And I think once you pass that, it makes life
You
better.
just used an interesting word there, where you've had the accident and you've lost your leg, and you didn't say life's going to be difficult. You said life's going to be different. And perhaps that's, there it is. It's just different.
It's different. I mean, I like. I don't see myself as disabled.
Yeah.
Although I am, I suppose. If we have to define it. But I like the term, and quite a few people use the word differently abled.
Yes.
You wear spectacles.
Yeah.
I'm fortunate enough to not wear some. Some people have to have hearing aids.
Absolutely, yeah.
And some people use canes, and other people use prosthetics to get around. And it's I think it's just different. It's not that bad.
The cycle tour's got a little more significance in your relationship, has it not? Who's going to tell that story?
It's a journey. It's always been a journey for us.
Yeah.
The cycle tour,
There was
my story is too long, so you're going to have to ask.
You were a unmarried couple on the start line.
We were.
At one stage.
We were. My wife was still studying. She was in her final year as a physio. And she didn't know anything about it. And the marketing director, or sponsorship director, David Belays, came to me in Johannesburg one day, and he said, "When are you going to ask that lady to marry you one day?" And I said to him, when you going to give me a mic and an opportunity on the start line? And he thought about it for a moment, and he said, "Done." And that's the first time I had to really consider and weigh up. And I said to him, "Okay, let's do that."
You don't offer David a challenge like that. He'll take
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so she didn't know. Her parents knew, everybody knew except her and her housemates, because I couldn't trust them. And you can tell the story.
Yeah, we were lining up for the racing tandems. We were riding quite well at that stage of our lives. And we actually punctured on our way to the start line. And Eric's hiding the ring. And now he's got to fix a puncture with all of this, and he keeps telling me, "Look at the sunrise," and this and that. So that I'm just looking all over, because he couldn't put it in his back pocket. You know, on a tandem, I can see everything, and I know exactly this is where our bars are on the phone, and this is, so I know what's happening. And he had to hide this ring and fix the puncture and everything. And when we finally got to the start line, the tandem group allowed us to go right to the front, and I said, "Eric, this is great. We're going to be on TV. I just wanted to be on TV that morning." And the next moment, all the cameras, everyone was just standing in front of us, and I was definitely a little bit shell-shocked with all the attention. And then Dave came with the microphone, and he said that Eric wants to say something. So yeah, you proposed on the start line.
Oh, wonderful!
And the DJ was was on top of it. And instead of playing a song after the countdown and the whoop line, he played the wedding march. And the tandem bunch, they were just as cool. They allowed us a little bit of a head start until we were under the bridge, and then only they fired the
race.
So we had a bit of a lap of honor.
Lovely.
And it's always been very, very special for us.
So many people asked me, what would you have done if she said no? It's a bit of a risky move. And I said, well, then I would have had an open spot on my tandem and a ring on my finger and a ring to offer somebody. So I would have been okay, I'm sure. But, it worked out well. So
that was so memorable. So many people in the tandem bunch, because we were racing so much, a lot of them knew us and they were all cheering us on.
Lovely.
Couple. And today, I almost experienced a bit of that as well. So many people riding past us, respect, broer, well done, keep going. And I really sort of relived that almost the tension that we had that year. And it was great. People really had a lot of respect for Eric.
Yeah.
And it was encouraging. It was encouraging to see.
How old are your children?
So they are, my eldest daughter is turning 10 next month, and we've got twins, that's 5 and 5.
Oh, busy household.
It's a really busy household.
So, I mean, they cycle?
They love their bikes, but I asked my daughter, when are we getting on the tandem? And she just looked at me and she said, me with you on a tandem? No.
Not going to happen.
You go too fast. She said to you.
Yeah.
Don't stop when I want to stop, or go slow.
Yeah.
So we're trying to convince her, but they love their mountain bikes, and yeah, it's something that we do, and I suppose as a family, that's what we do, and that's kind of the thing that brings us together.
And isn't that the beauty of this sport? As we watch riders there on our split screen coming in, is the unifying, the communal spirit of cycling. You've touched on it there. Riders greeting and engaging with you on the ride. It's a remarkable sport, this, isn't it?
Absolutely. And this event as well.
Yeah, for an individual sport, it's got an incredible amount of camaraderie and communal spirit about it, hasn't it?
It does, and because of the various people that participate, you've got some CEO riding next to you, and you've got a guy that barely could afford to get here and ride his bike, and it's clicking and clonking next to you, but he's loving it, and we're all equal, and we're all loving, and everybody's cheering one another. The people next to the road cheer you. It's really just we feel so lucky to be here, to be able to ride, and on the beautiful route, the people, everybody's cheering. It's just it's magnificent.
It's a great leveler, isn't it? It's everyone's here together, and we're just riding our bikes. March, are you back on the?
We would love to. So we spoke about it today. My wife will be riding I think a 17th one. She did a 16th one today, so that'll be number 17 for her. I'm a little bit behind, and
he worked for them.
I was a bit busy today, and I think I'm on 11 or so. So, but we'll definitely be back.
It's a way of life, isn't it? I mean, not just the cycle tour, although the cycle tour is of great motivation, but it's clearly a way of life for you.
Yeah, it's a way of life, and I think there's so many people that kind of live for this day. They really, it's a magical day, and it's so many people just love it.
And there are so many people who don't have the opportunity, be it through sheer circumstance and dint of opportunity, or because the mindset might not be quite there, or the motivation. So here's the motivation. There's no reason why you can't do the cycle tour.
There's no reason. I mentioned to you the hand cyclist that rode. There's no reason. I mean, unless you really cannot get onto a bike. The Cycle Tour Trust have been gracious enough to allow e-bikes, and there's quite a few people that physically probably will struggle to finish 110 kilometers. But with the addition of e-bikes, I think there'll be so many other people with physical challenges that'll be able to ride.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
absolutely.
Go out and do it.
Well, absolutely. There's the motivation, if ever you needed it, to get out and ride the Cape Town Cycle Tour. And just start by riding a bike, and that's where it starts. And then, the goals will appear.
We've got a last short story. We rode a race in Johannesburg, and there was anyways, we were in a bit of a group, and some people kind of upset the baseline a little bit because we had a friend down the road, and people were complaining a little bit, and one guy just said, just shut up and ride your bike. And so that's kind of a bit of a motto, and something that we quote quite often to one another, and sometimes you have to just shut up and ride your bike.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a bad ride.
No. Absolutely.
Well, today was a bit grumpy at times,
it was
great.
Okay.
It was a lovely ride. Yeah.
The years in 2009, 2010, with a proper wind. That maybe wasn't a great ride for most people, but it was still a memorable ride.
Exactly, it's still one you talk about.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Rena and Eric, thank you. True inspiration to anyone who approaches life or has a difficulty approaching life with a positive attitude. Here we go, it can be done. Fantastic. Well done today, and we look forward to seeing you here in March. Do we talk about times? Do we talk about that?
We can talk about it in March. We don't really want to talk about it today, but no, so we didn't go fast today. We didn't expect to go fast. But so we think about just under 4 hours.
I said to Eric, please, we just not longer than 4 hours, because then it's really painful. We just need to finish under 4 hours, and we did.
Well, that's I suppose what so many people have done the cyclethon. Well, what's your finishing time? So today it doesn't really matter.
It was a strange race today, especially because of the rolling starts that everybody had. We didn't have this racing element. We didn't start and go and everybody was off. It was quite a relaxed atmosphere, when we started.
Yeah,
and
was it different?
I think for most people today, I don't think time is the big thing. I think they just could ride.
Happy to ride, and a day that, we've had the most incredible images of what it was like out there, where you do take a look, and wow,
absolutely,
it just seemed to be one of those sort of days where actually just going to get out here and enjoy it. The longer I spend out here, the more beautiful it'll get.
We actually took some photos this time around.
Yeah.
We never do, because you're always racing and you're focused on your time, and we actually just stopped and we took some photos and enjoyed it. Yeah.
Yes, it didn't have that vibe that we've come to associate with the cycle tour over the years.
Yeah.
But was it a different energy?
I think the start and the finish felt different. But out on the route, Edinburgh Drive was blind with people. A lot of people, the same kind of gears, Suikerbossie as well. I think it was really, that kind of felt the same.
Yeah.
Even at the water stations was managed differently and very well. And my compliments to everybody at the Cycle Tour Trust and the organisers. It really went seamlessly, but it was a little bit different.
I think people are just so hungry for riding again.
Yeah, exactly.
It almost didn't matter.
Yeah.
The minor change, but it was still great.
Yeah.
It was great to be out.
Riding and being out and being part of an event and being
wonderful.
Yeah. It's made us. You've had a stark and life-changing accident to remind you of how fortunate we are in life, but for many people to not be able to ride events, no one, and then have the opportunity now. MAPS has given us a chance to sort of reflect back and say, you know what, actually we're pretty lucky.
Absolutely. I think, these events, there's a couple of big events now happening again, and it just felt good, and it feels good. I think everybody is just happy to carry on again, and I think we all need it. I think we all, worldwide, I think we've all gone through a bit of a turbulent time, and I think this is part of the stability that we need to get back to in life.
Well, thank you, Eric, and that's amazing. Well done.
Doing what we love.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not entirely a pain, is it?
Not at all. Not at all. I said to Eric, if it inspires someone else, that's a bonus. But we're doing what we love, and it's good. It's good to carry on with life.
Well, I'm sure you've inspired many who've had similar or life-changing difficulties to deal with to carry on and pursue their dreams. Well done.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. So the Cape Town Cycle Tour is bringing you life stories and life-changing stories. For every single rider has a reason to ride this tour, and all these riders rolling across the finish line will have their stories to tell and the reasons why they ride. And there we go. A team perhaps helping.
Yesterday was very close to psychiatric ward. Good, Craig. Good to see you, Craig. It's been way too long. Well done, well done. Each and every one of you, judging by the smiles, they've all had a terrific time up there, Gordon. And why not? Why not? It's a fair amount of work to get to this finish line, so you've got to make the most of it when you get here. So welcome home. What about 18,000 heroes who made their way around the peninsula? You've done a great job. Thank you for being here today with us. Hope you enjoyed every pedal stroke of your journey around the Cape Peninsula. Good job, good job. Welcome home. Nice, guys and girls. Celebrate. Just keep your line. You've done a terrific job today. The BMC Brigade looking very proud of their achievement.
So it was at 6 o'clock this morning. We had riders rolling away from the start. Oh, sneaking in there. A little sprint can be a bit dangerous in amongst this. A good man wearing his mask as he crosses the line. It's not mandatory to ride with your mask on. As these riders, those palm trees, almost a few little bit of a breeze out there, but it has been a near perfect day weather-wise for Cape Town and those privileged enough to take part in the Cape Town Cycle Tour. Man, watching the Cycle Tour avidly this year. Michael Finch joins me alongside you. Michael, from a slightly different perspective this year for you.
Yeah, I mean, that's why my hair looks the way it does. I've got some proper helmet hair going on today. Been on the back of a bike, and I must say...
Motorbike?
On a motorbike.
Yes.
Not
a tandem.
Not powered by one of my legs, no. But it's absolutely, I mean, to be right there in the front bunch and with the men's league race, it's like 2.5 hours of pure adrenaline. I mean, we were going down Chapman's Peak, and even on the back of a motorbike, trying to keep up with those top riders is something else. And you get quite nervous just on the back of a motorbike. So it's just seeing it. I think you see it on TV, but when you're actually seeing the pace of those front guys in real life like that, it's incredibly how fast they go. For us, for me as a rider, I do this course very often throughout the year, but the pace of those front runners is absolutely incredible.
Phenomenal. I mean, just talk about the race itself. There was the front group split, and it looked like a couple of those, like Nolan Hoffman had missed the break, and but they worked hard to get back that second group. We seem to think the catch happened somewhere through Camps Bay, or maybe was it there?
Yeah, I left them at the top of Sekeborsi because we have to get to the finish. But when we spoke to Nolan afterwards, he lost about 5 seconds on the top of Chapman's Peak. Managed to make his way back as they went down to Hart Bay. Nick Lamini attacked on that little hill before Sekeborsi and split the group up quite substantially. And I think it's right. From what I heard, they caught them going through Camps Bay. And it's always a fascinating battle between the sort of climbers and the punchers versus the sprinters like Nolan Hoffman and his teammates, where they the guys who are not sprinters want to just leave them on the hills and they do their best that they can. And for Nolan, it's always a fight. He has to really bury himself pretty deep going into those big climbs, particularly Chappies and Sekobosi. And if he can hang on, he knows he's got a chance of winning, and that's why it's always fascinating to see him race every year.
Hasn't he got a chance of winning? He was amazing because in a year where there's been so little racing, it's difficult to know who had good legs, who had form, who's been doing what during the pandemic in terms of training and whether the motivation's there. Yeah. So it was really good to see. He's a mature pro. Nolan at 36, so he's been around the blocks a little, but he lacked for nothing in terms of that sprint.
I think what makes Nolan particularly effective on a race like this is that, as he said in the interview that we did with him afterwards, he hadn't been in the best of shape over the lockdown period, and very sadly lost some family members to COVID. So there was quite an emotional win for him today, and we even asked him, how does this rank amongst the 4 wins you've had so far? And he said, this one means the most to me. And he's really been training very, very hard over the last couple of months once he knew the cycle tour was on to be in shape. Yeah. And he knows for him getting over the comments mean he has to be in shape, he has to lose weight, his power to weight ratio needs to be right. But he's got such an amazing track background, he comes from the track, he's got that leg speed, and he knows that in a sprint situation, once he's amongst the guys in the front, he's got a good chance. He's going to be the favourite, and that's why it's this tussle between those climbers versus him is always a fascinating race every year. And let's say we're only a few months away from the 2022 Cape Town Cycle Tour, and the chances of him potentially winning 5, which would equal Willie Engelbrecht's record and make him the winningest rider of all time, along with Willie. Who can count against him?
Yeah, absolutely. He's looking. And this sort of, as you say, the motivation for perhaps, as you said, March is just around the corner.
Yeah.
So the change of day, change now to October, just for this year.
Yeah.
Smaller field, different race, different field. We just heard from Eric and Elrina, a little bit different, but in a good way. What's the feeling like out there?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously were at the front half of the race, but we've seen all the pictures and we've been doing some of the social media that's been going on throughout the course. And, we haven't seen, obviously they were discouraging spectators from being on the course, but there are people supporting on the course. But I think there's a sense of relief amongst people that are riding that there's an event. And certainly in all the interviews we did with people leading up to this on our Instagram and social media account for the Cape Town Cycle Tour, there was this incredible excitement as if this event hadn't taken place for 5 years rather than had only been delayed by a few months. So, we're lucky that we haven't missed a cycle tour year. And I think the state has really worked well. I mean, if you had to have this event again and there was a reason why you couldn't have it in March, October seems to be a really good time to have it. Although training during winter, if in Joburg, is tricky, and Cape Town, but I think it's a great time, and the weather today has been absolutely. It's one of those 20 days in Cape Town.
Absolutely golden day, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, this morning was fantastic. When I drove in this morning, it was quite windy, but then as soon as the race started, the wind just died completely, and it's been a peach of a day. So, the riders are enjoying themselves.
Absolutely. We're going to take a pause there, Mike. We're just going to catch up with Dion Bing. We're not going to catch up with Dion Bing just now. We're going to catch up with Mike Finch.
Yes. Dion can wait.
Riding much, are you?
No, it's difficult riding when you're not. I mean, normally I do this race, but I have another job here over these few days.
Yeah.
And the last time I rode this was 2 years ago with my dad, who was 80 at the time.
I remember that actually. Yeah.
And it was a fantastic race.
Yeah.
And I think what a lot of people are doing this year, and there's been a lot of communication around this, because there's no racing this year. All the age groups that you normally have, they're not racing this year. Seeing a lot of the people I ride with putting up photographs of them having a cup of coffee in Carl Bay and stopping for a beverage in Hart Bay and that sort of thing. So there's a much more festive atmosphere about the race this time, as opposed to past years where you had all these racing groups. So I think people are embracing the fact that they have this amazing privilege to ride on this route car-free on a beautiful day. Why rush it? Take your time. It's
absolutely.
Awesome.
It's what we were alluding to a little bit earlier. I'm now going to push the pause button on Michael Finch. And briefly, because Dion Bing is caught up with Ashram Richards from Ocean View, where they've had some difficulties of late. And the Cape Town Cycle Tour Trust and the Cape Town Cycle Tour gone out of the way to try and alleviate those problems. Here's Dion with Ashram Richards.
Through Musenberg, through Simonstown, right over the back there, we've been to Scarborough, and it stops everywhere along the way. It shows the whole of Cape Town, and now we're here, Ashram Richards, in Ocean View. Tell me about Ocean View. How lucky is it to live out here?
No, it's fantastic living out here in Ocean View, you know, and we're all out. As you can see, the community is out in its numbers supporting the cycling sporting code. And yeah, so also what has been happening inside Ocean View is that there is a lot of frustration about the spinning sporting code that is not the recognition that it deserves in the sporting world.
Just one thing, when you talk about spinning, you know these oaks get lekker fit to go spinning like in the gyms. This is a different spinning.
Yeah, no, this is a different spinning. This is spinning with the cars and so forth. And it's a big thing in the Western Cape also, where the spinners are not actually getting a proper place to spin, which is causing a lot of frustration for the athletes. I mean, these guys, we have Tassin and Nala here, these guys are excellent sportsmen. They when they practice the sporting code, I mean, the community of Ocean View, like we're supporting the cycling code here, when they sport, I mean, Ocean View is booming because of them. And like I'm saying, the frustration is that these guys are not allowed to actually spin on a proper pitch. They had a pitch inside Bertsands, yes, that was closed down, and now it's causing them to spin here inside Ocean View, and the city is actually not recognizing them. So Nala, can you just explain what is happening
Just quickly, I mean, recreation is super important. I mean, you know, we look kind of outlet there. I remember going down to Bertsands and checking it out. So you saying they're having to do it in the streets locally here, and it's obviously quite dangerous. You need a more dedicated kind of area. Okay, maybe let's just chat about it and how you see the future, where it is now and going forward.
Look, at the end of the day, like I said, there is a lot of benefits to the spinning. It's where we can actually train small children and youngsters to become mechanics, motor mechanics, panel beaters.
I think that's also important. It's not just about the driver. It's about that car. What is that car like at the end of the day? It's a light, you know, new skills.
My two mechanics is the one is 17 years old and the other one is 16 years old.
Right.
So at the end of the day, they can open up an engine and do it over like nothing. So what I'm trying to say, the benefit is for them is, so one day if they go out to go get work where we know here in our community where we are needy, our parents don't have the funds to send us to varsities and that, they can go with the experience of their hands and get jobs, because we can't get jobs without papers.
No, exactly.
Experience they will be able to get, because this is our future, like they say. Government is saying this is our future, so we need to look after our future and train our future.
So getting the space for spinning somewhere in the area will create the skills development as well, you know. So it's not just about having a lekker joint on a Saturday night type of thing. It's much bigger than that. Huh?
Engaging with some of the community from Ocean View. So wonderful to hear the cycle tour making an impact around the communities of Cape Town. As these riders making their way into the finish here, and the hint of a little bit of a tailwind as they come in here, which is not something they will be unhappy about. Mike Finch?
The funny thing about the wind on the cycle tour is that as much people complain about the southeast, when it is gale force and 35 k's out plus, it is tough to ride in that. But people forget that if you have a decent wind, once you go over Smithswinkle, you've actually got a tailwind all the way home, which is quite nice. So even though you work quite hard going towards Smithswinkle, you know, it does help you in the second half, and we have seen obviously some hectic wind conditions over the last few years, and that is Cape Town for what it is. But the wind is part of it, and I think for those of you and those of the people that have done many cycle tours, you just got to kind of embrace it. You know, everybody talks about the wind. From Monday, people are saying, "Is it going to be wind on Friday?" And you know, the weather report becomes the most important thing in your life for the last 5 days.
Isn't it fascinating? Because the bottom line is you're still going to ride it, and
yes.
You know, whatever the weather is, you're going to ride it. And will it change anything if you knew? If we told you on Wednesday that the wind is going to howl out of the southeast on the Sunday?
There's still a few people that I think are pretty nervous about the wind, but you know, in the old days when we used to have the race starting underneath in the Civic Centre, and it used to tunnel through there, the wind was at its worst at the start. And actually, once you got out into the highway and onto the route, it's actually much better. So, and then nowadays we've got the newest start, and we've had the flow start today, but hopefully next year we'll go back to next to the castle. And it's never quite as windy there because it doesn't funnel through the buildings, and it's not quite as intimidating.
So, Mike, let's talk on a broader cycling perspective and the impact of this event. I mean, it's remarkable that this was the last event, really, major mass participation event before the lockdown, before the pandemic. And essentially, it's the first event, really, of this magnitude back. They're not even watching. We're in the Cape Town Stadium in Cape Town now. They're not watching football here.
Yeah.
But we've got people riding the cycle tour.
It's amazing.
It is quite amazing. And it's no secret that cycling has enjoyed a bit of an uptick in participation, new people coming to the sport during the lockdowns and pandemic because of various reasons, gyms being closed and people being motivated because of health reasons to get on a bike and so on. Do you think that this is all going to lead to even more participation, bigger fields?
I think the biggest challenge in South African cycling at the moment is that we've got a shortage of stuff that you can buy. And certainly if you want to go and buy a bike these days, equipment's a bit tough. So the demand is certainly exceeding the supply at the moment. And as you just said, I think when we went through the pandemic and we went through the lockdown, there was a lot of people got on bikes because that was the only exercise they could do. They couldn't go to the gym and they couldn't do what they traditionally did and go to classes. So they got a bike. And I think once people got those bikes, and we saw a massive upturn in the middle of last year in bikes being sold, and I think what that's done is it's carried people through. Hopefully, many of those people who got onto bikes have now continued, maybe upgraded their bike, maybe decided to enter the cycle tour and some of the other events that are happening around the country. And I think it's almost given it a second boost at a time when people really appreciate being outdoors, and it's a relatively safe sport. We talk about cycling safety, but it's safe in terms of the pandemic because you're outside a lot of the time. There's a lot of camaraderie. There's a lot of social side to cycling, which I think a lot of people enjoy.
Yeah.
And you can see the groups riding. We saw people starting this morning, people joining up along the route and then riding the whole thing together, stopping at coffee shops together. That's part of cycling, and it's exciting, really.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know. I mean, there must be a portion of this field who, in March last year, would never have thought and dreamt of riding a Cape Town cycle tour and have been directly inspired or motivated by the pandemic and all that's happened in the last year to ride it.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting about the cycling market in South Africa is that we're seeing a lot of new entrants because of the different products that are coming into South Africa. For instance, in the old days, you had a choice between you either had a road bike or you had a mountain bike. You're one or the other. We've seen a lot of interest in gravel bike racing at the moment, and people are buying gravel bikes where they can ride a cycle tour, but then they can potentially go and do a gravel race next weekend, which means you get one bike that does it all. There's small things like that make a difference. I think cycling is becoming more accessible because you can buy gear, and for a relatively cost price. Yes, there are bikes that cost 200,000, 300,000 rand, but there are bikes that cost under 10,000 rand that are more than capable of taking around a cycle tour, including mountain bikes. So the sport is far more accessible than it's ever been for anybody. And of course, e-bikes, and we are seeing e-bikes at the cycle tour, and I think it's a great move. E-bikes are exploding, and there's been criticism about e-bikes, people saying, well, is it really cycling? It is. It opens up cycling to many more people who previously would not have done it. For those who are fit and really want to race, they use e-bikes to get more range. Downhillers use them to do more runs. So, that side of cycling is really starting to grow. And I think e-bikes will continue to grow. And I love the fact that the cycle tour has really embraced e-bikes.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a few on the tour here. And I think that is going to be a big growth area. People getting in.
I mean, let's face it, the cycle tour is 109 kilometers. There is always the perception now it's a fun ride, but it is still another 109 kilometers. It's a long way.
Seriously long way.
You have to be relatively fit to do it. For those of...
Or young,
like this young man who is surging through the... you see, that's what happens when the TV's on.
The power of the camera.
But yes, I mean, it's a prime example of where you suddenly see people having more access there, and maybe they get the e-bike, but maybe they buy a normal bike later on once they've got fit.
Yeah, exactly.
So the more people involved in the sport, the more people cycling, the better it is for the sport.
Absolutely. Mike, thanks very much for joining us. Thank you for bringing us the news of the race out there as you were hanging on for dear life going around on the back of the bike. I have been in that position as well on that other race, and it's quite hectic. It's you do have to hang on.
You do have to hang on.
But lovely. Well, good job. We look forward to more good news around this event in March, leading into March. It's around the corner.
It's just around the corner.
Yeah.
We'll see you in a couple of months.
Yeah, indeed.
Thanks, Gerald.
Michael Finch, who's been doing a lot of the media work around the Cape Town Cycle Tour for 2021 and was our man, our eyes close to the ground on the men's elite race here, which was won by the superb Nolan Hoffman, who navigated his way back into the lead group and managed to just find his way onto the sharp end and pop out to take his fourth win, 2014, 15, 18, and now 2021. And Kimberly Lecourt is the winner of the women's race, a double win because she won in 2018, the Mauritian, and she held off Hayley Preen to take the win today ahead of Candice Lill in third place. These riders still making their way around the Atlantic seaboard and towards the finish. And those have still a way to go because they are on Chapman's Peak Drive, a truly stunning day in the Western Cape, and Cape Town is looking absolutely magical today. It has been a perfect day weather-wise, and hopefully this gentleman is going along again. The power of the camera surge through the field when the camera's on you. Does some magical things, the camera. He's just hoping that it doesn't stay with him all day. So we've got Seamus Allardyce is still out on the road. Not unlike Mike Finch, who's come into the comforts of the stands. Seamus Allardyce is still out there. Seamus, where are you? Yeah, that is unusual, isn't it? Often the wind does get up, but this is truly beautiful. What's the vibe and the feeling like amongst the riders there?
They are really loving it. I think the weather is really playing a big part in everybody's enjoyment. There's obviously a couple of riders sort of been cramping and taking breaks, but also it's so great for the PS. Lots of riders getting pushed, and just random people coming past with a class will give somebody a little push. It's very lucky.
Yeah, I mean, a sense of, that this is it is a fun ride, as Michael Finch just alluded to it now, but in this year's event, even more so, that sense of really realizing what we missed when we weren't able to do this, and a sense of taking it all in a little more than previous years. You're sounding remarkably comfortable doing a second lap, aren't you? I mean, you must be really fit riding around 2 laps on your bike.
Yeah, on the motorbike, anybody that's been on the back of a 690 will tell you it's anything but comfortable.
Yeah.
My back is feeling it, but I don't want to complain too much because I've got cyclists going past me and I'm on a motorbike. So I'll complain privately later rather.
Well done, Seamus. Thanks very much for joining us. Seamus Allardyce out doing his second lap on the motorbike, having followed the women. Thanks, Seamus. Seamus Allardyce out there, keeping us up to date on how the riders are progressing. As you can see, they're going quite well there. Sipo, welcome back.
Thank you very much.
Nice to have you with us. And we're joined by David Belair's. Hello, David.
Good morning. Oh, afternoon.
Yes, welcome to it. We often talk to you at this time of day, or this time of our broadcast, towards the end. And as always, how's it been and how's it going? We've got a long way to go still. The weather's been good.
Weather's been superb. I mean, these are the days we dream of.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that I don't look at the weather report until Saturday because it's just not worth looking at. And the last time I predicted a stunning day, we cancelled it because of the howling southeaster. So I don't guess anymore. I go with the flow. But it's been stunning. I mean, this morning down at the start, with the sun breaking on Table Mountain was absolutely sublime. It really was. It didn't help that Mr. Ackerman decided to shoot the gun about 3 minutes before he should have, and off the elite bunch went, only to be stopped by the commentators. But it was good. It was a wonderful start and a wonderful lot of weather we had.
I mean, you had to find a date and put all the puzzle pieces in place to make it happen here. How difficult has that been?
So this is a massive team effort. So the team sat down. We had to understand who else was playing in the same space. So there are a number of major events, and it's not only about the major events. There are a whole lot of smaller events that also are on the calendar that rely on their events to survive. So we managed to find a spot that the stadium was available, that we weren't going to clash with the Cape Town Marathon or the Absa Cape Epic. And we settled on the 10th of October. The challenge we had was that we had no idea what was going to be happening on the 10th of October in terms of COVID. And neither did any of the other events. And it's fair to say that 3 weeks ago, we didn't even know that we were going to have an event on. So, I mean, I can't even begin to put in words the amount of effort that not just the team at the office, but the other role players out there, the City of Cape Town, the provincial government, Cycling South Africa, Siska Austin, I will single out, has been absolutely incredible in this whole process. She has just been outstanding. Right up to the Ministry of Sport, to Natim Tetwa's office. They've all come to the party. So it was really tough settling on a date, and then tougher trying to plan for something that you didn't know what you were planning for.
Or was going to happen at all.
And then when the permissions came through, was having to take what you'd been planning, the various different scenarios, and then plug that on top of what you'd been planning and see which of those scenarios was going to work. And then find people to do COVID testing, work out how you were going to verify vaccinated people, worry about the internationals. The permutations have been endless. And it has to be said that the cycling public, the entrants, the folk that are out there riding today, have been simply sublime. I mean, this is an event with a difference. We are in the middle of a pandemic still. Let's not fool ourselves. It's real and it's out there. And they've been compliant. I mean, the 3 days of the registration we had here, and it was just a registration. It wasn't the usual shua expo with all the bells and whistles. And people have been fantastic. They've embraced it. They've taken it to heart. Nobody wants to have a COVID test down in the testing station, but they were there, gritting their teeth, some of them, glaring at me, others. But they were there, and they bought into it. And I mean, if it wasn't for the cycling fraternity, the cycling public, this wouldn't be an event.
I mean, just to comment, Dave, it's a compliment actually how seamless it was all in terms of the testing, because I was there, I was one of the people who were tested. And at the same time, those staggered starts, transitions, you could see that, there's obviously social distancing, the groups were very small. I mean, what made you guys go ahead to do it that way without having tested it? Because it worked brilliantly.
It was a gamble. We had wanted to go with a complete free-flowing start with no groups. The problem is that there was a concern by the authorities that we would have unregulated groups in town. So therefore the Gatherings Act said we could have up to 500 people. We kept it down at between 250 and 300, and it enabled us to manage it. It meant that when people eventually got to the start line and flowed across, you didn't have these tightly packed bunches that were leaving the start with this massive energy. So that worked quite nicely. It was completely untested. And the work of the Rotarians on the ground to get that to unfold and make it work wasn't without hitches. Let's be frank. There were hassles, but by and large it worked well. We got everybody out reasonably well on time. We even got the elites out early, as I've mentioned. I think as Raymond says, we may have started a new trend. So yeah, SIPA, it was interesting, and again, it was just one of the scenarios. We had that and about 4 others for the start, and that was the one we ran with.
So you've got another event in March. Need I remind you? I suppose one side of it is, well, we've done this under pretty tough circumstances. There's no different, really. You've got another one in 6 months. Are there things that you can take from this experience and under whatever conditions, but let's say in normal conditions, that you would implement there as well?
Absolutely. Huge learnings that one can take out of this. And I have to say that there are elements of this drifting start that may well see themselves moving forward into the main event under normal conditions. I think there's a lot to be said for it. Not everybody wants to start off in a massive bunch and be herded up the freeway with this group of people bustling. That's very much a racing thing. For a lot of people riding, this is a personal journey, and it's a wonderful way to get around the peninsula on a closed road, no cars, and actually enjoy the day. So lots of learnings that we'll take away from this really are. The format of the event, even where we are situated. But again, it has to be said that the wind didn't blow. Where this is Cape Town, and anywhere on the foreshore is windy. So we need to be cognizant of that. And March, again, planning for March. What are we planning for? We don't know. Is it level 4? Is it beginning of level 4? Is it end of level 4? Is it over with COVID? Certainly the idea of vaxxed and non-vaxxed worked particularly well. It wasn't without its challenges, because there's some people that weren't happy, and we understand that, but it didn't stop you from riding because you'd have the test, as Sipa and I both did. I think our biggest challenge, though, has been spectators, and it's difficult for them to understand when last Sunday the President announced that you could have gatherings outdoors of 2,000 or more. And we've said no spectators. You know, when you've got a group of 20 or 30 watching and they get chased away, they don't understand. They're going, why can't we be here? There's more people at that market down the road than we are standing in the open air. So yeah, lots of learnings. Lots of learnings.
And I talked to Mike Finch about how the sport of cycling or the recreation of cycling is going through something of a change, or just a dynamic that is different, and I think we're seeing it here today. That you've alluded to the more relaxed, accepting way that the riders have gone about it. Do you think that'll impact the way people approach the event, the riders approach the event, and will it encourage more to?
I absolutely believe it will. And if I look at the number of people I know that have been sending me photographs throughout the day at coffee shops, having a breakfast and a cappuccino, it's no longer about chasing a 3 or 3.5 hour. It's going, I've got 7 hours to get around this beautiful peninsula on a stunning day with no cars. Why don't I just embrace that and enjoy it? Yes, there's going to be the element that want to race, which is fantastic, and they will ride at the front. But more and more, I think it's going to be a festival of open street. It's going to be, we own the streets for the day, let's actually go and enjoy it. Let's go with the family. The number of people I've known that have dropped back to ride with friends doing it for the first time, but have stopped. And I stress, because it's a wonderful opportunity for the businesses along the route to actually create opportunity to engage. So what if you have a half an hour coffee and you do a 5.5 hour instead of a 5 or 6 hour? Enjoy it. It's a great opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, just talking about what you guys do off the cameras during the year, in terms of the impact that you guys have had during COVID and the places that obviously the event goes through, the communities. I mean, can you tell us a bit more of what you guys have done in terms of communities and support?
So the communities around the Cape Town Cycle to Route are extremely important to us. This event, again, without participants doesn't happen, and without the buy-in of the local communities it's a non-starter. So we work very closely with those communities. During the early part of lockdown, we were involved in a program where we raised funds through the database, our entrance, and we put just over R1 million worth of support back into communities. Whether it was clothing, whether it was food, whether it was blankets, there were a lot of people in a lot of trouble. And it was a pleasure for us to step in and help. More importantly for me is a lot of the work that's ongoing throughout the year in the cycling space in those communities where we're working with them, not only on sport racing cycling, but commuter cycling. It isn't only about sport. And let's be honest, 50% of our field are not hardcore sport cyclists. They're just people that want to enjoy riding a bike. And I know that in Masipumalele, for instance, there's a wonderful move to get people mobile, and let's get them riding bikes. And this is just, again, a lovely day out on the bike. So Sipho, we work with all of the communities, whether it's Hangberg, Masi, Ocean View, Lakeside, even off the route. We've got teams from Lavender Hill that we support that are riding today. And again, without the community buy-in, we don't have an event. And having those communities come out at the side of the road and support us is even more important.
You mentioned international riders earlier. How many in terms of, in relation to previous years? Or
significantly down,
yeah.
But still 850, which is not an insignificant number. I know of one or two people that chanced it coming in from the UK. They heard that we were coming off the red list and they took the gamble, and it's paid off. A number out of the US, lots out of Germany. So it's wonderful that we're still attracting the internationals. It's always heartwarming for me to see our Gauteng friends come down. Lovely, a huge contingent of riders from Gauteng. Yeah. But I think next year, March, I'm hoping that the internationals will be back in full force.
What do we need to know about March next year? It's around the corner in terms of... Come on. You've got to...
Want to read?
What do you need to know about March? It's going to be on the second Sunday in March.
Sunday in March, you can tell us that.
Which is when it always is.
Not the first.
We hope to open entries for March fairly soon. Traditionally, we would have opened entries on the 1st of September for next year's event, but obviously we were hard planning with this, and we needed to get this one off the ground.
Repeat that again. Entries open?
Soon. Normally, they would open on the 1st of September. We need to confer with our trust. We need to confirm entry fees. We need to look at budgets. I mean, you'll be aware that this event ran on 50% capacity, but the infrastructure was as much as it is in any normal year, plus the COVID contingency we had to put on top. So it's been a very difficult one for us.
I mean, we've mentioned Pick and Pay a great deal, but I mean, you've had sponsors who've come through tough times as well and have stuck with you. It's been difficult as well to convince them, to tell them it might or might not happen.
Yeah, hugely. I mean, we were in a very difficult position because Pick and Pay have reduced their sponsorship. They're a presenting sponsor now. We were about to go to market after our last event, which was a very successful event last March. And suddenly we were locked down in a world that was completely different, and you couldn't go out and sell a second or third presenting right partner or a naming right, a headline partner for the event, when you didn't know if you were going to have an event. So we haven't been able to go out and secure any additional sponsorship, which has made it tougher. But those sponsors that have been with us, the Coca-Cola Powerades, I can't even begin to tell you. I was at 11 o'clock last night, I was sitting at their depot watching their trucks roll out. I don't think there's a single person that understands the quantum of work that goes in from Peninsula Beverage Coca-Cola's side. It is absolutely phenomenal. They had 50 trucks rolling out of their depot from 9 o'clock last night, and those trucks will only leave the route at 5 o'clock this afternoon. How many hundreds of thousands of litres of Coke and Powerade and water out there? The fact that they had to pivot from doing cups to doing pouring and create social distancing space at the water stations, they've just been, I mean, unbelievable. And they've gone the journey with us. They really have. They're part of that journey, and they've been fantastic. Garmin, the City of Cape Town is out of their boots. I mean, they've gone to war with us to get this back on track. It's been tough for us and them because of the compliance issues that we needed to make sure. We were the last major event in South Africa to take place, mass participation sporting event. We're the first, so obviously the eyeballs have been on us. Cape Town Marathon is next weekend, and Cape Epic. So we've got the Cape leading the way. We need our members of the public, the spectators, to be as responsible as the cyclists have been if this is going to work. And I think that was a big appeal I put out. And it's been tough for some of them. But yeah, it's worked. By and large, it's worked.
Thank you, David. Thank you for. I know you've got an enormous team, and this wouldn't happen without them. But you do drive. You drive it quite efficiently as well. You know?
I'm part of an incredible group of people, and it's not just, as I said, a team at the office. We have a new ops director who was in place, and he has stepped up to the plate and hit the ball out the park under the most difficult conditions he could ever have wanted to. So I sit here and chat to you while they're all out there doing the work. And it's not just them. It's the traffic officers, it's the Metro Police, it's the EMS services, it's the ambulance services, the marshals from Rotary who are out there in the hot sun, keeping us safe on the road. Traffic police. It just goes on and on and on and on. I mean, I could spend the rest of this broadcast going through who was there as they slaved their way up Chapman's Peak.
Well, I can tell you that is the rest of this broadcast. Because we're just about done, David. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you for being involved as deeply as you are and passionate about it, and bringing this beautiful event to life here in Cape Town. It's been a quite stunning day. It has been remarkable. I think one of those very memorable years of the Cape Town Cycle Tour this year.
Very much so, and a big congrats to you and your team and your supporters, and particularly also our riders, our participants. A big job, well done.
Lots of heart to them.
Yeah. Everyone's played their role in a fantastic day here on the Cape Town Cycle Tour. There's still riders out there. They've still got a long way to go, and this man has still got a lot of work to do today. So, but it is March, second Sunday in March for 2022, year 44. But year 43 is still going. But if you're not inspired to ride after what you've seen today, then you better take a long, hard look at yourself, because it has been a remarkably fantastic day for everyone involved here. Nolan Hoffman won the men's elite race. Kimberly LeCourt won the women's elite race. Two previous winners putting it together on the finish line. And that's just the tip of the iceberg of what has been a fantastic day at the Cape Town Cycle Tour, presented by Pick n Pay. Join us on the second Sunday in March for year 44. Until then, from us all, cheers.